Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 2 of What If Naruto Had Soul Powers? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams. Mental Torture and the Forest of Death. Equipment check. Naruto? Giant Shuriken, stock, 40, check. Kubikiri Bocho, water seal filled to capacity, check. Survival equipment, check. Standard stock, check. All accounted for here, sensei. Naruto replied to Kakashi. Sasuke? Kusarigama, check. Sealing equipment and backup, check. Survival pack, check. Emergency sealed weapons, check. Standard stock, check. Ready, sensei. Sasuke replied in response to Kakashi's inquiry. Sakura? Full gauntlets and expansions, check. Serum capsules, check. Prisoners hold equipment, check. Standard stock, check. Soldier pills, check. All set, sensei. Sakura cheered. Kakashi looked over his team one more time. I know you three can get through this easily, just remember if you're in a tight spot, you can trust your teammates. Good luck. Then he disappeared in his signature poof. The team smiled at each other and started heading towards the tower, putting on the act they had planned out for themselves. They transformed into their old outfits, hiding the significant changes and weapons. Sasuke led the team through the doors and up to the second floor where two Chunin were halting the progress of people getting into room 301, the first exam room. Sasuke barely spared them a glance before leading the team up to the next floor. It was a genjutsu. Let's hurry before anyone else notices, he whispered as he continued to the real room 301. Seeing the door, Naruto walked to the front of the group and kicked the door open loudly, gaining the attention of everyone. Wow, look at all the genin. Yuck. What's that smell? He said, acting obnoxiously loud. Sakura smacked him on the head pretending to be furious. Shut up, Naruto baka, she yelled, making everyone chuckle at the useless rookies. Suddenly the team was approached by Team 10, Sasuke-kun, Ino yelled as she jumped on his back. Have you missed me? She said, trying to sound sexy. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at her and replied with a dead look. No. Ino fell from Sasuke's back in shock. Don't be silly, Sasuke-kun. We are meant to be together. I'm way better than forehead here, she said, gesturing to Sakura. Sakura stepped into her act. You can say whatever you want, Ino pig, she said before sliding her hand into Sasuke's, cause Sasuke-kun and I are together forever. She finished with a smile at Sasuke, which he returned with the same dead stare he gave Ino. Ino froze in shock. I think you guys broke her, Shikamaru said from his place against the wall. Anyways, how you been? Naruto smiled at Shika. We've been pretty good. Training and missions, you know? He said a bit too loud, making sure everyone in the room thought he was a loudmouth imbecile. Shikamaru noticed they were acting and narrowed his eyes. I see your game now. Alright, I'll look forward to seeing your team's improvement, he said with a smirk at the half-second break in Naruto's act when he spared a glare for noticing. Choji stood by, munching on his chips. Wow, Sasuke must have some incredible willpower to resist Ino. Or maybe she isn't as great as I thought she was? He looked at Ino, who was still frozen in shock at Sasuke and Sakura's interaction. Nah, she's perfect. Munch munch. Choji almost jumped in fear when he felt a hand clasp his shoulder. Hey guys. Looks like this year's rookies are back together, Kiba said from behind Choji. Sasuke nodded to Shino, who returned the nod, and they shared a handshake. Back in the academy days, Sasuke and Shino always sat together. It was a win-win. The girls would leave Sasuke alone out of fear of Shino's bugs, and Shino got to sit with someone who appreciated the subtle art it took to communicate across species. A glint bounced off Shino's glasses. You seem well, Sasuke-kun. I do hope you remember the abilities of my bugs, yes? He said, hinting that he could see through the transformation. Sasuke returned a small smirk. It's only logical to remember the skills of one's allies. He replied. Shino's brows rose above his shades. Allies? I guess it would be suitable to team up. I will inform my squad, we will find you. The two finished their whispered conversation, But just before releasing the grip, a bug crawled from Shino's sleeve onto Sasuke's arm. Sasuke then reached back pretending to scratch his head, allowing the bug to crawl under his headband for safety. Hinata stepped next to Shika, who was still facing Naruto. Hello Shikamaru-kun, and Naruto-kun, she said timidly but without her standard blush. Shikamaru could feel that something needed to be said between the two. Hey Hinata, excuse me guys, I'm gonna talk to Choji, he said, taking the few steps needed away from them. Hinata looked to Naruto with a timid smile. Thank you so much Naruto-kun, for yesterday I mean, she said, her stutter fading out of her speech. Naruto grinned back. No need Hinata-chan, I couldn't just let one of my precious people be harmed. He spoke. Hinata's eyes widened and she finally gave in to the blush that was crawling up her face. Precious people? She asked with thinking he called me Chan. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Hiashi-sama told me some things after you fell asleep. I think we'll be spending some time together after these exams. Besides, you were always nice to me at the academy. He finished with another grin. Hinata timidly smiled at Naruto and hugged him around his chest. Arigato Naruto-kun, she whispered as he hugged her back. No problem Hinata-chan, he whispered. Hey you rookies should really keep it down. At the sound of another person's voice, everyone stopped their chatter and turned to a silver-haired genin with glasses. Kiba shook his fist at the new guy. Why should we listen to you asshole, he said quite loudly. The new guy shifted his glasses. My name is Kabuto, dog breath. And if you don't shut up, these guys will kill you, he said gesturing over his shoulder. The rookie 9 turned and noticed the glares a lot of foreign shinobi were giving them, and the disappointed look in most of the Konoha nin. Naruto could feel Hinata shaking from the killing intent that was being directed at them, so he did the one thing he could without blowing his cover. Letting go of her, he stared into her eyes for a moment before stepping onto a nearby desk that was among the group. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. And I'm gonna beat all of you, he yelled, drawing every glaring ninja's attention to him alone. Sasuke smirked at Naruto's ingenuity. I guess I'll tell him about Hinata when we finish the exams, he's gonna need all the concentration he has to fight off these goons. He thought. Kabuto tapped Naruto on the shoulder. Maybe you should get down from there, he whispered. How can I get you guys to shut it? He mumbled to himself. Shikamaru saw his opportunity. You obviously have experience with the Chunin exams. Tell us what you know and we'll be quiet, he said. Kabuto sighed and then chuckled. Fine. I'll take pity on you. Anything specific you need to know? 'Cause I have a fair bit of information, he said, pulling out a deck of cards. Sasuke raised a brow. And those are? He asked. Kabuto smiled. These are my ninfo cards, or ninja information cards. Over the years I've stockpiled a considerable amount of information on just about every genin of every major village. Naruto's look hardened slightly without anyone noticing. Tell me what you know about the team from Suna, he said. Kabuto smiled. Which one? He asked. Sakura caught on to Naruto's train of thought. The team with Gaara, Temari and Kankuro on it. Kabuto nodded. Easy enough, he said, pulling out a card and sending chakra into it. Kabuto read from the card. They are Team 13 under their Jonin sensei Baki. The 3 of them are the children of the current Kazekage and each specialize in their own field. Temari is a wind specialist, mainly attacks from long range. This caused her taijutsu skills to drop quickly since she never practices with them. Gaara is a sand user? Never heard of that before. This says he's the finisher of the team. No known weaknesses are listed. Whoa, apparently he's never been injured on a mission. And they've done a B rank together, that's unbelievable. He paused in awe. Naruto partially dropped his facade and glared across the room at Kankuro. Tell me about Kankuro. Now. He ordered. The sudden change in persona was noticed by many of the contestants, most of them thinking I wonder what that sand kid did to piss of the orange wonder. While others noticing that the previous persona was an act thought, maybe this kid is something to look out for. Kabuto nodded and read the rest from his card. Kankuro's a puppet user, specializing in poisons and infiltration. His taijutsu is subpar and genjutsu non-existent, but he knows several puppet-related ninjutsu. He finished. Naruto nodded and not a second later, the front of the classroom disappeared in a puff of smoke, soon revealing the arrival of a Jonin and several Chunin. Shut up maggots. You have 1 minute to find your seats or you've failed starting now. The Jonin yelled as name tags puffed into existence on each desk in the room. Sasuke was lucky, his desk was the one situated right next to him. Sakura found her desk near the front of the room and Naruto was pulled into his desk last second by Hinata. "You're here, Naruto-kun," she said without a stutter. Naruto smiled in appreciation. "Thanks, Hinata-chan. My name is Ibiki Morino, and for the next hour I am your king. You will obey my orders or you will fail," Ibiki roared from the front of the classroom. Naruto zoned out, looking around him at all the chunin that were now sitting around the room, staring at each of them, barely paying attention to Ibiki's words. Blah blah 10 questions, something about cheating yada yada, kicked from the exams blah blah blah, his mama is a hippie. Naruto thought. Ibiki slammed his hand on the desk out the front, and yelled begin. This got Naruto's attention. He sat up straight in his chair, looking at the paper that was placed in front of him at some point. Huh? He thought, reading the questions. How am I meant to answer these? They're ridiculously hard. Luckily, the QB heard him. These guys seem to know the answers. You want me to tell them to you? He said, talking about Zabuza and Mizuki. Naruto sighed in relief. Thank the log, you guys are in my head. Hit me. He thought, back to the QB. Over the next 40 minutes, Naruto was able to answer all the questions but won the mysterious 10th question with the help of his tenants. Sweet, I know I've passed now. But I could have sworn he said 10 questions, where is it? He thought, turning the paper over and having a look. Only now noticing the room was much emptier, with teams being pulled out because of talking not here. I wonder if he'll answer my question, he thought, raising his hand and yelling, Yo Scarface. Everyone's concentration was broken and all looked at him in shock. What's happening with the 10th question again? I kinda zoned out, he said calmly, pretending not to notice the glare that was being sent his way. Ibiki said, 2 points deducted from Naruto Uzumaki. I said no talking. If you'll wait 10 minutes you'll get the answer anyway. Naruto shut up right away. Shit, I totally didn't hear anything about these points. I better just sit and wait. He thought. 10 minutes later Ibiki yelled, pens down. Everyone dropped their pens in fear. Now listen up. The 10th question will be an all or nothing draw. You either get this right or you don't. But you have a choice, to take the question or not, he said. Kiba yelled, that's stupid. As if we'd choose not to take it. Ibiki smiled at the boy's confidence. Oh really? Wait until I give you all of the rules, mutt. Kiba sat down, frowning at the insult. If you choose to take this question, and fail, you will be forbidden from taking the Chunin exams ever again, Ibiki yelled, scaring all the genin into silence. Well? Anyone want to drop out? The moment Ibiki said this, many people put their hands up and left the room, muttering in annoyance. Naruto looked around and noticed 3 things. 1. Sasuke and Sakura were confident with their chances, they weren't moving. 2. Shikamaru had extended his shadow to hold Ino and Choji still, and 3. The boys of Team 8 weren't going anywhere. He turned back to Hinata with a smile on his face, only to notice she was about to raise her hand. He quickly grabbed her hand in his own and held it under the table. Hinata, what are you doing? He can't actually do that, as if the Hokage would allow the progress of his ninja to halt. He's trying to scare us. He explained quietly while other teams continually left the room. Hinata blushed as they held hands. Oh okay, I trust you, Naruto-kun, she whispered back. Eventually the majority of the genin left, leaving only 18 teams behind, meaning 54 genin stayed. Ibiki cleared his throat. Are you guys sure you want to take this question? The genin nodded at his question. Then you all pass, he said, laughing. The tension left the room immediately. Temari stood up in shock. What about the 10th question? She yelled, confused and angered. Ibiki continued to laugh and was about to launch into an explanation of the nature of his test, when suddenly a woman jumped through the window and hung up a banner that she quoted, introducing the sexiest kunoichi in Konoha. Anko Mitarashi. Proctor for the 2nd exam. Anko looked around the room at the stunned silent genin. Pretty good, Ibiki, though you could have done much better, she said. Ibiki pulled the banner aside as he stepped forward. You're early, Anko, he said with a sigh. She winked over her shoulder at him. Whatever. I'm gonna take them now, she said, turning back to the genin. Alright maggots. Follow me to training ground 44. This is where the fun begins, she said, leaping out a different window, smashing its glass. The group of genin followed after her on the way to the next test. Little boys and girls, I welcome you to the Forest of Death. Anko announced as she waved her arm at the forest behind her. All the genin looked at the massive and dark forest, most of them in awe at the sheer size of the trees, others in fear. You will be spending up to 5 days locked in here. Your mission, To reach the tower in the middle of the forest with both of these scrolls. You may continue as long as you have a scroll of each kind, be it for a whole team or an individual whose team has been killed, Anko said, holding up a heaven and an earth scroll with a deadly smirk on her face. What about food? Choji yelled. Anko frowned. You're a fucking ninja. Find it yourself, she said. Anko looked for an opportunity to intimidate the crowd, but she couldn't find one, so she shrugged and moved on. I will call out your team and village, when I do come behind this and receive your scroll from some chunin, she said, stomping on the small cover she was sitting on. Which a chunin stuck his head out of, waving another set of scrolls in the air. After you get your scroll, go to the gate they assign you. Good luck, little Genin. I hope you know that Jonin have been killed behind this fence, so there's an incentive to pay attention to your surroundings, Anko said with a smirk. Now first team. Team 7 stood in front of their gate, now out of sight from everyone else. Who should hold the scroll? Naruto, he asked, holding up an earth scroll. Sakura spoke up. Everyone would think we either left it with our strongest member, or our weakest, since most people would expect the strongest to have it. So I'll hold on to, since everyone still thinks Sasuke-kun is infallible and Naru-ni is the dead last. Naruto passed the scroll to Sasuke, who sealed it in a piece of paper he just wrote a seal on. Sasuke passed it on to Sakura, who stuck it in her shirt, between her bra and chest, where no one would think to look for a full-size scroll. Sasuke told the team his news. I either made a huge mistake, or a grand plan. Sakura and Naruto looked at him in confusion. Well, I let Shino place a bug on me, which means he can track us. If he has an earth scroll like us, then we can work together to find heaven scroll teams. But if he has a heaven, well, they can track us anywhere in the forest. He explained. Naruto shrugged. Well, why don't you squash the bug? He asked. Sakura frowned, because the opportunity for teamwork is a huge advantage. And realistically, I think we could defeat Team 8 easily, she said. Sasuke nodded. Exactly. So I guess we're just gonna wing it and hope for the best? He asked, not really liking the plan. Naruto smiled. I guess so, this'll be interesting to say the least. Suddenly, Anko's voice blared from a nearby speaker. Alright, maggots. You have 5 seconds until the gates open, starting from 5 seconds ago. What are you waiting for? Go. The gates opened up, and Team 7 dove into the forest. Planning for their first encounter. Dot. 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 Well, this is boring, Naruto stated. Sasuke turned from his place laying on one of the giant spruces, watching the night sky. It wasn't very likely we would run into a team on the first day anyway, Atoto, he stated. Sakura rolled over, now facing the boy's branches from her own. Yeah, Sasuke-kun is right. Let's get some rest and we'll start early tomorrow, she said before rolling back out of view. Naruto sighed. Alright, I'll have watch tonight. Naruto drew his sword from under his disguise and sent chakra into the seals Sasuke had placed on the circle in his blade. Water started to slowly flow out of his blade and drip onto his branch. Water clone jutsu, he said. The water from his blade took form and smiled. Orders? It said. Just keep watch and wake me when you're about to run out of chakra. I'll fill you up and then get back to sleep. Got it? Naruto replied. The clone nodded and sat on the edge of Naruto's branch. Already starting its job. Naruto lay down and thought, clones sure are useful. And off into dreamland he went. Wake up. Naruto's clone said as the sun rose. Naruto sat up and yawned. Can you get Sakura-ne for me? I'll get Sasuke. The clone hopped onto Sakura's branch and Naruto threw a stick at Sasuke. It hit his forehead, waking him up. Fuck, he yelled, jumping to his feet ready for combat. Sakura heard his yell and woke up with a jolt, colliding her head with Naruto's clone, splashing his water on her body. What the hell? She yelled. Naruto appeared next to her, Sasuke dragged along. Guys, ninja are meant to be quiet. Now we gotta get moving before a team finds us, he said, completely serious, ignoring the fact he was the reason they woke up in pain or soaked. Naruto stabbed his sword through the puddle that was his clone. The water was absorbed into the seal instantly. Sasuke stood and pulled Sakura to her feet. He placed a seal on her and sent chakra into it. Warmth, he said simply. Suddenly she was dry and felt like she just took off an Eskimo hoodie. Let's go, he continued before jumping to a lower branch that was suitable for travel. Sakura and Naruto nodded and followed him. Hours into their traveling, Sasuke noticed 3 chakra signatures ahead of them traveling towards the team's right. We got an incoming team, we'll be at our 2 o'clock in 1 minute. Naruto smiled. can I suggest a strategy for this one? He asked the team's strategist and brains, Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura smiled, sure Naru-ni, what did you have in mind? Naruto held up a hand sign, Delta type, strategy 1, he said with his smile growing. Sasuke smirked, it'll work, 2 of them looked to have lightning chakra, the third water. So it's most likely they're from the lightning village. He replied. Sakura grinned, let's get started then, she said as she dove straight into the ground with her mastered headhunter jutsu. A team of 3 lightning nin were jumping through the forest, completely lost. This is the first time I've wished there was more trees in lightning country. The only girl said, we have no idea where we're going. The tall blonde guy turned to her, way to be positive about the situation. Maybe we should take a break and calm down? He asked. The third member nodded and all of them jumped to the ground. As soon as they landed, a light mist started to roll in. Oh man, maybe we shouldn't have come down from the trees. The blonde guy said. The girl shook her head furiously, no way. I'm sick of leaves, besides it's just some fog, who cares? She said furiously. The mist got thicker, allowing the 3 to still see each other but not any further than that. This is kinda creepy, Blondie said, think this is part of the exam? He asked turning to his quiet blue-haired teammate. The blue dude just shrugged. The mist was now thick enough that although they couldn't see each other fully, their silhouette was still clear. Okay, this is really creepy, it must be that Anko lady's doing. The girl said, looking around. The blonde and the girl heard something, and turned towards their third teammate, whose silhouette just shrugged. Blondie sighed, really weird, and suddenly, his head was pierced by the blade of a kusarigama. The girl screamed and ran to her blue-haired teammate blindly, we're under attack, she yelled. Suddenly her teammate's silhouette reached out, slashed the girl's throat with red claws. She fell to the ground, clutching at her throat in shock and pain before drowning in her own blood. The mist lifted to show Sakura standing on a patch of disturbed earth, her claw dripping with blood. Sasuke landed next to her, ripping his blade from the dead nin's head. Clear a Toto, Sasuke said while frisking the bodies, trying to find their scroll. Naruto landed next to them, worked out perfectly, he said happily. Sasuke managed to find the scroll in the girl's weapons pouch. Got it, it's another earth scroll, he said, passing it to Sakura, who sealed it into the seal she already had on her while frowning. Well, that's annoying, she said. A second later, a huge wind blew through the forest, blowing the unprepared Sakura away. Sakura ne-chan, Naruto yelled in shock. Sasuke spun in the direction the attack came from, his Sharingan blazing with 2 tomoe in one eye and 3 in the other. I can see you. Come out, he yelled, glaring at a young woman who stepped out from behind a tree. She chuckled darkly, Kukukaku, what good eyes you have, Sasuke-kun. They will be put to much better use when they're mine, she said, jumping towards Naruto and Sasuke and attacking them with taijutsu, not giving them time to draw their weapons. Sasuke ducked under a punch, only to get kneed in the face. He flew back and slammed into a tree. Naruto slammed next to him a moment later. Fuck. What the hell is this chick? Naruto said in frustration. She smiled at them both, Kukukaku, so this is the demon child? I will easily destroy you both, so why don't you give me what I want? She said, waving over to them with one hand. Sasuke scowled in determination. We won't hand over our scroll, he said, whipping his kuza at the girl. She sidestepped the toss and looked at the weapon in curiosity. It's not often I come across a ninja that wields such an uncommon weapon. She turned back to the boys only to have her face crunched inwards by the ball of Sasuke's weapon. She was thrown away into the foliage as Sasuke pulled his weapon back to him. A Toto. Arm yourself now, he yelled. Naruto nodded and unsheathed his sword, holding it in his right hand and a shuriken in his left. As soon as Naruto looked up, he saw a fire projectile flying at them. Naruto dove in front of Sasuke, halfway through a spin, his blade swinging behind him, knocked the small fireball aside. He completed his spin and threw his shuriken right through the approaching girl's stomach with a shout of effort, ha! The 2 halves of the girl fell to the ground and suddenly took the form of mud. A mud clone? Sasuke exclaimed in shock, but when did she? Suddenly Sasuke felt a presence behind him. He started to spin around, raising his arm to block when his arm was bitten by the girl right on the top of his bicep. Ah! He yelled in pain as he fell to the ground, unconsciousness taking over him. Naruto turned to Sasuke only to see him falling to the ground, knocked out. Aniki, he yelled, swinging his blade at the girl. She stepped back to dodge the blade, but it was longer than she thought. This miscalculation earned her a slash across her face. "Damn," she said as she leapt away from Naruto. Naruto glared at the girl only to gasp in horror as her face suddenly fell away, revealing another face underneath. What the fuck?" Naruto stuttered out. The girl pulled the rest of her face off and sneered at Naruto. "Good job, boy, you are certainly strong. A perfect opponent for Sasuke-kun. My name is Orochimaru. I sincerely hope you enjoy my little gift for him," Orochimaru said as he suddenly melded with the branch he stood on. Naruto resealed his blade and picked up Sasuke. "Shit. What do I do?" he said, holding Sasuke bridal style. "Naruto." He turned to see Sakura landing next to him. "What happened?" she asked, staring at Sasuke's body. Naruto started shaking. "I'm not sure honestly. We were attacked by some Orochimaru guy. He beat us off easily and gave Sasuke a painful hickey," he said, scared that Orochimaru would come back to finish them off. "What happened to you, Ne-chan?" he asked, looking at the blood that covered her body. "I'll explain in a second. We need to find a suitable shelter until Sasuke recovers," she said as they started walking from the area. "I passed a good spot on the way here. Reactivate your transformation and follow me." Naruto nodded and activated the technique, causing him and Sasuke to appear as they had in the academy before following Sakura through some of the forest. After 10 minutes of walking, they stepped into a clearing. "Over here," Sakura called to Naruto from under a large tree. Naruto walked over and crawled under the tree into an area that looked like an abandoned den of a large animal. He placed Sasuke down on the ground and rested Sasuke's head on the pouch Sakura settled underneath. Sakura looked at Naruto, who was still shaking in fear. "Naruto, I think you need some sleep. I'll take first watch, okay?" she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked at her. "Nah, I'm fine, Ne-chan." Her grip on his shoulder tightened. "Ow ow ow. Okay, I need sleep and all that, let go." She did so with a smile. Naruto lied down next to Sasuke, using his weapon's sheath as a pillow. "Goodnight, Ne-chan, wake me if you need me, okay?" he said. She smiled and nodded. "Of course, Naru-ni." "Get some rest," she said quietly and rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes and smiled. "NK," he mumbled. Soon he was off to sleep. Breathing deeply, Sakura took her hand from his head and smiled at the two sleeping boys. "When did this happen? I've always loved Sasuke-kun, but now I can't imagine my life without Naruto either. They really have become part of my family." She finished the thought looking at Sasuke, who was sweating heavily. Sakura frowned and swapped her pack for Sasuke so that he still had a pillow. She flicked through Sasuke's seal collection. Reading the labels he put on the back of them, Sakura found the cooling seal. Sasuke made it for when one of them had a fever or a burn. It insulated the person's body to cool them down. Sakura sent chakra into the seal and placed it onto Sasuke's forehead after she removed his forehead protector. He seemed to calm down slightly and his furrowed brow smoothed out a little bit. Sakura sat back and looked at the two trap seals she was holding. "Better time than any, I guess," she thought as she grabbed some and walked out of the shelter. The next morning came and Naruto woke up with a wide yawn. "Nichan?" he asked, looking around. "Yeah, Naruto?" a voice said from outside. Sakura poked her head in through the entrance. She looked exhausted. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "Did you stay up all night?" he asked. She smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I had to keep watch. By the way, I noticed Sasuke's kuza isn't on him like usual." She trailed off tiredly. Naruto looked at Sasuke and noticed his weapon was gone as well. He suddenly remembered that Sasuke would have dropped it and recalled he had used one of his shuriken and didn't grab it after. "Shit. It must be where we fought Orochi team." He looked back at the tired Sakura. "Could you stay up for another 15 minutes? I can go grab the stuff we left behind and be back by then, maybe a little longer," he asked. Sakura nodded. "Sure, Ni-kun. Go ahead," she said as she ducked back out of their cover. He followed after her and went to leave when she grabbed his hand. "Wait, I said some area traps. The only safe way out is to climb up the tree and then leap over the clearing. You have to make it over halfway, or you will regret it." With that said, she let him go. Naruto nodded and ran up the tree before taking as big a leap as he could. He cleared the field and landed in the shrubbery. He smiled back at Sakura before running towards the previous battlefield. Sakura smiled at Naruto's back and closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, she saw movement on the opposite side of the clearing Naruto left from. It was 3 ninja. The tallest one smiled, hee finally a good opportunity. Listen girl, we have a mission to kill the Uchiha kid. If you move aside, we won't rough you up too much, he said leering at her body. Shut up Zaku, the hunched over guy said, just kill her and let's get on with it before that other guy gets back. Zaku turned to the hunchback and said, don't order me around Dosu. That's what we have her for, Zaku said, gesturing to the girl of the team. She glared at Zaku, hatred obvious in her eyes, but at the same time, fear was just as apparent. Dosu chuckled and pushed her forward. Take care of the girl, Ken. We'll enjoy the show now, or you'll give us another one later, he said, continuing his dark chuckle. Kin nodded nervously, but steeled her nerves and pulled out some senbone. You're going down, Pinky, she said before charging at Sakura. Sakura stood up straight and activated the first trap tag with a chakra pulse. Kin stepped on the tag, which suddenly expelled an incredible amount of upward force, throwing her into the air. Zaku and Dosu's eyes widened. What the fuck? Dosu said before beginning to charge at where Sakura was, only for her to disappear in a burst of speed and appear in midair above the still screaming Kin. Kin looked up to see Sakura send a kick at her chest, which she barely managed to block. But the force of the kick sent her flying straight at the ground. The moment she impacted, Sakura sent out another chakra pulse to activate the seal under Kin. It erupted in lightning, sending hundreds of volts through her, forcing her into unconsciousness. The 2 boys of the sound team glared at Sakura in anger and shock as she landed back in the position she started in. Well boys? She said with a smirk. Zaku returned the smirk and aimed in palms facing Sakura, decapitating air waves. He announced. A funnel of wind blades flew from the holes in his palms directly at Sakura. Sakura dodged to the side with her shunshine, still getting cut on her leg once. In response to his move, Sakura sped towards the 2 with her chakra skating technique. She appeared in front of Zaku, her fist pulled back to deliver an uppercut. As she swung, Dosu threw his arm in front of the punch. Sakura's fist impacted his gauntlet, sending out waves of sound into her body. Sakura tried to jump back only to be disorientated from the sound. She fell to her side and struggled to get back up. Shit. What do I do now? She thought, looking up at the 2 boys who were now smirking in victory. Zaku pointed a palm at her. Goodbye, decapitating air waves. He launched the attack at her point blank. She closed her eyes expecting to feel pain. Instead she felt a strong grip and a light breeze. She opened her eyes to see 2 huge eyebrows on the face of the well-known student of Konoha's taijutsu master. Rock Lee? She asked in shock. He nodded as he placed her down next to the tree Sasuke was in. I refuse to let my comrades be harmed, he yelled as he turned to face the confused Sound Nin. I am your opponent now, he said and shot towards the 2 in a burst of speed. Lee's fist hit Zaku square in the nose, launching him into the forest. Lee turned to hit Dosu when a sound wave impacted his chest. Gotcha, he yelled in victory. Zaku stood up from his place amongst the ferns and was about to sprint into the clearing when he was punched in the back of the head and his head was pinned to the ground with the blade of a massive sword. He looked up to see Naruto smirking at him. You know, I'm training to become a wind user as well. These arms of yours would be very handy. He smirked. Zaku was about to shoot air waves at Naruto when Naruto grabbed his forehead and yelled soul drain. Zaku screamed as he was forcibly absorbed through Naruto's palm. Naruto stood up and admired his palms, which painfully transformed to accommodate the new air tubes. Naruto also felt the pain in his legs, meaning that Zaku must have had tubing there as well. Naruto picked up his blade and sheathed it under his transformation, then started running towards the clearing where he heard a loud crack and a scream of pain. Back in the clearing, Sasuke had woken up. His curse mark now covered the left side of his face and his left arm. He grabbed Dosu's ankle and kicked his thigh, snapping his knee and pulling the leg out of its hip socket. Ah! Dosu screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. Sasuke turned away from Dosu and picked up Lee. Thank you for saving Sakura-chan, he said as he placed Lee down next to Sakura. Lee smiled up at him. Of course Sasuke-san, I couldn't just let a comrade be killed, he said before passing out next to Sakura's unconscious body. Sasuke stood and turned to glare at Dosu, who was crawling away feebly. Trying to run away? Sasuke screamed in fury and stomped on Dosu's shoulder, shattering the joint completely. Dosu cried out in pain again. Ah! He rolled over and Sasuke planted a foot on his chest. Sasuke smirked in amusement. You don't seem so strong now, do you? This is why you don't hurt what's precious to me, he said, putting more pressure on Dosu's sternum. A recently awakened kin stood up behind Sasuke and looked at the defeated Dosu in shock. They killed them? They'll never hurt me again, I'm saved. She thought happily. She was about to move towards Sasuke when Naruto appeared with his arm wrapped around her neck, his bone blade inches from her jugular. Drop all your weapons or I will slash your throat, he said calmly. Sasuke turned his torso to look at Naruto. Hey Atoto, I think I may have a problem with this tattoo that girl gave me, he said with a dark-looking smirk. Naruto returned the look, his own look being that of a killer. Want to take out the trash? He asked Sasuke. Sasuke looked back at Dosu. Sure, he said as he pushed his foot down. Dosu's ribs snapped as they plunged through his heart and lungs. The bandages on Dosu's face turned red with his blood, and then he fell silent. Naruto was about to slash Kin's throat when he saw tears of happiness fall from her eyes. Naruto frowned and spun her around, throwing her at his feet between himself and Sasuke. Why are you so happy? You just watched your teammate die, Naruto said with raw emotion in his now red-slitted eyes. Kin looked between Sasuke and Naruto, a smile still on her face. You saved me, they can't hurt me again, never again, she murmured, now glaring at Dosu and hugging her body protectively. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. I will take her as my prisoner. Naruto, I think we just saved this girl from a life of torture. The same kind Hinata almost received from the puppeteer. He hinted quietly. Naruto's eyes returned to their normal blue and widened in shock. They did that to their own teammate? He asked, eyes wide. Sasuke nodded and tried to force the curse mark to recede. He grunted in effort, and slowly the mark shrunk back to the seal on his arm. He fell to his knees in exhaustion. Oh my log, that's painful, he whispered. Naruto pulled Sasuke and Kin to their feet. I've got you too, have a rest, he said as he laid them down next to the unconscious Sakura and Lee. Kin fell asleep instantly, the stress of the situation finally crashing down on her. Sasuke sat against the tree. Naruto smiled and pulled Sasuke's kuza from his belt. Think you may want this Aniki, he said and passed the weapon to Sasuke, who just grunted in response with a small smile before he wrapped his weapon around his torso, and under his transformation technique. Naruto turned back to the body of Dosu. Well, that Zaku guy didn't have it, so maybe this guy does. He thought, frisking the corpse. Naruto found a heaven scroll in Dosu's pouch. Yes, he said. Now we got a full set and a half. In that case we'll be taking your heaven scroll. Naruto spun around to face the person who spoke. It was a Hyuga. Neji, don't Lee said, sitting up slowly. Naruto-kun just helped save my life. This made the two genin in the tree pause. Lee, we need that heaven scroll to pass. The girl next to Neji said. I believe I have a logical solution. Everyone turned to the new arrival. Shino stood with Kiba and Hinata flanking his sides. I believe Team 7 has 2 Earth Scrolls and a Heaven Scroll. My team has 2 Heaven Scrolls and your team obviously has an Earth Scroll. I conclude the 3 of our teams should band together to make it towards the tower safely in exchange for an equal sharing of our scrolls. Shino spoke in his near monotone. The girl next to Neji smiled. I like the idea, what about you guys? She said to Neji and Lee. Lee loudly proclaimed, Yosh. It is a most youthful idea. While Neji nodded in agreement. Kiba turned to Team 7, you guys? He asked with a grin. Naruto nodded with a grin while Sasuke smirked. We agree, although we have to carry these 2, so can you guys act as a guard squad till we get there? Naruto asked. The girl nodded, sure thing. My name is Tenten by the way, she said, jumping down and landing next to Lee. Naruto smiled to her, while picking up Kin on his back. The name's Naruto, it's nice to meet ya, he said while a grin. Sasuke picked Sakura up onto his back and stood next to Shino, who reached towards him. A small bug flew from Sasuke's hair onto Shino's hand. It crawled up his sleeve. May I suggest a formation? Neji said, gaining everyone's attention. Hinata-sama's team at the front. The way he said Hinata's name was filled with hatred, using their tracking abilities to keep the way safe. Team 7 and prisoner in the middle and my team taking rear guard. Is that acceptable? Sasuke nodded, while Shino replied for his team it is logical. With that, the teams traded their scrolls and headed towards the tower. Phew. That was cool, Naruto said as they walked into the room in the tower late at night on the 3rd day of the exam. A recently conscious Sakura walked in next to him. Yeah, except for the glaring from Neji at Hinata-chan. What was with that? I thought they were family. She thought out loud. Sasuke trudged in, Kin unconscious on his back. How did I get stuck with her? He said, glaring at the writing on the wall. Naruto smiled. You did say she's your prisoner, that means she's your baggage. He replied cheerfully. Sasuke didn't answer, instead reading the giant poster. I think we have to open the scrolls, he said. Sakura raised a brow. Huh? Why? She asked, turning towards the poster and reading it for herself. Oh. I get it. Sakura pulled the secret seal out from her top and unsealed their set of scrolls. Together, her and Naruto opened them. Sasuke looked at the seal work in interest. Before his eyes widened, throw them away now, he said. They threw the scrolls away, as smoke began to flow out from them. The smoke swirled together and suddenly, Iruka was summoned in front of them. Wow, you guy made it on the third night. Good work, he said with a smile. Naruto smiled and hugged him, screaming, Iruka-sensei. Iruka laughed, hugging Naruto back. He looked at the other two and noticed Kin on Sasuke's back. You caught a prisoner? He asked. Sakura nodded. Her teammates were killed, so we thought she could use some help. She could bullshit a story pretty well, it seemed. Iruka bought the story and nodded. All right, I'll take her to the medical wing to get treated before returning her to you guys. Any of you need medical attention? He asked. Sasuke smirked. We're good, sensei, he said confidently. Iruka smiled at the trio. Well, here's a map of the tower. Your room will be room 24C. That's on the third floor, just past the cafeteria. Other information is on the back, all right? He said. The team smiled at him. Arigato, sensei, they said in unison before running off to explore the tower. Iruka smiled after them. These kids sure are something amazing, he said before exiting through a different door with Kin in his grasp. Naruto woke up on the fourth day of the second exam and glanced around. The room Team 7 had been staying in was a 2-room apartment. The main room had a bed for each of them, but Naruto gave his to Kin when she arrived late the night before. He slept on the couch. Opposite the couch was a small kitchen that connected to a bathroom, which only had a simple shower and toilet combo. It seemed sufficient enough. Naruto sat up on the couch and stretched. His joints cracked a few times. My back. I should have just slept on the floor. He thought as he finished putting his joints back in place. Naruto stood and yawned, then moved to the door to grab his stuff. Guess I'll get some breakfast. He thought as he quietly left the room, now fully equipped. After a few steps in the direction of the cafeteria, Naruto realized something. Oh right, he thought as he reactivated his transformation jutsu to appear as he had in the first exam room. Continuing his walk, he noted that he felt heavier again. My weights must have upped themselves again. I wonder how much they weigh now. He smirked at the thought. I may be extremely good at swordplay, but when I lose the sword and deactivate my weights, I might be as fast as Sakura Nei without her chakra skating thing. He thought as he stepped into the small cafeteria. Naruto-kun. What a youthful person you are for being awake at such an early hour. Naruto looked over to the overly exuberant voice to see Lee sitting down at a table he shared with an extremely tired-looking Tenten and Neji. Naruto smiled and walked over to them. Mornin' guys, wow, you two sure look tired. Did you stay up all night? He smirked evilly. Together? He said suggestively to the tired members of Team Guy. The two woke up completely. No way, Naruto-kun. Even if I did like Neji that way, as if he'd let me. And during the exams no less? Bah! She ranted, switching between showing the emotions of nervousness, sadness and then pissed off at the end. I think he's completely asexual anyway, she mumbled softly, the others barely heard it. Neji flushed red in rage and stared at Tenten in shock. What was that, Tenten? He asked, seeming more than a little pissed off. Ah ha 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 ha, Naruto laughed while Lee held in his laughter. Barely. Neji turned his glare to Naruto. Shut up, Uzumaki, he said sternly. It did nothing to calm Naruto down, and finally Lee burst into laughter as well. Ha 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 ha. They yodeled in unison, falling from their chairs. Neji's face turned to Tenten, extremely enraged. See what you've done? Just because I've ignored your advances you spread word that I'm some kind of freak? He nearly roared. The emotions in the room suddenly turned from happy and joking, to serious and a more than a little dangerous. Naruto looked at each of the people in the team and noticed a few things odd. Lee seemed to be about to take action for some reason. Tenten was watching Neji in fear and Neji himself was clenching his fists, glaring at Tenten with his enraged eyes. Naruto sat in silence and realized Neji was not the best teammate. He quickly thought of a way to defuse the situation, or at least turn Neji's rage away from Tenten. "Geez Neji, it seems like you are trying to cover up another secret, you're gay aren't you?" he asked with a challenging smirk. Neji's glare turned to Naruto and his Byakugan activated. Neji's teammates cringed away. This must have been some kind of threat, Naruto thought, feeling Neji's weak killing intent. Naruto met the glare with a grin. "You call that killing intent?" Naruto said, his eyes turning red and his grin becoming slightly feral. "I think you're trying to do this." And suddenly Neji fell back from his chair and crawled backwards. From Tenten and Lee's point of view, Neji started to freak out for no reason. But with Neji's eyes he could see much more. Neji couldn't look away from Naruto's slitted eyes, and yet he could see a demonic face floating over Naruto, Zabuza's demonic killing intent, and a red toxic chakra slowly crawling across the table, coming from Naruto's hand. His intent was so powerful, Neji was on the verge on pissing himself. He was slipping in his own sweat and felt as though he was being choked. Suddenly it disappeared and he could breathe again. He met Naruto's bored eyes and saw a light-hearted blue. "Geez Neji-chan, weren't you the rookie of the year last year? I expected more," he said with a challenging smirk on his face. Neji stood up, shaking a little. "Uzumaki, I will destroy you during these exams. Fate won't accept you making a mockery out of me," he said as he turned and marched from the room. Tenten and Lee looked at Naruto in shock. "Well, what just happened, Naruto-kun?" Lee asked. Naruto shrugged. "I just focused some of my killing intent at him. Since he did so to me I thought it was fair," he said as he took Neji's breakfast for himself. "I thought he'd be more of a man than that." He finished, taking a bite from his food. He looked at Tenten, only now noticing the bruises she sported on her arms and the one hidden by the makeup on her face. She realized he was staring and tried to look away when he grabbed her hand over the table. "Ten-chan, don't let him hurt you again," he said, staring into her eyes. Tenten met his stare. "Ten-chan?" She thought, even more shocked than before. Lee suddenly jumped onto the table. "That was the most youthful thing I've ever seen in my life. A young man defending a woman and winning without engaging in conflict. So much yo-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh- his ears in pain. By the name of Log, what the fuck Lee? He said, pissed off. Ah, there you are, Naruto-kun. The three children looked to one of the doors in the cafeteria to see Hiruzen Sarutobi walking in. Tenten shot to her feet. Hokage-sama, she said as her and Lee bowed to him. Naruto waved to Sarutobi. Hey Gigi, you want some grub? He said casually, shocking the other two genin with his lack of respect. Tenten was about to comment when she was interrupted by a chuckle from the Hokage. Good morning you three, I'm so glad you all made it to the third section of the exam. Although it was unfortunate that Aaron explosive tag destroyed your team's target scroll Tenten, the rest of that battle was quite exquisite. The Hokage said with a smile, now standing at the head of the lunch table where the children sat at. Tenten blushed, not knowing that the Hokage was watching. Thank you Hokage-sama. She said with a light blush due to the compliment on her fighting skills. At least I think it was a compliment, she pondered the thought. Hiruzen turned to Naruto. There are a few things I saw during the exam that I need to talk to you about, Naruto. Could you gather your team and meet me at the office located on the top floor? He asked Naruto. Naruto nodded and engulfed the last egg from his plate. Sure thing Gigi, I'll go get them now. You want Kin-chan as well? He asked. The Hokage's eyes widened. Chan? How close are you to Naruto? He asked in return. Naruto hopped to his feet. Not at all really, but you told me to be polite to strangers Gigi, he said with a smile. Sarutobi smiled in return. That's nice of you Naruto, but the medic that saw to her said she'll be unconscious until the last day of the second exam at the earliest, so it will be unnecessary. He responded. Naruto nodded. Meet you up there in 10, he said as he started walking towards the door and back to his team's room. Sarutobi smiled at Naruto until the doors closed behind him. Then his face turned serious as he faced Lee and Tenten. I noticed some other things as I watched the teams interact throughout the exams. I want you two to know if you have any problems concerning your teammate, you may apply to have him checked up. A psychoanalysis if you will, he said as Tenten averted her gaze and Lee nodded seriously. Hokage-sama, I think I speak for myself and Tenten when I ask for some lenience with Neji. We know why he acts like he does, it's because of the seal on his head. Is there any way you could demolish its unyouthful uses? Lee said seriously. The Hokage frowned. I have been trying to get rid of that monstrosity since I first learned of its uses. Unfortunately, the only way I could persuade the council to ban it would be for someone with the seal to complain about its uses. But that won't happen because they're all afraid their seal will be activated, or those of their family, he said, explaining the situation to the genin. Lee nodded while staring at the table. All right then, Hokage-sama. Then I request the analysis for Neji-kun to take place on the day after these exams. The Hokage nodded at Lee's request. I will order it to be done. He promised. The Hokage then smiled to the two. On a lighter note, I am sure you two will venture far in these exams. Lee, may I suggest you also pick up using a ninja tool in the future? It may give you an unexpected edge against those that underestimate a taijutsu-only ninja, he said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Tenten got up from her chair. I agree with Hokage-sama, let's find you a suitable ninja tool, Lee, she said happily. Lee nodded with a smile, yes. I will learn the ways of the most youthful weapon I can find. And if I cannot do that, I will run 100 laps around this forest on my hands. And if I can't do that, I will. Smack. Lee was interrupted when a club collided with his skull, sending his face through the table and into the ground beneath. He looked up to see Tenten standing with the club over her shoulder. Stop it, or else I won't help you find a suitable weapon, she said. Lee jumped up to his feet, all signs of injury gone. Let us go, Tenten, he said, grabbing her hand and running to the nearest training arena. Sakura yawned and leaned on Sasuke. The two now had reactivated the transformation jutsu to appear as they had in the first exam. Sasuke raised a brow at the tired Sakura. You're enjoying this a bit too much, he said. She turned her head and looked into his eyes. Why are we still pretending, Sasuke-kun? You know how I feel about you, and it's obvious you feel something much more than friendship for me. She trailed off, not sure how to continue. Sasuke's eyes widened at the implication of Sakura's words. Sakura-chan, he whispered. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for a few seconds, slowly inching closer. Hey guys, Gigi needs to talk to us. He said itwa, Naruto yelled as he appeared in front of them, before being catapulted back down the hallway he came from, thanks to Sasuke's kick and Sakura's fist. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who looked back at her and gave a real smile. Damn it, Naruto-ni. You ruined the most perfect moment in existence. Sakura thought angrily while returning Sasuke's smile wholeheartedly. Naruto walked back in front of them, wheezing in and out. Ouch, that was painful, he mumbled. Sasuke pulled Naruto up straight. What were you saying Hokage-sama wanted? He asked. Naruto smiled up at his teammates. He saw what happened in the forest. He needs to confirm a few things. Naruto explained. How did he see that? Sakura asked with a raised brow. Naruto looked to Sakura as if she was a moron for not knowing something like that. And you're the smart one? He asked before dodging a fist. It was probably his orb thingy jutsu. Sasuke deadpanned at Naruto. It's his all-seeing orb jutsu. The orb made by the first Hokage. It's so Hokage-sama can look out at the village through any leaf that resides in a 20-mile radius from its location. It's one of the reasons Konoha's defense is so good. The Hokage can look into an enemy's outpost and analyze all their weaknesses. Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke blinking, before glancing at a leaf that blew around the corner. Naruto whispered to his teammates, let's hurry. He's in the tower, top floor. The other two nodded, and together they ran off in search of their leader. Iruka tilted his head into the doorway. Hokage-sama, Team 7 is here to see you, he said. The Hokage sat up and smiled to Iruka, while waving over the exam proctors. Let them in, Iruka-kun. Iruka nodded and stepped to the side, letting the three genin walk in. Naruto was about to wave hello when Sasuke and Sakura yanked him into a bow by his arms. Good morning, Hokage-sama, Sakura said for the whole team. The Hokage chuckled at their antics. Good afternoon, Team 7, I see you all had a good sleep in, he said while gesturing to the clock on the wall, which said 1:30 p.m. The jonin in the room were smiling as well, then a sickly-looking one coughed while gesturing to the chairs that were set up for the genin. Please have a seat, he said before coughing. The genin sat down and Naruto smiled at the Hokage. What's up, Gigi? He asked. Sarutobi smiled. One thing first. Proctors, can you see anything odd about these three? He asked wisely. The three jonin looked at Team 7 curiously for a moment before Iviki's eyes widened. They're under a transformation, and a damn good one too, he said. The other two jonin's eyes widened. Damn, these kids are good, I didn't even notice. But that means you guys had them activated the whole exam, Anko said in shock. Sarutobi smiled at the pride Team 7 was displaying. Sakura, why don't you explain since it was your idea, he said. Sakura sat up straight and looked at her teammates, they all nodded and deactivated their techniques. Seeing the Jonin's stunned reactions, the team's smiles increased. You see Hokage-sama, the only person that we know of that has seen our new look is a San team and Hinata-san, although Shino picked up on it. So most if not all of Team 8 know that we were hiding. The reason we did this is so that everyone will underestimate us as if we were just rookies, so now we got the drop on pretty much all the teams in the exam. The Jonin nodded. Deception is vital for ninja, and a true aspect for Chunin to understand, Ibiki said with a smirk. The Hokage nodded. Sasuke, could you tell us about your fights to obtain the scrolls you had upon entrance to the tower? He requested. Sasuke nodded and leant deeper into his chair. The first team we came across was a team of lightning ninja. We did a 4-step plan of ours. Naruto would distract the team with his area jutsu. In the cover of the jutsu, Sakura would stealthily make her way among the team. Then I would take out the one furthest from Sakura's position in an attention-grasping way, causing the person between myself and Sakura to pay attention to the dead teammate, allowing Sakura to deliver the final blow. It worked exactly as planned, he said with his Uchiha smirk. Anko smiled. That is exactly like an Anbu strategy for team assassinations. I'm impressed, she said. The Hokage nodded. And the next battle? Sasuke's look darkened. Naruto should explain this since he was the only one in the area conscious the entire time, he said, obviously ticked off at the thought of the fight with Orochimaru. Everyone turned to Naruto. Okay then. Well, soon after we finished the first confrontation, we were completely blindsided by someone that appeared to be a single genin from grass. They used a wind jutsu to blow Sakura away from Sasuke and I, then played with us as she kept saying. Eventually, Sasuke and I were about to pull out our ultimate destruction combination. But she appeared behind Sasuke and went to bite his neck. Luckily he moved, but she still managed to give him a funky hickey on his arm. I freaked out because it knocked him cold constantly, so I attacked with my blade. The enemy underestimated its length and I managed to cut through her face. That's when I can honestly say this shit was fucked. Sakura flicked his ear. Ow. Ne-chan, what the hell? He yelled. Sakura frowned at him. No swearing in front of Hokage-sama, she scolded to the amusement of Ikki and Hayate. Anko and Sarutobi on the other hand were listening with intense concentration. Anko interrupted the team's argument and the Jonin's chuckling. Show me your arm, Sasuke, she demanded, about to step past the Hokage's temporary desk to Sasuke. Sarutobi held her back. It is what you think, Anko, though I believe there is more to be told first. Be patient, he ordered. Anko clenched her fists and stepped back into position behind the aged cage. As you were saying, Naruto? The Hokage said with a smile. Naruto nodded. Well, I cut off her face, to reveal the snake Sanin Orochimaru. The other two Jonin froze in shock at the news as Naruto continued. He left after that, and I was left alone for a moment with Sasuke's unconscious body. Luckily, the brains of our team arrived, and when Sakura suggested we find cover, we made our way to a place she had found on her way back. He finished and nodded for Sakura to take over. I lay these two down for rest, and using Sasuke's seals, I was able to do so much better and set up some decent traps. The next morning, Naruto was up and we agreed he should go reclaim the equipment the team had expelled. But as he did that, the team from Sound attacked, which is how Kin-chan joined our troop. I subdued her and then went on to attack her teammates, but I had no clue of their sound equipment. It caught me off guard, and if Lee of last year's Team 9 hadn't arrived, I would more than likely be dead. Lee then rushed the stunned sound duo and separated them. That was the last I saw before I passed out. She trailed off, remembering a blurry Sasuke appear with a dark aura. Sasuke coughed silently, gaining the attention of the others in the room. I had woken up to see Lee get hit by an attack that almost instantly knocked him down for the count. I didn't think I would be able to help, but I was wrong. In an instant I was by Lee's side, moving him next to Sakura for safety. I rushed the auto nin and dodged his attacks with my Sharingan. Then I was able to pin him down. That's when Naruto appeared. Sasuke ended his part with a nod towards Naruto. Naruto smiled. I had returned with the stuff we left behind to see the nin Lee had flung from the clearing land. We engaged for a moment and then I finished him with my special technique. I entered the clearing to see Kin-chan standing up behind Sasuke ni. I thought she was going to attack him, so I stopped her. Sasuke finished his opponent. Then we realized Kin was thankful for being free of her teammates, if they could even be called that. He finished with a dark frown. Seeing Naruto had finished talking, Sakura finished. That is when teams 8 and 9 converged on our position, and we were able to team up and make it to the tower safely. Sarutobi nodded. Alright, I must say that is amazing. Alright Proctors, I will handle it from here. The three Jonin nodded and left the room, although Anko did so with a frown. Once the door closed, not much more now. Sakura, what took you so long to return to your team when Orochimaru was attacking them? Sarutobi asked. Naruto and Sasuke turned to Sakura in curiosity. She sighed. Alright, it went like this. Flashback. Sakura landed with a crash in a river, luckily avoiding a lot of possible damage. She got to her feet and scowled as she stepped back onto land. Shit. What is happening? I have to get back, she thought before hearing a hiss from the riverbank. She looked to her left to see a huge snake about to chomp down on her position. Eek. She squealed as the snake's mouth closed. The snake pulled away expecting to be chewing on its lunch, only to find its mouth empty. Suddenly Sakura appeared on its head. You really think a ninja would go down that easily? She taunted the snake before jabbing her claws at it. She was shocked when the snake's scales were thick enough to completely deflect the damage. Crap, she thought as she was flung off. She landed and rolled to her feet, now in a stare-off with the snake. No choice then, she thought as she deactivated the gauntlets on her arms and focused on the new bands on her legs. Let's see what this baby can do, she screamed in her head as she focused her chakra. The snake pounced on Sakura, quickly swallowing her whole. After it did so, it froze as if to check if it actually managed to eat her. After a few moments of silence, the snake hissed a sigh of satisfaction as it turned to wander off. It suddenly stopped as Sakura was standing in front of it, her legs now covered in red and pink boots that looked high-tech and caused her to be a little taller. Think straight cougar from Ed, but with the part covering her feet being red. She smirked. Well? I thought you wanted to eat me? She said cockily. The snake hissed and exploded into motion, whipping its tail around to strike Sakura. She held her smirk and kicked at the tail. Shocking first bullet, she shouted as her foot connected with the snake's tail. The impact from the kick was so powerful, it destroyed a cluster of the snake's scales and flung the snake around completely, throwing it into the air. Sakura tapped her foot once and disappeared in a speed faster than sunshine, appearing over the snake's wide eyes. She dropped her foot at its face, annihilating second bullet, she yelled as she connected, caving in the snake's jaw bones and shattering its fangs. It shrieked in pain as it fell into the river. Sakura landed on the water, sweat of exertion pouring from her, but her smirk was wide as ever. I still have one bullet left before I have to recharge. I hope this is over. Or maybe, no, better save my last trick for later in the exams, she thought. She looked at where the snake landed in the water and stepped back in shock. The corpse of the snake was actually just its shed skin. The snake appeared from underwater and actually managed to catch Sakura in its mouth. It slithered onto land and laid for a moment in victory. Exterminating last bullet. The snake's eyes widened before its head exploded. Sakura stood among the falling snake remains as she caught her breath, the leg armor deactivated as the weapon needed to recharge. Sakura started walking away, a wide grin on her face. That's why you don't mess with Team 7, we're full of surprises, she said as she started jogging towards her team. And then I got there to find Sasuke unconscious and Naruto worn out and in shock. And you know the rest from there. The remaining 3 males in the room had their jaws on the floor at Sakura's story. Sarutobi asked, May I see these bands of yours in action? I've never heard of such a thing before. Sakura stood up and stepped to the side of the desk and chairs, giving everyone a full view of her body. She sent chakra into the gauntlet on her arms first. A rainbow glow appeared around the bands for less than a second before the gauntlets phased into existence on her arms. These are the first stage of my claws. They are extremely sharp, and if I channel chakra into the tip of a claw, it will excrete whichever toxin I put in them. At the moment I only have a paralyzing agent. She then sent chakra into the bands going down her legs. The same rainbow glow enveloped the bands, then her legs were covered by the pink and red boots. If she stood with her weight on one leg, the other would bounce slightly. The gauntlets are actually an expansion of the boots, I just happened to find the claws first. These boots are called radical good speed, they boost the wearer's movements up to the speed of sound at their most basic level. It also gives access to the 3-bullet kick techniques. I hope to someday unlock the full capabilities, but I'm honestly not sure if I ever will. She finished with a smile. The Hokage leaned forward examining the equipment. This is amazing, you got these from Higurashi-san's shop? He asked. She nodded. Yep, He didn't tell me until I came back to inquire about more equipment. But apparently, these weapons have only connected to one person in the past, and that was Dan's great-great-grandmother. He was going to research her exploits for me as congrats for finishing this exam. He's very confident in us, she said before deactivating her weapons. Sasuke and Naruto sat back in shock. Damn, I'm glad that Ne-chan is on our side, Naruto said. Sasuke just nodded in agreement. Sakura sat in her chair as the Hokage coughed to gain their attention again. Now Sasuke, I need you to tell me about this bite you received, he said. Sasuke turned to the Hokage and nodded. Well, in all honesty, the best way to describe it is Orochimaru hit me with an incredibly powerful seal. I analyzed the seal, and edited it a little. He answered simply. The Hokage looked at Sasuke in shock. The cursed seal? You can understand it? He asked. Sasuke nodded. I couldn't remove anything from the seal, and sealing the whole thing wouldn't hold up properly. So I sealed away the portion that held Orochimaru's will and therefore, attraction to power. He explained. The Hokage thought over what Sasuke said, but I thought the seal was a part of Orochimaru's power? He asked. Sasuke shook his head. With my Sharingan, by looking at the mark I can see that the three tomoe actually hold one thing each. The first was a portion of Orochimaru's soul. This held his will and personality traits, like his attraction to power for example. At this point the Hokage was stunned silent at the novice's discovery. The second holds a transference seal. It siphons off 10% of my chakra every time I sleep and turns it into a much darker form, thus increasing its potency at the risk of increasing my darker emotions. He said the last part with a smirk, and the last seems to contain something physical, but it was sealed with a specific item so I can't unseal what is contained in the third tomoe unless I am in contact of the item used. Any questions? He said, his smirk becoming a full-blown smile. The Hokage looked on in shock. Why, you unraveled the curse seal? Could you do that for someone else? He asked. Easily, it would be much simpler. I could barely see the seal on my body, lucky I managed to get him to accidentally put it on my arm. Otherwise I would never be able to see it directly to change anything. He replied. The Hokage smiled at Sasuke. I think I will have you do a mission once you are done with these exams, he said, eyes alight in happiness. Unfortunately, a moment later, Sarutobi looked at the team seriously. One last thing before you all go, Naruto, I need you to explain your secret technique to your teammates. The Hokage said, stunning the team with his bluntness. Naruto looked at the aged Hokage with a raised brow. But I thought you said I can never tell anyone, he said. The Hokage nodded. Your teammates are an exception, I guess. The Hokage nodded solemnly, thinking there was a possibility that his teammates reject him for basically eating people, kinda. Naruto smiled. That's lucky, 'cause I already told them, he said, shocking the aged Kage once again. He turned to the other two. And you are okay with this? Sarutobi asked. Sasuke nodded. Why wouldn't I be? His technique has similar traits to my Sharingan. Sakura smiled as well. Every ninja has techniques that aren't exactly friendly to their opponents. I mean, what do you expect? How could he have learned all those jutsu and techniques so quickly? She asked rhetorically. The Hokage blinked at Team 7 in shock. Again. You kids, sure are something else. You're excused, I don't want a heart attack. Please leave, he mumbled before resting face down on his desk. The three genin sweat dropped at their leader's behavior. I think we should leave now, Sakura whispered while her and the boys slowly left their chairs and made towards the door. As Naruto closed the door behind their exit he whispered goodnight Gigi. Naruto-kun. Team 7 turned as Naruto's name was called by Hinata. How you guys going? Kiba asked as Team 8 approached them. Naruto smiled. Pretty good dog breath. Where are you all headed? He said jokingly. Kiba returned the smile. We're going to one of the training arenas. Your team want to join Whiskers? He asked. Naruto turned to the other members of Team 7. Sakura nodded happily while Sasuke grunted an affirmation. Guess that's a yes, lead the way you guys. He answered with a smile. Shino walked past Team 7 and continued down the hallway. The other genin followed him. Naruto glanced next to him and saw Hinata standing somewhat close to him. Sasuke noticed this and thought the timing was appropriate. Team 8, would you like to visit our house for dinner after the exam? He asked, stunning the other genin with his sudden question. Kiba raised a brow at Sasuke. What do you mean our house, you live alone, Sasuke? Kiba trailed off as he realized he was pointing out Sasuke's lack of clan. Sakura smiled at what Sasuke was trying to do. Actually, we all moved into a house together, it was simply more functional for the team. Also, Naruto and Sasuke can't cook, so there is no chance they'd survive without me, she said, winking at Kiba. Shino opened a door and the two teams entered to find an empty arena. This side of the tower has had no visitors as far as my bugs could tell, but a team from Sand entered from the south side. It would be best to avoid coming into contact with a possible rival, Shino stated. Hinata smiled at Shino. Good thinking, Shino-kun. Sasuke-san, I think will accept your invitation, she said without any stutter. Naruto noticed, hey Hinata-chan. You didn't stutter at all then. He pointed out with a smile. She blushed at the praise. Why yeah. She replied. Shino and Kiba sighed in defeat. She finally stopped. They thought. Sakura interrupted, you guys wanna spar? At the thought of a battle, Kiba leapt in excitement. Hell yeah. Shino nodded, who shall partner with whom? He inquired. Sasuke stood in front of Kiba. I'll start with Kiba, Hinata, and Sakura, Naruto and Shino. We will rotate every 20 minutes. Sound good? He asked. Everyone nodded and separated. All right, rules? Naruto asked. Shino's reply was cut off by the entrance door to this arena slamming open and Team 10 running in, looking extremely battered and bruised. Sakura and Hinata were the first to arrive to them. Are you guys okay? Sakura asked. Choji fell to the ground, dropping an unconscious Ino into Sakura's arm. Medic, please. He wheezed out before falling unconscious. The others were about to run over when Shino stopped them. We aren't allowed to interfere, they must work out the riddle, he stated. Kiba tried to push past. Are you kidding? They need help, he said. Sasuke pulled Naruto and Kiba back from Shino. Then go get a medic quickly. The two boys nodded and ran off towards the medical ward. Shikamaru was staring at the riddle on the wall, trying to concentrate but barely able to see the distance. Scrolls, open, the scrolls, he said, pulling out his team's scrolls and pulling the first one undone. It started to smoke but Shika coughed up blood and passed out before he could open the second one. Hinata opened the scroll and yelled, hurry. Iruka appeared, another team? He said with a smile before assessing the situation. What happened? He asked as he picked up Choji. Sasuke, grab Shika. Sakura, Ino. Hinata, use your Byakugan to locate the closest medic. Shino, use your bugs to determine whether they are poisoned or weakened from blood loss. He ordered, showing the team a real Chunin's leadership. The Genin moved into action instantly. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Naruto-kun and Kiba-kun have made it to the medical ward. The nurses there are setting up bays for these three while two medic ninja are on their way here, she said as the team started to move down the main corridor towards the medic ward. Iruka nodded. Great work you four, he said as he moved faster. The medics came around the corner and started running next to them on the way to the medical ward. What is their status? The first medic asked, activating a diagnostic jutsu and running her hands over Choji who was in Iruka's grasp. Shino pulled bugs back from Shikamaru and Choji, and sent them to Ino. Choji appears to have nearly empty chakra reserves. Shikamaru seems physically exhausted and damaged ribs. Ino has a healthy amount of blood but is poisoned. Luckily it is one I am familiar with. My bugs will have it out of her system in 20 minutes. Do you have an antidote kit in the medic bay? He reported to the medic. She nodded and moved to Ino as they came around the last corner to medical bay. I will have this team up and active by tomorrow morning. With your quick action they may even be ready for the preliminaries, Iruka. She finished as they burst into the room. The three genin were placed on a different bench each. Vacate the room please, Aburame-san, please stay and continue to remove the poison. The medic said as she healed the lacerations on Choji's body and gave him a soldier pill. The door closed in front of the remaining 5 genin, cutting off their view of what was happening in the room. Iruka coughed, gaining the attention of the stunned genin. You all worked very hard, it was lucky you were all there. You are true shinobi, and I'm proud of you for saving your fellow ninja, he said while ushering them to a collection of couches that sat against the wall. Maybe you should go back to your rooms, they will be ready for visitors after some rest, Iruka said. Naruto stood up from his seat. No. I'm waiting here to see them, they were our classmates and now our comrades. I will be here for them when they need me, he said stubbornly before sitting back down and folding his arms. Iruka sighed, all right Naruto, you can stay but I'm sure that. Iruka looked around to see the other genin getting comfortable. You're all gonna wait? He asked. Kiba nodded, Whiskers is right, they are part of the pack. Inuzuka always look after their pack, he stated firmly with Akamaru barking in agreement. Iruka glanced at all the genin and smiled, "You kids, look after yourselves all right?" A tear of happiness fell from his eye as he turned and walked away to report the situation to the Hokage. They're growing up. I couldn't be prouder of my ex-students. Chapter 11, Preliminaries begin. Sakura woke up with a quiet yawn. Looking around, she noticed how the now 6 genin slept around the room. Looking opposite her position, she saw Kiba sprawled over half of a long couch, his feet handing off the armrest with Akamaru resting on his chest. Shino sat slightly slumped on the opposite side of the couch, looking almost the same as he would awake except for the lack of sunglasses over his closed eyes. She looked to her left to see Naruto sitting back on a couch, his head lolled over the headrest as he snored lightly. She realized his henge must have disengaged in his sleep. Hinata lay curled in a ball, her head resting on Naruto's left leg as she slept with a smile. Sakura smiled at the view of her peace-filled friends. "I wonder how Team 10 is doing," she thought when she felt movement on her side. She looked from her spot leaning on something to see that the something was in fact Sasuke's shoulder. She flushed red when she realized they had slept in each other's embrace the full night. She looked down and noticed his henge had dropped as well. "I guess I really do have an incomprehensible amount of control," she thought with a smile before snuggling up closer to Sasuke and closing her eyes. A moment later, Shino suddenly stood from his place on the couch and put shades on. He turned his head to Kiba and scratched Akamaru's ear. The dog woke up and yipped in happiness. This had the effect of waking up Kiba and Sasuke. Sasuke sat up straight but didn't release Sakura from his grasp. "Morning, Sakura-chan," he whispered in her ear. She smiled and mumbled back, "Morning." Kiba sat up fully as Akamaru jumped onto his head. "What's up, Shino?" he asked groggily. Shino adjusted his glasses. "The insect I left in the room has returned to me. She says Shikamaru is awake, and the other 2 are stirring as well," he whispered as he turned to Hinata and Naruto, who were both peacefully asleep. The other 3 ninjas followed his gaze and let out a small giggle. Shino pulled out a camera and took a photo of the 2, shocking the others with his action. Flash! The camera's bright light woke Naruto and Hinata up straight away, Naruto instinctively pulling out his sword and standing in a battle position in front of Hinata, who was rubbing her eyes at the wake-up call. Shino had already hidden the camera before Naruto stood up. "Naruto-san, I do believe that is the legendary blade of Zabuza Momochi. How is it that you obtained such a weapon?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto blinked to clear his view and realized that it was just his comrades that woke him. "Oh, spoils of war?" he asked in a way that was checking to see if Team 8 would believe him. Kiba blinked and realized Naruto's full attire was different, along with Sasuke's. "What the hell? Were you guys under a henge the whole time?" he asked in shock. Sakura sighed and dropped her disguise as well. "Yeah, it was to mislead all the ninja that would have recognized us as a threat," she explained. Sasuke stood from his spot on the couch. "Guess there's no point in hiding now," he said. Shino stealthed fully past the camera to Sakura while Naruto was distracted with sheathing his blade and helping a tired Hinata to her feet. "I want these developed. Hinata will find it if it is in my possession," he whispered softly. Kiba got everyone's attention. "Yo, Shino says the team is almost up. Let's say hi," he said as he started walking towards the medical wing's doors. The other genin got up quickly and followed Kiba towards where Team 10 was. Arriving at the doors, Kiba and Shino opened them inwards, allowing the other genin through first. Sasuke was the first to have a view of Team 10, and saw that Choji was awake, eating some fruit that was left between him and Shikamaru. Sasuke approached the 2 and snagged an apple that had just been knocked out of the basket. Choji recognized someone ducking down next to his bed. "Well, that's weird," he thought as he leaned over to see who it was. Sasuke stood up suddenly, only inches away from Choji, who leapt back into his pillows from shock. Sasuke nonchalantly raised a brow and took a bite from the apple. "How you feeling, Cho?" he asked. Choji looked on shocked, not realizing as Naruto grabbed a banana and sat on the end of his bed. "I must be delusional. Firstly, Sasuke doesn't wear an outfit like that, and why would he care how I'm feeling?" he thought. Naruto patted Choji's foot, getting his attention. "Yo, Choji. How you feeling?" he said rather loudly. Choji smiled when he realized he wasn't delusional. "Wow, I really have friends like this?" he thought, his smile turning into a full-blown grin. "I'm feeling much better. The nurse said I was just lacking in chakra. But since I have Akamiki blood, I can turn foods that I eat straight into chakra," he said, taking a handful of grapes from the basket. Sasuke took another bite out of the apple he was holding. Good to know, Cho. How sleeping beauty? He asked, nodding to Shikamaru, who had his eyes closed and was breathing softly. Choji threw a grape at Shika, saying, "He's up." "Just pretending." Shikamaru caught the grape and put it in his mouth before sitting up. "Damn it, Choji, I wanted to stay out of the whole team reunion thing. This is so troublesome," he mumbled as Shino stood at the foot of his bed. "It would be logical that you explain what occurred in the forest to have hindered your team so badly. I would assume a team from the grass village, considering the poison that was found inside Ino," he stated with a monotone. Shikamaru nodded. "Yeah, it was a grass team. They ambushed us. They attacked Ino first, hoping to eliminate her straight away. Choji noticed a kunai with an explosive tag on it and pushed Ino out of the way. He was caught in the blast and hurled a long way away from us. I turned and caught 2 of them in my cage main jutsu, then activated a tag that I had placed under them just a moment before, blowing off their legs." He frowned and looked a little green at the thought. "Those 2 just lay screaming for a while, until I killed them." He stopped talking and sat forward. "Sorry, it was just. I've never killed before, it was hard." He held his head in his hands and closed his eyes. Feeling someone grab his shoulder, he looked up to see Naruto holding a glass of water to him. Naruto smiled. "The first one is always the hardest, but it helps to think of it as you were protecting your team, not I killed you cause I wanted to. See the difference?" he said with a smile. Shika nodded with a smile. "So I was right, you have been hiding something. It's your whole team, right?" Naruto nodded. "Thought so, man, this is troublesome," Shikamaru mumbled as an afterthought. Kiba barked out, that doesn't really explain why Ino was poisoned and Choji was running on empty." Choji stopped eating and glared at the blanket as he clenched his hands. "Their third teammate cut Ino with a kadachi. She naturally fell away to get distance and I think a fair bit of shock. I stepped in and well, in all honesty, I was angry," Choji said wearily, glancing across the room at Ino, who was sitting up and talking animatedly with Sakura while Hinata nodded along. "They hurt her, so I hurt them," he said in a no-nonsense tone. Sasuke raised a brow. "So your chakra loss?" he asked. "Self-induced and totally worth it," Choji replied with a dark grin as he stared at his hands. Shika looked at Choji in concern. "The only problem is that you won't be able to fight in the prelims today. Ino and I are nearly at 100%, but you won't be for a few days at the least," he said. Choji looked up at the genin around him. "I will at least give it a try, though I can't do many jutsu at the moment," he said a little disgruntledly. Sasuke passed him another piece of fruit. "Better eat up, Cho, you'll need the energy. This exam technically finishes at midday, so we all have about 4 hours," he said. At that moment Sakura and Hinata walked over, while Ino wobbly walked between them. Ino sat on the edge of Choji's bed. "Well, I'm ready for it, whatever it is we can handle it. I mean, we are the first rookies to make it to the 3rd stage in like 10 years, she said as she smiled at everyone around her. "Thanks for taking care of the poison, Shino," she finished. Shino nodded and noticed Choji seemed disgruntled at the lack of thanks he received. "You should be thankful to Choji-san, I wouldn't have been able to help you if he hadn't carried you here. With 0 chakra, and after saving your life. Twice," he replied, hinting not so subtly that Choji is a hero. Ino's eyes widened. "You did that for me, Choji?" she asked as she looked at his blushing face. He realized everyone's attention was on him, as well as the attention of his lifelong crush. "Well, yeah, I guess I did," he said, nervously smiling at her. Ino leaned forward and kissed his forehead, causing his whole face to light up. "Thank you, Choji-kun," she said as she hugged him. Choji grinned and hugged her in return. He, anytime," he said with a smile. At that moment, the senseis of the Rookie 9 walked into the medical ward. "Well, hello everyone, it's good to see you all made it," Kakashi said with an eye smile. The genin turned to their sensei and greeted them. They started ample conversation mostly about the exam. Except for Team 7, which was oddly quiet. Kakashi noticed their behavior and waved them away from the others. "All right, what's the damage?" he asked, immediately knowing something was wrong. Sakura was the one to reply. "Actually, in comparison to all the good things that has happened, it seems extremely minuscule." She trailed off, unsure of how to say it. Kakashi stood and waited. "Well?" he asked after a moment. Naruto spoke up. "Essentially, Orochimaru the snake Sannin attacked us and gave Sasuke an evil hickey." Kakashi stared at them in shock. "The snake Sannin attacked you?" he asked skeptically. Sasuke nodded and pulled his sleeve up, showing the mark, which looked as it normally did, but the tomoe were now shaped as a semicircle on top of a cone. I took care of it, sensei. Actually I think I may have improved it, Sasuke said with a smile. Kakashi blinked in shock again. Does Hokage-sama know about this? He asked. The team nodded. Yep, he said that unless it acts up at all, he'll let me handle it until then, Sasuke said, rolling his sleeve back down. Kakashi sighed. You guys, by the name of Log, I swear you're the craziest genin in existence, he said, holding his head and bringing his squad back to the group. As they arrived they heard, Us Jonin decided you all should do a little physical warm-up before the last part of these exams, Asuma said as he lit up a cigarette. Kurenai grabbed it and stomped it out. Seriously? In a medical center? She said angrily. He sighed. Fine. Everyone, let's go to one of the arenas. Asuma finished as he walked from the room. The others followed after him, Team 10 a little slower than the others but still keeping up. The group arrived at an arena at 9 in the morning. Kakashi stepped in front of the group of gathered genin. Alright guys, we decided to give you all 3 exercises each. My first is a simple jog, around this arena, he stated. Teams 8 and 10 smiled and seemed happy with the exercise. Until Kakashi finished explaining it. 30 times while tied to your teammates, he said while pulling out 6 pieces of rope. There was an awkward silence that was broken by Sakura. Seriously, sensei? We get to do it without the blindfolds? Sweet, Naruto said excitedly. The team stared at them in shock while Kakashi started tying the children together. Well? Why are you waiting? Get started, he said, kicking Kiba to give Team 8 a head start. They ended up falling on their face. I said go, Kakashi yelled far too enthusiastically. Alright, I think we should head over to the battle arena now, Asuma said as he looked at the genin who didn't seem too tired, but definitely frustrated. Ino turned to Team 7, who was standing in a perfect pyramid, Sakura standing with a foot on both Sasuke and Naruto's shoulders, while they were blindfolded, while Chakra walking down the wall. You guys always do these training exercises? She asked as she stood from her place on the floor. 2 more steps then we reach the floor, boys, Sakura said as the team walked upright again and pulled off their blindfolds. Yeah, Ino, it promotes teamwork. At least that's what Kakashi-sensei says. Sakura fell backwards into the grasp of Naruto and Sasuke, then they flipped her around till she landed on her feet perfectly. I'm not entirely sure I believe him, she said jokingly, flaunting the teamwork skills of Team 7. Ino was about to retort when she was interrupted by a voice over the speakers. Attention all patrons of the building, cough, cough, would all patrons participating in the Chunin exams report to, cough, cough. The main arena. The voice cut out with a round of coughs. Kakashi clapped. That's our cue, everyone follow me, he said lazily as he walked out of the current arena and into a hallway that connects them all. The others followed him. Naruto looked up at all the people in the room as the rookie 9 entered. The Hokage stood with the first 2 exam proctors by his sides and the Jonin sensei of each team next to them. He stepped forward as Team 7 got into formation behind Naruto. Hello genin of the Stone, Sand and Leaf villages. I would like to congratulate each of you on getting this far, but as some of you may know, the 3rd section of the Chunin exam is one-on-one battles. These battles will take place in front of a large crowd to show off the power of our 3 villages. That means we have to keep these battles interesting, and unfortunately for you all, we simply have too many genin here. The Hokage's statement wasn't taken well. Many of the genin started to murmur in confusion until Kiba yelled out, so some of us are just gonna be kicked out? The Hokage was about to continue when suddenly, the sickly Jonin appeared in front of him and kneeling. Hokage-sama, may I handle this from here? Cough cough, he said. The Hokage nodded and stepped back. Go ahead Hayate-kun. He spoke gently. Hayate spun from his kneeling position and stood tall. Cough, hello everyone. My name is Hayate and I'll be the referee for some preliminary battles we'll have right now, he said ending with a cough. Preliminaries? A stone genin asked. Hayate nodded, yes, cough cough. This will half your numbers and provide us with the perfect amount of people for entertaining and well-timed matches, he said, once again finishing with a cough. If you'll all make your way to the balconies, we can get started. Anko? He said as the genin made their way to the viewing balconies. Anko nodded and spoke into a headset she wore. Open it up. Everyone looked at the screen that became visible on the wall. This screen will randomly sell cough cough, select the matches. But first of all, is there anyone who wants to quit now? Hayate asked, scanning the contestants. I can barely function as it is. I'm not ready for a battle. A voice said from the back of the group. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see a hunched-over Kabuto with his hand in the air. Hayate looked at a board he held in his hand. "All right, Kabuto Yakashi." "Dismissed," he said, for once not coughing. Kabuto left the room limping, while holding his ribs. Wonder what happened to him? Naruto thought as he turned back to Hayate. Hayate gestured to the screen. "Let's get started, I guess." "Cough cough," he said as a list of names started being run through a round of verses. The names stopped, showing the first two combatants. "Would Shikamaru of the Leaf and Moigi of Stone please come down?" Hayate said. Shikamaru let out a groan. "Oh man, I have to fight a girl? What a drag," he mumbled as he hopped over the railing and fell to the ground. Moigi leapt down with a flip. "What was that? You think girls aren't worth fighting?" she said angrily. Shika raised a brow at her obvious rage. "This is way too easy." "I didn't say it, you did," he stated with a bored expression, increasing her anger. Hayate stepped back waving his hand. "Begin." The girl got into a battle stance expecting something to happen. She was wrong. "Geez, even your stance is weak," Shikamaru said with a yawn, not even bothering with getting into a stance. Moigi growled, "I'll show you." She screamed as she pulled out a kunai and ran at the lazy Nara, completely abandoning any tactics. Shikamaru watched her approach with a calculated gaze. 3, 2, 1, now. He thought before falling backwards, dodging the swipe and pulling Moigi over him. She impacted the ground and rolled onto her back as Shika flipped back onto his feet. Suddenly, she realized she couldn't move. "Cage main success," Shikamaru stated. "What did you do?" Moigi yelled from the ground. Shikamaru just raised his left arm in front of him as if he was holding something. Moigi copied the movement, now holding her kunai above her neck. "If I open up your hand, you will release your kunai and gravity will do the rest, allowing it to plunge into your neck. I apologize about what you thought I meant. In all honesty, women scare me. I have a banshee of a mother and a gossip teammate that will gladly hurt me. So I want to clear this up. I was taunting you and it worked. Give up or die," he stated as he lifted one finger up, thus causing her to start releasing her blade. Moigi's eyes widened as she realized something vital to her survival. "Oh my god, I was played the whole time," she thought. Shika released one more finger. "I give up," Moigi yelled with her eyes closed. Hayate nodded. "Winner, Shikamaru." "Cough cough," he said. Shika moved the kunai away from her and released the jutsu. "You should focus on holding back that rage. Then you might have beaten me," he said as he walked away from the aggravated girl. She sat up with a frown and sheathed her kunai. "Damn it, stupid leaf ninjas," she thought as she walked up to her team with a frown on her face. Hayate coughed again, drawing everyone's attention to him. The next match. The screen once again ran through random names before stopping. "Lee of the Leaf and Misumi of the Leaf, please come down." Lee leapt down and landed in a fighting stance. "Let our flames of youth explode," he yelled to Misumi was standing opposite him. Misumi raised a confused brow. Sure, I guess," he said. "Begin," Hayate stated before moving away. "Youth," Lee yelled as he sprinted at Misumi with incredible speed. Misumi stepped back in shock before relaxing. Suddenly Lee's fist impacted Misumi's chest. "What the?" Lee said as Misumi's body seemed to have changed into rubber to absorb the blow. Misumi chuckled, "I can dislocate every joint in my body and use my chakra to stretch to any length and move my innards around to avoid any damage and do things like this." He finished with a yell before swinging his arms around Lee and locking his upper body in place. "Now die," he yelled as he began to squeeze. He expected to hear a crack or at least a yell of pain. "It is unfortunate for you, comrade. It appears as though you just aren't stronger than me. Therefore you cannot overpower me," Lee said as he pushed back and spun, now facing away from Misumi and allowing the arms to wrap around him again. "Let us finish this," he said while bending down and pulling Misumi's gripping arms with him. Misumi stumbled forward in shock and landed on Lee's back. "What are yo-yo-oo-ooth?" Lee interrupted as he launched them both straight up. From his position, Misumi could do nothing but yell in shock as the duo rose upwards. His yell was suddenly cut off when his head impacted the very edge of the balcony he had just jumped down from. "Gah!" he let out as he was knocked into unconsciousness from the blow, his head now letting out some blood. Lee continued to fly up past the balcony and flipped before landing on the railing, facing Misumi's teammate. "I am sorry for injuring your teammate," he stated far too loudly before flipping over the arena and landing on the opposite railing in front of Kakashi and Guy. Hayate blinked at the unusually short battle. "That's twice now. What an odd bunch. Cough cough, winner, Lee. Could we please have a medic for Misumi? Hayate ordered as a medical team ran in and picked up Misumi's unconscious form from the ground, his dislocated limbs trailing behind him as he was carried out. Lee turned to his sensei, Guy-sensei. I managed to show my youth without revealing any of my secret techniques, he yelled deafeningly. Guy smiled, Lee. Your youth is overflowing, he yelled in return. Lee teared up, Guy-sensei. So did Guy, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. The two embraced as a genjutsu appeared behind them. They now were on a beach staring into the sunset in each other's arms as a huge wave broke against the rock they stood on. Everyone looked on in confusion, more confusion and a side of disgust. What the fuck am I witnessing? Naruto asked as he stepped behind Kakashi in fear. Kakashi glanced up from his book and saw what his eternal rival was doing. He sighed. Guy, it is unyouthful to interrupt an event that is deemed important to the many elemental nations, he said simply. Instantly, the two spandex-wearing green beasts were separated and they were writing in a notebook. Unyouthful, interrupting, important, events. The two muttered as they continued writing. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the scared Genin and glancing at Hayate. Sorry about that, he gets excited easily, Kakashi said as he smiled. Hayate coughed with a smile. I know Kakashi, thank you. Now on to the third match. Cough cough, he said as the board scrolled through the names again. Would Choji of the Leaf and Temari of the Sand please come down? Choji jogged down the stairs and turned to face his opponent who had just leapt over the rail. I hope I won't need to do too many jutsu, I barely have enough chakra for a couple of partial expansions. Nowhere near enough for a human boulder jutsu. On the plus side, she doesn't know I have near zero chakra, maybe I can find a way to use that to my advantage. He thought as he stood in a defensive stance. Temari smirked, he's not at full health. It's obvious because he's from the Akamiki clan, who are primarily offensive fighters, yet he takes a defensive stance. Begin. Temari pulled out her fan and opened it up to the first moon. He doesn't seem to have any physical ailments, so it's either chakra or he's mentally distraught. Let's see which. She thought before swinging her fan at Choji, unleashing a whirlwind at Choji. Choji acted quickly and dove out of the way before started to run at her. Gotta get in close and take her out. Temari saw the focus in his eyes and his readiness for combat. He's ready to fight, so it isn't mental trauma from a battle. It's more than likely he's got a low well of chakra, only one way to know for sure. She thought as she blocked his punch with her fan, then leapt away from him. Choji frowned, not as I expected this battle to be. He thought as he ran at her again. She smirked and unfolded her fan fully. You are certainly confident for a kid with no chakra. She taunted him. Her quip about his chakra level made him stumble. What? How does she Kamadachi? She yelled, interrupting his thought train. He looked back at her to see her just finishing a swing with her fan. He was suddenly hit with a wall of wind that blew him back as well as slash up his body. Before he could even register the pain, his body collided with the arena wall, knocking him out. Choji! Team 10 yelled in shock as he was sliced up and pushed into the wall. Temari stopped her attack and placed her fan back on her back. Too easy, she said. Hayate frowned at the brutality shown by Temari. Winner, Temari. Medics, he yelled, signaling for a medical team to take Choji. The remainders of Team 10 looked on as Choji was carried away. Ino teared up. He couldn't use any of his jutsu to defend himself, because of me. She thought in sadness. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked to see Sakura supporting her. I'm sorry Choji was hurt, but remember it was his choice to continue. Ino. His alone, she said with a small smile. Ino nodded and was about to reply when Hayate's voice interrupted. Sakura of the Leaf and Tenten of the Leaf. Sakura smiled and patted Ino's shoulder once more. Wish me luck, she said as she vaulted over the rail. Sakura landed opposite Tenten and said, let's have a good match, okay? Tenten smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'll try not to rough you up too much. Rookie, she said tauntingly but still friendly. Up in the stands, Neji scoffed, as if a rookie would be able to even stand near the same level as someone from my team. Misumi's teammate walked next to him. You're right, I'm willing to bet the pink one is just some fangirl, he chuckled as he waited for the carnage to come. Begin, Hayate stated as he jumped back. Tenten spun and whipped out a scroll in one hand and 4 kunai in the other. Ha, she yelled as she flung the kunai with perfect precision. Sakura fell into a push-up position to dodge the kunai. She pushed up to her feet and stood in a defensive position. Come on Tenten, I know you have more than that, she said with a grin. Tenten whipped the scroll around her and whipped out heaps of different weapons and started pitching them at Sakura. How about this, she said. Sakura smiled and waited for the first weapons to come near her. The moment they were within range of striking, Sakura disappeared in a pink blur that suddenly stopped halfway up the wall opposite the statue of the hands, the weapons which almost hit her impacting where she was standing after she stopped moving. Almost got me, she yelled to Tenten. Tenten looked in shock at Sakura's speed. She's as fast as Lee is. Sakura smiled. My turn, she said before flying at Tenten at her awesome speed. Tenten pulled out a combat staff and swung it on a collision course with where Sakura would end up. Gotcha, she yelled as her pole swung. Sakura ducked under the staff and swung at Tenten with her fist. Tenten managed to block the strike with her weapon and push Sakura away. I see, you're not that fast. You have some technique that lets you travel faster across a surface, but your combat is still average speed, Tenten said in triumph of figuring out part of Sakura's technique. Sakura got into a taijutsu stance, her hands facing forward and crouched low. Her smirk widened. This'll be fun, she said. Tenten got into a stance as well, wielding the staff which now had a blade sticking from the top. I think you should arm yourself, Sakura, although no kunai will do you any good, Tenten stated. Sakura's smirk turned into a full-blown grin. Good thing I have these, she said and sent chakra to the bands on her arms. Everyone's eyes widened when Sakura's arms suddenly disappeared in a rainbow glow. Get ready, Sakura yelled before charging at Tenten. As she moved, the rainbow glow was left behind. Everyone got a view of Sakura's clawed gauntlets. All of the people who didn't know she owned them were shocked at the weapons. Sakura appeared in front of Tenten and stabbed at her chest with her claws. Tenten was parrying her strikes with some difficulty, since her naginata didn't have the speed Sakura did with her weapons. Shit. She won't let me get any room to change weapons. Tenten thought as Sakura kept pushing her back with her varying strikes and swipes. Suddenly, Sakura whipped her foot up in an unexpected maneuver that connected with Tenten's jaw. At the same time, Tenten swung the pole end of her weapon which connected with Sakura's shoulder. The two flew apart, Tenten up into the air with her eyes closed and Sakura to the side, but she never lost the smirk she held at the start. Tenten lost her grip on the naginata and quickly flipped while pulling out a kusarigama. She opened her eyes expecting to see Sakura either on the floor or ready to engage in combat. Instead she found nothing. Tenten jumped back. Where did you go? She asked to herself quietly as she landed in top of the statue. Tenten stood in silence, waiting for Sakura to appear from where she had no idea. Maybe she's hiding with a genjutsu? She thought. She closed her eyes and focused the chakra to release a genjutsu. Opening them, she found no difference. What the hell? She thought. Tenten behind you, Lee yelled from his place in the stands. Tenten turned to see Sakura flying at her, so Tenten threw the weight of her weapon at Sakura's unprotected form. Gotcha, she yelled as the weapon connected, only to go straight through her as if she didn't exist. Tenten's eyes widened in shock. A clone? She asked rhetorically. Yep. Tenten looked down at the voice to see Sakura partially sticking out of the top of the statue, grasping her ankles. Tenten was about to attack when she was suddenly enveloped in darkness. There was a feeling of movement, then suddenly she was able to see again. Tenten looked around in shock. What happened? She asked as she discovered she was buried up to her head. Sakura crouched in front of her. I won, she said simply and held a clawed hand to Tenten's throat. Winner, Sakura. Cough cough. Sakura dove underground and suddenly there was darkness again for Tenten. A moment later, she was falling out of the wall above her team and landing on her knees behind them. Sakura landed by her side. Sakura pulled Tenten to her feet. Having deactivated her claws, that was fun, Tenten, she said with a smile. Tenten looked at Sakura in shock. Damn. How did that even happen? She asked. Sakura stepped away. Just a little earth jutsu I know, she said secretly. Tenten, Lee said as he ran to them, that was a most youthful match. I am quite proud of you, my teammate. He finished with a thumbs up. She was about to reply when a harsh slap collided with her face, knocking her to the ground. She looked up to see an enraged Neji. How dare you? I told you to win and you disobey fate's order? He raised his hand to strike her again when it was caught. He turned to yell at the person holding his arm back when his gaze met crimson-slitted eyes. Back off before I kill you. Naruto growled out. Neji shook his arm free and glared at Naruto. about to attack when Guy grabbed him. Neji. Stop this now. He ordered. Neji stepped back and was about to leave the stadium, Hinata of the Leaf and Neji of the Leaf. He stopped and grinned darkly. I guess fate has smiled upon me today, he said and leapt into the stadium. Are you alright, Ten-chan? Naruto asked as he held her hand and pulled her back onto her feet. Tenten nodded sadly and moved away from everyone. It's fine. I'm used to it, she mumbled as she now stood behind her sensei, hiding from the other genin. Hinata fiddled with her fingers before walking down the stairs to face her cousin. I hope Ni-san has calmed down, I wonder why he attacked his teammate. She thought as she stood opposite him. Neji smirked. Hinata-sama, he practically spat out, I am pleased to inform you I will beat you down on this day. Hinata's eyes widened in shock. And Ni-san? She asked, being quite afraid of his dark demeanor. Neji took an offensive stance. Proctor, start the match, he stated. Hayate frowned at Neji's attitude. How rude, children shouldn't act so hate-filled. He thought. Begin. Hinata took a weak stance while Neji activated his Byakugan without hand seals. You are not fit to lead the clan, Hinata-sama, you are weak and you have no confidence. The leader of the clan needs to be strong and smart, he stated with a glare. I can see all of your weaknesses, your lack of finesse in your stance, your closed-in posture practically cries out your self-incompetence. You are weak. He finished with a gruesome smile. Hinata stepped back in shock. And Ni-san, I don't know why you are acting this way, but I do not know that I won't be back down, she stuttered out and activated her Byakugan with 2 hand seals. Neji frowned. Fine. I will show you what fate has intended for you, he said as he charged forward. Hinata stepped into a defensive stance and the two clashed in a speedy display of palm thrusts, shooting chakra off at each strike. Neji was angered that Hinata chose to stand and fight. Combined with his rage at Tenten, he was ready to kill someone. So instead of holding back like he planned to, he unleashed a vicious combination that knocked Hinata off her feet and away from him. She landed on her back and coughed up blood. Oh well, at least I tried. I guess Ni-san is just stronger than I am. She stood to her feet and was about to surrender when suddenly she found she was unable to move her feet. She looked up in shock to see Neji in a low stance. I will finish this. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, he yelled as he shot forward. Hinata watched her cousin approach in fear. I might die if this attack hit me. She realized as the first strike landed. 2 palms. His strikes hit Hinata's shoulders, knocking her back, but into motion. P. Proctor. 4 palms. These next strikes hit along her hips, momentarily disabling her ability to channel chakra through her legs. I forfeit. She screamed. 8 palms. Neji continued his attack in fury, ignoring her plea. 16 palms. Hayate suddenly appeared between the two genin. He grasped Neji's wrists and halted the attack. Neji Hyuga. Stop now or I will disqualify you, he yelled, for once not even hinting at his sickly state. Neji's attack was fully halted, so he stepped away in disgust, spitting on the floor at Hinata's feet. Worthless. He muttered as she collapsed. Hinata started to fall to the ground. Why? She thought as she recalled Neji's harsh actions. Suddenly she felt herself be caught. She opened her eyes to see Naruto looking down at her, scared for her safety. Hinata-chan, are you okay? He asked. She smiled weakly and nodded, before coughing a glob of blood on his forehead. Sorry and Naruto-kun, she mumbled weakly before curling into his grasp, unconscious. Naruto, ignoring the blood, picked her up bridal style and turned to Neji, his eyes crimson and slitted. Neji Hyuga, he muttered, grabbing Neji's attention. Neji turned to Naruto, his Byakugan still active as they glared at each other. What do you want, trash? Neji stated as an order. Naruto looked up as Hinata's blood dripped down his face, covering his eyelids and making it appear as though he cried tears of blood. I vow on Hinata-chan's blood, you will pay for the torture you've pushed your team and your family through. You will experience much pain before I even begin to let up on your punishment. He promised as the blood seeped down his jaw. Neji twitched before shaking, holding in his fear. It doesn't matter if I feel fear, fate is on my side. He smirked at Naruto before turning away. Keep dreaming, freak, he said as he walked back to the balcony. Naruto turned away and called for a medic. One appeared and Naruto passed Hinata to them. Look after her, please, he whispered to the medic. Who just nodded with a small smile before running off with Hinata to the medical ward. Next fight, Naruto of the Leaf and Kankuro of the Sand. Hayate said, reading from the screen. Kankuro frowned. I better focus, this kid is strong, he thought as he leapt to the stadium floor. Start the fight, Proctor, Naruto said without turning back to meet Kankuro's form. Hayate nodded. Begin. Naruto looked over his shoulder and glared at Kankuro. You already caused her pain, and now she has to suffer more? He yelled in rage, putting Kankuro on guard. I will stop you from hurting anyone ever again. Naruto screamed, the blood flying across his face as he unsheathed Kubikiri Bocho. You're dead. Chapter 12, Prelims Part 2, The Pain of Loss. You're dead. Naruto screamed as he whipped his sword around and into a stance. Kankuro stood across from him, scared but confident. I can take him, he's just a leaf rookie, he thought as he pulled a package off of his back. Naruto glared at Kankuro, Hinata's blood dripping down his face. I swore to Hiashi-sama that you would die, how can I do so before the proctor tries to step in? He asked rhetorically. I hack him to pieces faster than they can react, he thought with a dark sneer. Kankuro took Naruto's lack of attack as an invitation. He threw the package off to the side of the arena and started sprinting at Naruto. Naruto was confused by Kankuro's actions. Wouldn't a puppet master want to be further away than up close? He thought. He looked at the package and noticed it was moving, even if it was only slightly. Kamada. Naruto ran straight at the Kankuro that was charging him. He swung his massive blade in hopes of destroying the puppet. Naruto's blade connected and the puppet was sliced in half. Naruto looked on in shock as the puppet fell to the ground. Many people on the balconies gasped in shock at the display of someone being hacked in half. Naruto focused on the puppet. Any second now. The puppet's upper body suddenly spun around and spat a purple ball at Naruto. Poison. Naruto thought as he pulled his mask up over his nose and was engulfed by a cloud of poisonous smoke. Kankuro stood from his bandaged disguise. Too easy, you're dead now if you don't get proper medical attention, so why don't you give up? He said with a smirk. Kankuro waited for a response. What he heard surprised him. Wind style, great breakthrough. Suddenly the toxic cloud flew towards Kankuro's position as he dodged to the side with a quick dive. Shit. A wind user? He thought as he rolled to his feet and drew his puppet back to him. Naruto leapt from the remains of the poison cloud and landed in front of Kankuro. He yanked down his orange face mask. This is on me for a reason, moron, he stated before pulling the mask back up in case the puppet user tried more poison. Kankuro frowned and began a complex attack with his puppet. It shot a handful of senbone from one of its arms, then charged behind them towards Naruto. Naruto swung his sword, deflecting all the senbone and halting the approach of the puppet. Kankuro smiled. Crow, he yelled and moved his fingers. The puppet, now dubbed Crow, flew over Naruto and swung a blade at his unprotected back. Smirking, Naruto pushed his palm behind him. Decapitating air waves, he yelled. The puppet was launched back, and to Kankuro's fear it shattered against the wall it collided with. Kankuro fell back in shock. Crow? You were defeated? He thought. Naruto spun quickly. Now. Before he forfeits. Kyuubi yelled to Naruto, spurring him on. Naruto deactivated his weights and dropped his sword. Kankuro, who had raised his hand, paused for a moment in confusion. This was his last mistake. Naruto flung his hands towards Kankuro and bone bullets flung from his fingers and tore through Kankuro's arms and legs. Kankuro screamed in pain as his tendons were ripped from his body. Naruto used his increased speed to appear in front of Kankuro. Die. He screamed as he plunged his hidden bone at Kankuro. Splatter. Kankuro was stabbed straight through the base of his throat. He gagged for a second on his own blood before Naruto wrenched his arm upwards. The arena was silent as Kankuro's head fell to the ground at Hayate's feet. Naruto paused staring at the body. I win, burn in hell trash, he thought before turning back to his sword. Hayate coughed once. Winner, Naruto, he said as Naruto resheathed his massive blade and activated his weights. Brother. Temari screamed from her place next to Gaara. He just looked on with a purely evil grin. Mother wants his blood, he screeched from inside his head. Baki hugged the now sobbing Temari. Shit. A leaf rookie is this powerful? He thought watching Naruto leap up to his team. Most of the other genin stepped away from his position. At least these other genin don't appear to be anything special. Sakura placed her hands on Naruto's back. It's okay, Ni-san, I agree with your actions, she whispered as Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto nodded and looked over at Gaara and Temari. They'll probably want revenge. Sucks to be them, I guess. He thought. Hayate coughed. This brought everyone's attention to him. Would the Sand Village sensei please remove his student's remains? I'm sure Kazekage-sama would want a proper burial for his son, he said, finishing with a cough. Baki leapt down to the arena floor and sealed Kankuro's pieces into a basic sealing scroll before leaping back up to his place. Hayate nodded in, thanks. Next match, cough cough, Paikon of the Stone and Shino of the Leaf. Shino leapt down onto the arena floor as did Paikon. He was a tall man with 2 short swords draped across his back. I'm sorry for your inevitable loss, he said as he bowed to Shino. Shino nodded once. It is logical for you to be confident, but you shouldn't overestimate yourself, he said in reply. Begin. Shino sent a swarm of bugs at Paikon, just as he unsheathed his swords. Flaming cross, Paikon yelled as he swung his blades at the swarm. An X of flame shot towards the cloud and burned its way through the oncoming bugs, separating them from each other and giving Paikon a straight line to Shino. Shino tried to pull his bugs back, they followed quickly but not quick enough. Paikon dashed through the gap in the cloud and charged at Shino, his sword starting to shimmer brown. Stone prison, Paikon yelled as he stabbed his swords into the ground. Shino moved back to hopefully dodge the attack. Unfortunately, the attack wasn't launched at him. A stone prison rose out of the ground and enveloped all of Shino's bugs as well as Paikon himself. Shino stood, confused as to what the purpose of trapping the bugs inside a prison with the target. Shino sent a mental message to the bugs to start attacking the man on the inside. All he got in return was a short message that translated to, not here. Clone. Shino went to move towards the dome in hopes of breaking his bugs free. That moment Paikon burst out of the ground in front of Shino and stabbed his legs. When Paikon finished his swing, he kicked out with his feet, landing a solid hit to Shino's chest. Shino fell back, unarmed, legs useless, broken ribs. He did the logical thing. I find myself defeated, he stated. Paikon nodded and sheathed his blades. Shino rolled to face Hayate. I forfeit, Hayate-san. He spoke before lying down. Hayate nodded. Winner Paikon. Medic. He finished with a cough, calling Medic Nin for Shino. Paikon released his jutsu while panting. Shino's bugs flew back to his body and started to re-enter so that they can help heal the wounds. Paikon nodded before walking back to his place on the balcony. Kiba frowned. I guess I have to win now, otherwise Team 8 will be the only rookies not to be through to the finals, he said. Next match, Ino of the Leaf and Makio of the Stone. Hayate read off of the board above. Ino sighed nervously. I have to win this. I won't let Choji's sacrifice be in vain. She thought before nodding and jumping down to confront her opponent. Makio stood with a grin. Begin, Hayate yelled. Makio pulled out a kunai and walked towards Inokami. How do you want to die, Leaf? He said with a sneer. Ino was a little shocked at his behavior. What a weirdo. I'm gonna end this quick, she thought as she reached behind her back. Makio saw her movement and charged forward, intent of stopping her before she could draw any weapon. Ino stumbled over her plan at the sudden charge, and ended up accidentally knock half of the pouch's contents on the floor where she was standing. Makio stabbed at Ino, who fell under the strike and rolled between his legs. Using the momentum, Ino kicked at Makio's back, forcing him onto his hands and knees. Ino turned and saw that Makio was over the contents that had fallen from her pouch. She saw a red sliver of paper and grinned. Ino jumped away and stopped as Makio stood to his feet, still standing over the discarded items. Aw, is the little Leaf scared? He tried to intimidate her. He failed. She smiled and sent a pulse of her chakra into the explosive tags under Makio's feet. Nope, she said with a smirk. Makio felt the wave of chakra and stood confused, before hearing a sizzling under his feet. He looked down just in time for 3 explosive notes to explode under him. Boom ah! Mako's scream of pain ricocheted around the arena as his legs were blown from existence. He was flung upwards, connecting with the arena roof, breaking his neck instantly. Paikon glowered at Ino. She took out Makio? No. He was mine to kill, he thought angrily. Ino frowned at the brutal ending and walked back to her sensei and Shikamaru. I just killed, she thought, waiting for the guilt and emotions to envelope her. Yet all she could feel was pride. She arrived next to Shikamaru. Why am I happy? She mumbled under her breath. Shika still heard her and smiled at her. Because you managed to go against the odds and defeat your opponent. You made sure Choji's sacrifice wasn't for nothing, he said simply. Ino smiled. I guess you're right, she said, imagining Choji's smiling face. Choji-kun. She thought happily. Sasuke twitched in irritation. When is it my fight? I hope it's not Kiba, I want to have a real fight. He thought, frustrated at the long wait. Next match, Gaara of the Sand and Kiba of the Leaf, Hayate said. Kiba leapt down in excitement. Finally it's our go. He cheered as Akamaru jumped from his head and landed next to him with a yip. Gaara-san sunshined into the arena, his sand flaring around him. Hayate nodded before leaping away. Begin, he said. Kiba took quick action and charged at Gaara. Suiga, he yelled as he spiraled towards the smiling genin. The result of Kiba's attack shocked everyone. Kiba impacted a small wall of sand and slowly started to push through thanks to the rotation of his attack, shocking the sand team. He's getting through? They thought. Gaara just smiled wider. Mother wants your blood. He screeched insanely. Sand suddenly gathered under Kiba and pushed him upwards, launching him over Gaara while still in his jutsu. Kiba released the drill-like move and threw a pill towards Akamaru, who caught it in his mouth and chowed down. Gaara watched on in interest as Akamaru sprinted quickly towards Kiba as he was making hand signs. Man-beast transformation, Kiba yelled as he became much more animalistic and Akamaru disappeared in a puff of smoke. The smoke dissipated to show two animalistic-looking Kibas glaring at Gaara with a smile. Let's go. The Kiba on the bottom said. The two Kibas leapt on either side of Gaara and started spinning towards him. Gotsuiga. One of them yelled. The spinning drills were blocked by Gaara's sand, but they both slowly made their way through the shield and impacted Gaara's body. Gaara, Temari yelled, scared of losing her other brother. Gaara's body was flung into the air, he seemed completely defenseless. Yet the smirk didn't leave his face and the cuts on his body seemed to be mere scratches on his armor of sand. The Kibas landed on opposite side of Gaara. Got him. The one on the left yelled. Gaara fell to the ground, but at the last second he flipped and landed in a crouch. I will paint my skin with your death, Gaara mumbled before flinging his left arm out. Sand followed the gesture and flew towards the real Kiba. Kiba felt confident and launched himself at the oncoming sand and at Suiga. It was a mistake. The sand started to spin in the same direction as Kiba, preventing him from pushing through the attack. Akamaru saw his chance and launched himself at Gaara. The leftover part of sand rose up at the last second and deflected Akamaru's approach. Gaara pulled his left arm back, releasing the war he held with Kiba, who lost control at the unexpected lack of force. He flew straight into the ground and bounced off towards Gaara's rising sand. Akamaru's henge dropped as he started to run low on chakra. He turned to see Kiba land at Gaara's feet. Gaara smiled down at Kiba, but Kiba wasn't down for the count yet. He leapt to his feet and threw a punch at Gaara's face. It was intercepted by sand. Kiba continued his assault. Gaara stood perfectly calm, grinning darkly at Kiba as he continued to attack Gaara's sand wall since he was in too much panic to think of a plan. Gaara dropped the sand wall just before Kiba's next attack landed, throwing him off balance. Gaara rose his arms, violent sand evisceration, he yelled with a dark grin. The sand followed Gaara's arms, creating 10 spikes, one for each finger. Kiba was stabbed through once for every finger. Kiba silently screamed in pain, coughing up as much blood as that which was spewing out of his wounds. Oh! Was his last thought as Gaara flexed his hands open, ripping Kiba to pieces in the single move. Akamaru watched, stunned as his partner was absolutely destroyed. Kiba, he yelled in dog tongue, bawling from his eyes as his partner's head landed in front of him. Gaara chuckled twice before turning to Hayate. Hayate snapped out of his shock and rose his arm. Winner, Gaara, he said solemnly. Gaara-san sunshined back to his place on the balcony as many of the Konoha nin looked on in shock at Kiba's remains. Kurenai was crying, how could I let this happen? I should have listened to Iruka, my team just wasn't ready for these exams. She thought as she fell to her knees, how am I going to tell Tsume and Hana? Most of the ninja in the arena were mourning the loss of a Konoha comrade, when Naruto heard a quiet whine. He looked away from the remains of his comrade and good friend, to see Akamaru shaking in the corner of the arena, covered in Kiba's blood. He leapt over the remains and landed near Akamaru. Akamaru? I'm so sorry, he mumbled, unsure of what else to say. Akamaru didn't move until he heard Naruto take another step towards him. He suddenly collapsed, but Naruto caught him before he hit the ground. I've got you, buddy, I'll take you home after the last fight, okay? Akamaru whined out, why? I will never be with my partner again. Naruto understood Akamaru's plea to both of their surprise. I guess we'll find out. He answered. Akamaru just collapsed into Naruto's hold as Hayate called, Naruto, please vacate the arena. I've called in a cleaning crew. Naruto nodded and leapt the 2 bounds needed back to his team, Akamaru in his grasp. He landed between Sakura and Sasuke. Look after him, Naruto, I gotta go, Sasuke said looking at the screen. Final match, Sasuke of the Leaf and Yoroi of the Leaf, Hayate said as the cleaning crew left the floor. Sasuke walked down the stairs, still in shock of watching a comrade be ripped to pieces. While Yoroi leapt down. Hayate waved for attention, begin. Sasuke still seemed in shock, so Yoroi took the opportunity to charge him, hands now glowing. I'll finish this quick, he shouted as he grabbed Sasuke's shoulders. Feeling the grip, Sasuke looked up and made eye contact with Yoroi, his Sharingan active. You won't win, I will steal all of your chakra, Yoroi yelled in hopes of intimidating Sasuke. Sasuke just looked into his eyes. I'm sorry, he said before plunging a kunai into Yoroi's unexpected face. Yoroi fell back, screaming while clutching at his eye socket which now had a kunai sticking through it. Yoroi fell to the ground, for some reason not dying. The pain. Air. Sasuke stood over him and held a kunai to his throat. Forfeit. He ordered. Yoroi yelled, I forfeit, just call a medic please. Sasuke smirked and stood back, that won't be necessary. Suddenly the world warped and Yoroi found himself clutching at nothing, there was no pain at all. Sasuke wins by forfeit, Hayate said as Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan. Yoroi looked on in shock, Genjutsu? He asked. Sasuke nodded, yep, here's a tip. Never look into a Sharingan eye, he said as he walked away. Yoroi punched the ground, damn it, he yelled in fury. Hayate called everyone's attention to himself. Would the winners of, each battle please come down, he said. All the winners walked down the steps and met up in front of Hayate. They stood in a row, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Lee, Naruto, Temari, Paikon, Sakura, Neji, Gaara and finally Ino. Anko clicked a button on the remote she held, the screen changed showing a battle chart. We will now pick the battles that are to take place at the finals, Hayate said before coughing. He picked up a box that was given to him by Anko and walked past the line of Genin. Call out your name then number, Anko will fill in the chart so you can see the setup. Sasuke, 3. Shikamaru, 7. Lee, 5. Naruto, 9. Temari, 4. Paikon, 8. Sakura, 1. Neji, 10. Gaara, 6. Ino, 2. Anko recorded the names and they appeared on the screen in the right places. Hayate was about to continue when he suddenly had a coughing fit. I've got it, Hayate. The third Hokage said before stepping forward. The Chunin exam finals will take place 1 month from now. Use this time to analyze your opponents and create a counter to their techniques. We need this month to invite all the important dignitaries to the village. Now, to outline the tournament setup, he said with a kind smile. There will be 3 rounds. Round 1 Sakura vs Ino, Sasuke vs Temari, Lee vs Gaara, Shikamaru vs Paikon, Naruto vs Neji. Round 2 Fight 1 Victor vs Fight 2 Victor, Fight 3 Victor vs Fight 4 Victor, Fight 5's Victor will gain a bye. Round 3 A battle royale between the winners of battles 5, 6 and 7. The Hokage explained. I congratulate you on your victories, you are dismissed. Are you sure you want to come as well? Kurenai asked to Naruto as he walked alongside Kurenai. Naruto nodded and petted Akamaru who he held in his arms. I promised Akamaru that I would take him to Tsume when the news was given, he said quietly. Kurenai just nodded as the two continued their walk towards the Inuzuka compound. They arrived at the complex not 20 minutes later. They stood side by side at the door, unsure of how to continue. Kurenai sighed, before knocking on the door. Who is it? A voice said from the other side of the door. Kurenai spoke up, Kurenai Yuhi and Naruto Uzumaki. We need to speak to Tsume and Hana, it concerns Kiba and the exams. The door opened to show it was Hana who was at the door. What's up with the little mutt? She asked with a grin, which slowly turned to scared and confused when she noticed the two people's solemn expressions and Akamaru buried in Naruto's arms. I'll go get Mum, have a seat over there. She finished as she pointed to a table and chairs, running out of the room. Kurenai and Naruto sat on the offered chairs. How? What do we say? Naruto said, feeling extremely out of place. Kurenai patted his shoulder and sighed. You just look after Akamaru, I'll do the talking. Alright? Naruto nodded. The door that Hana left through opened suddenly, letting through a confused-looking Hana and a scared-looking Tsume. Kurenai, where's my son? She asked as she gripped the back of a chair. Kurenai swallowed. I think you know Tsume, I'm so sorry, she said as tears poured from her eyes. Tsume collapsed into her chair. Oh God, she mumbled before she let out an extreme amount of tears. Hana sat in the chair next to her mother. Mom? Why are you crying? What did Kiba do? She asked, scared but oblivious. Kurenai spoke up again, barely holding back her sobs. Kiba fought against a Sand Genin. He was killed. She let out, finally letting the tears break through. Hana sat back in shock as tears welled up in her eyes. Kiba, what? She barely let out. Naruto noticed all three women in the room were sobbing. Why did Gaara have to kill him? He was one of the best allies I've known. Naruto thought as a few tears dripped from his eyes. Akamaru moved onto the table and licked tears away from Naruto's face. Kiba wouldn't want us to be sad. He yipped out. Naruto sat up straight. Yeah, I guess you're right, Akamaru. He spoke, letting out a sorrow-filled smile at Akamaru. Tsume's tears slowed as she heard Naruto's reply. Naruto, can you understand Akamaru? She asked, still extremely sad but showing some surprise. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm not sure why I can all of a sudden. What does it matter anyway? He said quietly. Hana ran from the room, tears pouring from her eyes. Hana, Tsume yelled after her. Kurenai stood. I'm sorry again, I should have stopped it before it happened, she said. Tsume just shook her head, now facing the door Hana left from. It's not your fault, Kurenai. Naruto, can you please take care of Akamaru for a few days? I will personally come get him from you soon. Naruto nodded as Akamaru leapt into his arms. Sure thing, Inuzuka-sama. He bowed as he stood. Tsume nodded before walking after Hana. Show yourselves out please, I need to be with my daughter, she said as she left the room. Kurenai sighed again, the tears starting to subside as the three took their leave. Nothing was said as Kurenai and Naruto walked side by side out of the compound and into the street. Naruto glanced at Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, my team lives together and we invited Team 8 over for dinner sometime soon. Would you like to come? You can bring whoever you want. He trailed off, unsure how to continue his question. Kurenai smiled down at Naruto. Thank you for the offer, Naruto, I will see you and your team there. She replied as she turned to walk away. Naruto nodded. See you later, he said while turning towards the Uchiha district, Akamaru now asleep in his arms. Naruto opened the door. I'm home, he called as he kicked off his shoes. Sakura stuck her head around the corner. Naru-ni, where were you? She asked, glancing between him and the sleeping Akamaru in his arms. Naruto walked around her into the lounge room. I went with Kurenai-sensei to deliver the news to Kiba's family. He replied as he sat on the couch and placed Akamaru on the love seat in the corner. Sakura gasped, I'll get your dinner, just relax, okay? Do you want to talk about it? She said all at once, trying to busy herself to bury the sadness welling in her chest. Naruto shook his head. I don't need to talk about it, but dinner would be nice. Do we have anything for Akamaru? He asked, watching the small dog sleep. Sakura nodded. Yeah, I'll handle it, she said as she turned back to the kitchen. Naruto sat in silence for a moment, before wrenching off his mask and sleeves. No longer wearing any orange, he blended into the shadow of the lounge room well. I swore I would protect the Leaf Village, the Will of Fire, he mumbled, looking at Akamaru. How can I do that if I couldn't protect one friend? He asked as he lay back, his head on the end of the couch that was closest to Akamaru. If anyone can do it, you can. Naruto looked over to the doorway to see Sasuke walking out. Obviously he just left the shower since he was still in a towel. Aniki? Naruto asked. Sasuke walked towards the stairs so that he could make it to his room. You know my ambition, Toto. Maybe avenging Kiba will help you repent for what you couldn't stop, he said as he walked up. Or I'm wrong, it's up to you, Naruto. He finished as he disappeared from view. Naruto stared at where Sasuke just disappeared from. Avenge, I already did for Hinata-chan, and I plan to do so again. Naruto's sorrow suddenly turned into a smirk. Gaara of the Sand. I sentence you to death. Naruto thought as he stared up at the ceiling above him. Mindscape. Naruto walked into the cage room and smiled when Naomi jumped into his arms. Are you okay? She asked into his chest as he picked her up. Naruto nodded. I have to be okay, my village needs me to be, he said with a smile as he sat down on the couch next to Mizuki. Mizuki patted Naruto's shoulder. You got some business to take care of, Naruto. It was a strain on Kyubi-san to suppress the jutsu for this long, he said as he nodded over to the fox. Naruto followed his gaze and saw Zabuza sitting on top of Zaku Ibumi's physical body, while Kyubi lay on its stomach, seeming to be resting. Naruto placed Naomi back into Mizuki's arms. I'll deal with it now, he said as he jumped from the building's roof and landed in front of Zabuza. Zabuza nodded and held Zaku's body up. All yours, brat, he said. Naruto placed his palm on Zaku's forehead. I'm going to wipe him completely, I just want his jutsu and abilities, Naruto said as he glared at the unconscious boy. Zaku's eyes suddenly opened wide. Ah! He screamed as his essence was ripped from him. Naruto absorbed the whole thing without separating them. Naruto nodded to Zabuza, and the spirit threw Zaku's corpse into the Kyubi's cage. Kyubi smacked the ground with its tails, the force of the resulting quake launching the corpse into the air. The awesome display of power was kind of unnecessary for the purpose of obtaining its lunch. Naruto fell to his knees, clutching his head. Ah, he yelled. Mizuki and Naomi ran over to Naruto as Zabuza lifted him up. What's happening? Zabuza asked as the three carried Naruto towards the couch. The original scroll said that the jutsu gave memories to the user when absorbed fully. Maybe Naruto got some of the other kids' memories? Mizuki said as he pondered the thought. Naruto sat up, massaging his head. Not just some, every memory he had up until the moment of his death, Naruto said as he opened his eyes and rubbed his face. Naomi pulled Naruto to his feet. I hope you're feeling better, Naruto-kun. But you have to go soon. Time goes really quickly in here, she said as she pointed to the screen, where she could see a red tinge on the back of his eyelids, signifying the sun's rise. Naruto nodded and walked to the exit. Kid, for the next month I will make sure you rest properly. No more visits unless necessary, you will need all the rest you can have, Kyubi said as Naruto left. Thanks Kyubi-san, Naruto said as he took the last step back into consciousness. Chapter 13, A New Training Schedule, Ramifications. Rise and shine, Ni-san. Naruto woke to Sakura's call. I'm up, he said as he shot into a sitting position. Sasuke stuck his head in Naruto's doorway as he passed. Sakura made breakfast this morning since I found this note. Sasuke pulled a piece of paper, stuck to my window this morning. Sensei wants us to meet him at our training grounds, says that there is someone important that wants to meet us, he said before leaving towards the kitchen. Naruto swung out of bed and hurried to get dressed. Maybe I can ask Kakashi-sensei what to do with Akamaru? He thought as he ran out of his room, in his new outfit, but lacking the orange face mask. Sakura just sat down as Naruto ran into the kitchen/dining room. Yum, Naruto said as he inhaled the eggs on rice Sakura left on a plate for him. Sasuke and Sakura ate at a normal pace, enjoying the taste in a much more normal way. Great as always, Sakura-chan, Sasuke said. Sakura smiled back with a light blush. Glad you like it. She replied. A quiet whine is heard, and the three looked beside Naruto to see Akamaru looking up at the food hopefully. Can I have some? He whined to Naruto. Naruto nodded. Sure thing, Sakura-ne, is there any spare? He asked. Sakura smiled. Yep, how about this? She said, picking some bacon off of a pan she had on the stove. Akamaru sniffed and yipped in happiness. Sakura placed the bacon in a small bowl and placed it on the floor next to the table. ARF. Akamaru let out a bark and started inhaling the food at a Naruto-esque pace. Naruto pat his full belly. That was delicious, he said happily. Akamaru barked in agreement as he chewed on his last rasher of bacon. Sasuke nodded with a grunt, placing down his chopsticks and reaching for his miso. As it always is, though I'll have to apologize to Ayame-chan for not coming by this morning, he said thoughtfully. Seeing Kakashi's note, Sakura picked it up off of the table. It says here that sensei wants to meet us in 2 minutes, she said as she stood up from the table. Sasuke stood as well. We better get going then, he said as he activated his curse mark, the tattoo spreading over his skin. Race you both there? He asked as he put his shoes on. Naruto picked up Akamaru and concentrated on the air holes in his legs. I'm up for it, he said as he put on his newly modified sandals. Sakura smirked and activated her skating technique. Well boys, Let's see if you can keep up, she said. Suddenly the three disappeared from view, moving at incredible speeds through the Leaf Village. Sakura was skating through the streets and alleys, still managing to stay slightly ahead of Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto was flying over the buildings as wind was propelling from the soles of his feet. Akamaru seemed scared but excited at the same time. Naruto charged some extra chakra through the tubing, propelling himself fast enough to almost catch up to Sakura. Sasuke's curse mark gave all of his movements extra power, thus every step he took propelled him 10 times further, and 5 times faster than he could normally. He sent more chakra to his feet and launched himself from the last building onto the bridge, barely behind Naruto. The three arrived within 30 seconds of leaving the house, their training field now covered in a light layer of dirt. Naruto touched down as Sasuke deactivated his curse mark. That was fun, he said smiling. Sakura smiled and sat against a training post. I guess I'm still the speediest of us three, she said. Sasuke smirked. Yeah, I'm guessing you've chosen your specialty then? Sasuke asked. She raised a brow. What do you mean? I thought you'd want to become a cleanup ninja. Sasuke deadpanned. Sakura leaned back in thought. I guess that fits my skills perfectly. Quick fatalities, possible captures, speed is the most needed aspect. She pondered the possibility. Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. Hello students, I was casually waiting for the release of my favorite series' next installment when, imagine my surprise, my squad of genin passed me faster than most jonin could. What's the rush? He asked as he looked up from a red book, in the place of his old orange one. Sasuke smiled. In all honesty, we were racing. Sakura nodded with a smile. Kakashi was about to say something when he recognized Akamaru in Naruto's arms. Naruto? Why are you still looking after Akamaru? He asked. Akamaru jumped onto Naruto's head, the same way he would Kiba's. Sume and Hana need some time together, so Akamaru is staying with us for a few days. Naruto explained, reaching up and scratching Akamaru behind the ears. Kakashi nodded. Seems fair. Now, as you know, there is someone who wants to meet you three. He is interested in some abilities each of you possess, Kakashi said. Sakura chose this moment to speak up, and who would that be, sensei? Suddenly, a toad the size of a cart landed behind the team. They turned in battle-ready positions when a voice rung out, it is I. The majestic warrior of Mount Maya Akuzan, the man with the key to every woman's heart, the almighty Jiraiya the Toad Sage. The man known as Jiraiya yelled as he did some weird dance on top of the toad's head. Naruto blinked in recognition. You're the one that trained the 4th Hokage and his team, he said excitedly. Jiraiya dismissed the toad and landed in front of Team 7 with a nod. That is true. Now, there are some things I will be teaching all of you this next month. The team's eyes widened. We're gonna be taught be one of the Sannin? Sakura yelled, reverting back to her violent banshee scream. Kakashi slammed some tape on her mouth. I thought you were over this, Sakura, he said with a sigh. Sasuke stepped up. Why is Jiraiya-sama? He asked. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. The last Uchiha, capable of taking sealing jutsu to new heights, near master of fire chakra and user of the rare Kusarigama, all while being fully in control of a known enemy's greatest weapon, the cursed seal. Who wouldn't want a chance to train someone like you? He asked rhetorically before turning to Sakura. The civilian girl, capable of moving at the speed of sound after only 3 months training, somehow was blessed with the ability to actually use the legendary armor Radical Good Speed and its expansions, and with a natural dual element. Seems fun to me. He finally turned to Naruto. And last but in no way least, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, master of the Forbidden Soul Drain Jutsu, wielder of one of the 7 Swords of the Mist, partial Dead Bone Pulse bloodline, apparently a wind user, and finally legacy of my dearest friend, he said with a smile. Team 7 looked at the man in shock. He knows everything? They thought. Legacy? Naruto thought at the end. Kakashi took this moment to add his input. Well guys, Jiraiya-sama and I have come up with a training schedule for the team over the next month. Trust me when I say, it's gonna be hard, but you all will benefit, he said with an eye smile. Naruto jumped up in excitement. Yeah. A Sannin. This'll be fantastic, he said. Jiraiya's laughter bellowed around the training field. All right. That's the spirit. He yodeled. Kakashi spoke up. All right, the daily schedule will go like this. From 7 till 10, Jiraiya-sama will train with Naruto. Then from 10:30 till 1:30, he will train Sakura. Then from 2 in the afternoon till 5, he will train Sasuke. During the times you are not training with Jiraiya-sama, I will be pushing you physically, making you faster, stronger and hopefully smarter. Any questions? Sakura raised her hand. MMH. She asked, the tape quivering with each movement. A good question. The half hours between will be breaks for each of you while Jiraiya-sama sets up the next person's training. I recommend you relax in these breaks, but make sure you have some food. We don't want you passing out. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. Jiraiya nodded. This schedule will start tomorrow. For now, I just want to talk to each of you, get to know where your skill levels are at and stuff, he said with a smile. Sasuke nodded and sat down. Well, no time like the present. New introductions? He asked with a small smirk. Kakashi chuckled. All right, same as last time then. Blondie, he said turning to Naruto as said Genin sat in front of the two higher-ups. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I like ramen, my friends and family and my tenants, also training. I dislike the sand and sound villages because of what they're planning. My hobbies include training and discovering new possibilities with my jutsus and abilities. My dream is to ensure the survival and growth of the village and the will of fire. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously. We'll discuss what you mean by that soon, Naruto. Now the emo's turn, he said. Sasuke smirked and lay back. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, I like my true family and getting stronger with them. I still dislike my worthless fangirls, but I've come to discover that there is more to some of them than there seems. My hobbies are much the same as Naruto's. My dream is to raise my clan from the ashes and destroy Itachi Uchiha. Pinky, Kakashi stated pointing at the still taped Sakura. You have nothing to say, Sakura? MMMMFFFF. Oh right, Kakashi stated as he pulled the tape from her mouth. Sakura smiled evilly. I owe you one, sensei. Kakashi sweated nervously. My name is Sakura Haruno, my likes are my family, by blood or adoption I love them both. My dislikes are people that treat others badly for something they have no control over. My hobbies include becoming faster, learning the upgrades of radical good speed, and cooking. My dream is to help my teammates accomplish theirs, and raise a family, she said with a smile. Jiraiya nodded, all good, now these dreams of yours. Tell me your plan to make it happen so I know what to kickstart, he said. Naruto smirked, I will be the Leaf's hidden shadow. The best assassin, capable of doing any mission needed of me, he said confidently. I will be the fan that gives life to the fire of the village. I will be what a true Uchiha is, warriors of the will of fire. I will track down any enemy that plans to extinguish the flames, and destroy them, Sasuke said with a smirk at the thought of tracking any enemy he wants. I will be the swift flame of the village, capable of being at any place in moments, defend any ninja that needs it, keep the roots of the village strong while spreading the will of fire. I will be the world's fastest and most efficient eliminator, Sakura said with a smile. Jiraiya nodded, this'll be interesting. I've got a demonic assassin, an unshakable tracker and a flaming speed freak. Kakashi stepped forward, yeah. Sorry for interrupting, but Naruto, what do you mean when you say that thing about the sand and sound villages? He added. Naruto frowned, I used the soul drain while I was in the forest, I snagged a sound village genin. He had memories of his orders for the Chunin exams and, well, I'm not quite sure how to put this. He trailed off in thought. Jiraiya smacked him on the head, stay with us brat, he shouted obnoxiously. Naruto rubbed his head, fine you old creep, the Cage of Sound has joined the Sand Village in an alliance and together they plan to wipe Konoha off the map, he said angrily. The whole group was silent. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in a swirl of leaves. I couldn't help overhearing, did you say we're going to have an invasion on our hands? He said as he looked at Naruto seriously. Naruto nodded, yep, turns out Orochimaru is heading the attack. He's the Cage of Sound. He replied. Sarutobi glanced at Jiraiya and nodded, before disappearing in another swirl. Jiraiya turned to Naruto, alright brat, you're gonna start writing everything you know about the invasion down. Have it done by tomorrow because in wartime the first thing the Hokage will want is a council meeting. Even though everyone will hate it, he said with a sigh. Sasuke spoke up, all the more reason to start training today Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi and Jiraiya nodded, alright, first up I will examine your fighting styles. You will each spar with Kakashi until you manage to land a hit, Jiraiya said. Sakura stated in shock, but he's a jonin. Ma, I'll go easy on you kids, he said with an eye smile. Jiraiya nodded. Come on kids, get at it. Hash. The next day. Alright, Naruto, you're with me first, Jiraiya said as he walked to the neighboring clearing of Team 7's training grounds. Good luck, Ni-san, Sakura yelled as Naruto ran off behind Jiraiya, waving back to his family. Naruto stepped into the clearing and walked up to Jiraiya, who was sitting down in thought. What's first, sensei? He asked. Jiraiya smirked. First thing, did you finish your report for the Hokage? Naruto nodded and passed him a scroll. Good. Now, I know only what I've read about your skills, so I want to see some of them firsthand. Come at me with each skill set you currently have. I figure go in order of each person you've absorbed, he said excitedly. Naruto raised a brow. Coolio, let's begin, Naruto said as he suddenly sunk into the ground, using Mizuki's earth jutsu. Jiraiya smirked. Smart kid, getting out of my sight so that he can have an advantage. He thought. Jiraiya trusted his instincts, and turned while raising his arm. Perfectly timed to catch the massive shuriken in his grasp. That's some power, brat. If only you had an ace that I hadn't read of yet, Jiraiya said with a smirk. How about this? Jiraiya turned to see Naruto holding a one-handed ram seal. Katsu, he said. Jiraiya used a seal-less substitution, narrowly avoiding the explosion. The file didn't say anything about that, Jiraiya said loud enough for Naruto to hear. How's your defense? He asked as he formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The fireball came racing out of the tree line where he was hidden and raced towards Naruto, who just finished a set of his own hand signs. Earth style, mud wall jutsu. Naruto purposefully overpowered the jutsu, blocking him from sight completely. The massive fireball crashed into the earth wall and exploded, actually managing to damage the wall some. It began to fall back on top of the position Naruto was in. Boom! The wall hit the ground solidly, creating an arena-like area which Jiraiya leapt onto. Hope I didn't kill the brat, he mumbled. Unlikely, he turned in time to see a single shuriken flying at him. Jiraiya kicked up a piece of rock, intending for it to stop the blade. Should be enough for one, he thought. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single shuriken turned into 20, shit, Jiraiya said as he quickly leapt into the air, barely making it clear over the assault Naruto led. He landed and rolled to his feet, looking up to see another shuriken flying at him. How many does this kid have? He thought as he dodged to the side, letting the shuriken lodge into the ground behind him as he looked to where Naruto last was, only to see it empty. This brat's good. He thought. Jiraiya scanned the area, but no physical sign of Naruto made him lighten his guard slightly. That's when Naruto launched his attack. Dropping the henge, Naruto appeared behind Jiraiya in place of his shuriken. He leapt at Jiraiya, swinging a kick at his head. Jiraiya dropped under the kick, and watched as Naruto flew by. Very good brat, alright then, let's see the next absorption. Naruto nodded and sent some chakra into the seal on his sheath. All the shuriken in the clearing disappeared in a puff of smoke as they returned to their seal. Naruto stood and pointed at Jiraiya, who raised a brow. That's your plan. I must say, your first one was much better. Naruto only smirked and replied, bone bullet. Jiraiya leapt to the side as a bone shot from Naruto's fingers and flew within inches of his head. Shit, he yelled again as he continued to dodge the barrage of bones. Naruto spun in place and continued to shoot with a smirk on his face. Too easy, old man. He taunted. Jiraiya got frustrated. Brat, he yelled as he threw a kunai at Naruto. Naruto stopped launching the bullets and whipped out his hidden bone blade. Schling. With one swipe, Naruto split the kunai in half. His smirk never leaving his face. Jiraiya raised a brow. So you got a decent attack combo, but how about this? He threw one kunai and ran through hand signs. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single kunai became 10. Naruto withdrew his blade and raised a single arm over his eyes, not taking any other precautions to stopping the kunai. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Brat's gonna get hurt. He thought as the first kunai hit Naruto. And bounced right off. Jiraiya watched in shock as every single kunai bounced right off of Naruto, seemingly leaving no damage. Although he was pushed back a fair bit by the force. The barrage ended and Naruto lowered his arm, smirk still present. That was fun, next skill set? He asked. Jiraiya snapped out of his funk. Sure brat, let's go, he yelled while forming some hand seals. Let's see what you do this time. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He launched the fireball at Naruto, who was holding a one-handed seal. Water style, water dragon jutsu, Naruto shouted as he drew his sword and swung it at the fireball. A water dragon shot out of the hole in Kubikiri Bocho, the water appearing from the storage seal Sasuke had crafted into the steel. It burst through the fireball, losing some of its size but continuing onward still. Jiraiya leapt over the attack with a frog-like maneuver. Very good. You're way past Genin level. Jiraiya spun in midair and performed some seals, shadow clone jutsu, he yelled as 6 versions of Jiraiya appeared. Naruto's smirk grew. A clone battle? Bitch please, he said, holding a half-bird seal and summoning 60 water clones from the leftover water of the water dragon. The Jiraiya clone got in formation and sprinted at Naruto's clones. The battle was over pretty quick. The shadow clones were more skilled and able to use jutsu while maintaining their forms, but Naruto still had 10 to each one. The end result, Jiraiya standing by himself facing the last 3 water clones and the original Naruto. Well? Naruto asked with a smirk, as the clones dropped into puddles. Jiraiya tightened his arm plates and drew a kunai. These arm plates are stronger than most steels, they'll easily handle your blade for a while, he said as he took a stance. Naruto chuckled and shouldered his blade, forming another half seal. You'll regret that choice, he said as he disappeared into the thick mist that was generated. Jiraiya stood in a defensive stance and focused on the chakra he could feel instead of what he could see. Very good Naruto, he murmured as his sensing ability was blocked by the chakra in the mist, although honestly, if he tried harder he could have found Naruto. I am a Sannin after all, he thought. Suddenly the mist dropped and Jiraiya froze, seeing Naruto standing in front of him, blade no longer in his grasp. That's it? Jiraiya asked with a shrug. Suddenly he heard the rustle of fabric and metal. He looked down to see something truly amazing, if not uncomfortable. Jiraiya's arm plates weren't damaged in any way, but Naruto had gotten inside his guard and cut every piece of string that held them in position without him noticing. He had also cut the rope that Jiraiya used as a belt, causing his pants to be around his ankles. Brat, Jiraiya yelled as he pulled up his pants and flung a shuriken at Naruto. The shuriken hit home and destroyed the water clone that stood in front of Jiraiya. What? He asked in shock before a blade rested lightly on his shoulder. He turned to see Naruto, still smirking. Well, this is fun. How about my last skill set that I took now? He said, mocking Jiraiya. Jiraiya was pissed off. Damn Genin, he yelled as he knocked Kubikiri off of him and donkey kicked Naruto, dispelling him in a splash of water as the blade fell to the ground. Jiraiya blinked in shock. Why would he just leave his blade here? And what is this final skill set? Jiraiya thought, looking down at the sword. He looked closer and saw that the seal work on the blade was reabsorbing the water that it released, and a little more from the grass. Clever, restack for the next battle. But where is he? Jiraiya turned around fully, 4 times. The clearing was completely empty. Damn kid, where are you? He said out loud. Look up. Jiraiya looked up in shock to see Naruto floating in midair, 2 small wind funnels sticking out of his feet. What the hell? Jiraiya asked in shock. Naruto pushed his left hand at Jiraiya, pushing chakra through his arm tubing. Decapitating air waves, he yelled, launching a vacuum of wind blades at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was hammered into the ground, and sliced twice before he managed a substitution. Appearing under the trees, Jiraiya yelled, "You can fly?" What the hell? Naruto landed softly and faced Jiraiya from the opposite side of the massive and now destroyed clearing. Now for my final jutsu. He muttered, dropping the smirk and focusing chakra into the tubes into his arms while holding his arms above his head. Here it goes, he said, looking up and channeling the chakra into a large ball. Jiraiya's eyes widened again. Rasengan? No, that's wind chakra. But it's huge. He thought as a large whitish ball appeared above Naruto's head, about 5 times larger than Naruto himself. Naruto levitated a little off the ground. Now. He thought as he hurled the ball forward. Wind style, air missile, he yelled as the ball flew. Jiraiya watched as the giant ball flew towards him. Fuck, he yelled as he realized if he dodged, the attack could hit the memorial stone in the next clearing. The jutsu struck the area Jiraiya was standing in, but slowly started shrinking before it could detonate. Naruto saw the possible danger his jutsu could create. Okay, so last resort jutsu only. He muttered as he flew towards his creation, picking up his sword along the way. Back with Jiraiya, he held the massive wind ball at bay with a Rasengan. I just need to outlast the chakra in his jutsu and it'll dissipate. He thought, concentrating on holding his jutsu strong. Naruto landed next to him. I got it, he said as he aimed his hand at his own jutsu. Jiraiya looked shocked at Naruto's arrival. Stop kid, you can't just, and the jutsu was gone. Jiraiya stumbled a few steps and released his Rasengan. Brat, what the hell was that? He asked as he sat down. Naruto sheathed his sword and wiped his hands against each other. Just a little jutsu I've been working on in my own free time. And by the way, those were all things picked up from people I've absorbed, not including Kyuubi's tricks and my own skills. Get it? He said with a smile. Jiraiya nodded and held his head. Now I get why Sarutobi-sensei wanted me to train you, he mumbled to himself before standing. Alright, I think it's fair to say you won that spar. But remember, if this was a fight to the death I would have killed you in an instant, he said. Naruto raised a brow. Oh really? And how would you have done that? Jiraiya smiled. 1. I'm faster than you. 2. I discovered the weakness to each of your defenses. 3. I'm a Sannin. It's kinda my thing, he said jokingly. Naruto sat down, panting heavily at the exertion. So what are these weaknesses? He asked, scowling at the prospect. Jiraiya smirked. For your defensive jutsus, you focus on the height of the wall too much, thus unbalancing it. Your bone defense is extremely good, but obviously penetrable through your body's orifices. Sound about right? He said cockily. Naruto blinked and leaned back onto his blade that he stabbed into the ground behind him. Alright, you got me, you know, you're the first person to notice any of these faults, he said, still frowning. Jiraiya sat in front of Naruto, gaining his full attention. That's why I'm here. To find your weaknesses and make them strengths. Naruto jumped to his feet and leaned on his blade. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get started, he yelled in excitement. Jiraiya laughed. One thing's first, Naruto, you owe an old student of mine a visit. How about I come with you? Naruto raised a brow. Old student? Who? Jiraiya smiled widely. Hiashi Hyuga. Hash. Lord Hiashi, Jiraiya-sama is here to see you with Naruto Uzumaki. Hiashi looked up from his desk and nodded to the branch member. Thank you, I'll see to this one myself. Hiashi stood to his feet with a curious smirk on his face. I wonder what these two are together for. Has Jiraiya-sensei told Naruto of his father? He pondered as he walked down the halls of his compound. He arrived at the front door of the complex and waved to the gate guards. They opened the gate, letting the two become visible. Jiraiya looked over to Hiashi and smiled. How've you been, Hiashi? He bellowed with a laugh as he approached the Hyuga head. Hiashi bowed. Very well, sensei, and you? He said respectfully. Jiraiya laughed and pulled Hiashi into a one-sided hug. None of that. I've been great. Say, how are the Hyuga women faring lately? He said with a perverted giggle. Hiashi stepped out of the hug and glared at his sensei with Byakugan eyes. You will not enter their baths again, he ordered. Jiraiya giggled. We both know you can't stop me, Hiashi-kun, he. Whack. Jiraiya was face down on the ground, with Naruto standing behind him after thunking his head with the backside of his blade. Uro-sensei, he muttered. Hiashi blinked at Naruto in shock. Much like your father. Though he did not wield one of the 7 swords, he said, while Jiraiya pulled himself to his feet. Before Jiraiya could say anything else, Hiashi spoke. Now, would you two please follow me to my office? We have some matters to discuss, I believe. He turned and walked back through the house. Jiraiya and Naruto followed, with Naruto admiring the huge family complex, and Jiraiya admiring the huge family's women. He thought quietly, remember their measurements. Hiashi turned to a branch member they were passing. Could you get Hinata for me? Tell her to be in my office in 10 minutes. He ordered as he continued walking. The branch member bowed, and ran down an adjoining hallway. Jiraiya saw this and frowned. Branch members? I thought you were getting rid of that, Hiashi, he whispered. Hiashi pointedly walked faster, forcing the two behind him to increase their paces as well. Hiashi entered his office and ushered the other two inside before closing the door and activating a seal on the door. He dropped his emotionless mask and glared at Jiraiya. Are you trying to get me killed? It is a slow work, but I am making progress concerning the seal. Do not mess this up, he said harshly. Jiraiya waved his intimidation tactic off. I was just checking. Before you carry on with this, can we discuss a few things? He said while sitting on one of the guest cushions. Hiashi sighed and took his own seat. Very well. Naruto looked on confused. What the hell am I witnessing? The most unemotional man in the world sharing friendly banter with a perverted hermit. This is weird. He thought to himself. Jiraiya turned to Hiashi seriously. Do you still have the journal? he asked. Hiashi nodded. Of course I do, he said, pulling a sleeve up and showing a basic storage seal on his arm. I've never left it alone. He finished with a small smirk. Jiraiya pulled a small piece of paper from his pack and placed it over the seal. They both morphed together to form a more complex seal, then it puffed. Naruto covered his face from the sudden rush of smoke with his arm. Once it dissipated, he looked over to see a small diary in Hiashi's hand. So what's the big deal about this book? Naruto asked. Hiashi smiled and passed the book to the stunned Naruto. This is the journal of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Husband of Kushina Uzumaki, and father of Naruto Uzumaki, he stated simply. Naruto froze, holding the book in his hand. The fourth? My dad? He asked, staring at the book. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the back. I know it's a big deal, but we need you to stay with us for now, Naruto. I'll explain later. Okay? Naruto blinked and hugged the book to his chest. My family, he thought happily, nodding at Jiraiya with a teary smile. Hiashi nodded. I have held up my end of the bargain as promised, Naruto. I am wondering if you'll partake in another deal with me? He said, grasping Naruto's attention. Naruto nodded. What do you need, Hiashi-sama? He said, still smiling. Hiashi smirked. I need some sense beaten into my nephew, but if it comes from anyone inside the clan, it would only strengthen his hatred for the clan. I need you, the supposed dead last, to knock him off his pedestal of fate. Can you do it? He asked. Naruto nodded. Sure, what do I get in return? He asked. Jiraiya cut in. I have an idea. You see, Hiashi, Naruto has an extremely powerful offense but a weak defense. There is a certain jutsu I think would be more than sufficient payment, he said with a smirk. Hiashi's eyes narrowed. What makes you think I'd give a prized Hyuga jutsu over for one small payment? Jiraiya smirked. Because we both know there is much more Naruto could give you. Why not make it worth his while this time since you are running out of bribes? He said confidently. Naruto sat back confused as Jiraiya and Hiashi had their stare off. A minute of silence passed. Fine, Hiashi said. Naruto let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. So, what is this defensive jutsu? He asked. Hiashi opened a drawer on his desk and pulled out a scroll, the Kaiten, or Heavenly Spin. This jutsu expels pure chakra from all 361 chakra points, or tenketsu, and creates an unbreakable barrier around the user. It will be hard for you to learn. But I guess with Jiraiya-sensei helping, it could happen if you spent the full month before these finals training on it, he said, the frown not leaving his face. Naruto smiled and leapt over Hiashi's desk. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, he yelled excitedly as he hugged Hiashi, who was shocked beyond belief. Jiraiya pulled Naruto off of Hiashi and placed him back on his ass. Calm down, brat. He ordered. Naruto just sat stupidly with a smile on his face continuing to grow. Knock. 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 The three men in the room turned to the door. Come in, Hiashi said as he straightened his clothes and posture, donning the mask of the Hyuga head. The door opened and what Naruto saw truly frightened him. Hello, father, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she was pushed into Hiashi's office in a wheelchair. What happened, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, getting up and walking over to her. The Hyuga that pushed her in, bowed and left. Neji's last hit was sped up faster than he even planned. He rushed to finish the technique, and missed the tenketsu. He sent chakra into my spine instead, she said sadly, too depressed to stutter. Naruto fell to his knees in front of her and held her hand. Will you ever walk again? He asked, looking up hopefully. Hinata nodded. According to the village's medics, I will be able to walk again someday, even run. But I will have to give up being a ninja, she whispered. Naruto nearly dropped the journal and started crying. No, it can't be true, he whispered, tears falling from his eyes. Kiba died, Hinata's crippled? How could I have let this happen? Thanks for calling her here, Hiashi, Jiraiya said seriously, grasping everyone's attention. Hiashi nodded. Remember your promise, sensei, what can you do for her? He said while passing Jiraiya a folder. Jiraiya opened the file and smirked. Merely a disk problem? Tsunade will fix this easily, he chuckled out. Hinata looked at Jiraiya, hopeful for the first time since her crippling. Tsunade-sama is coming back to the village? She asked. I have to go get her first, Jiraiya said, making Hinata smile. Naruto stood, still holding Hinata's hand. This Tsunade will heal her? He said, holding his book to his chest. Jiraiya nodded. If she comes back here, she will heal Hinata, he said while standing up. We'll be off now, Hiashi, thanks for everything. Do I still have a room here? He asked. Hiashi stood himself. You do, though it is not as luxurious as your first was. And it is far away from the Hyuga bathhouses, he said firmly. Jiraiya frowned. That's a bummer. Oh well, I guess I'll be back later tonight for sleep then. He finished with a smile, while pulling Naruto out of the room. Naruto turned back to Hinata one last time before being dragged out. I'll come and visit Hinata-chan. I won't let my friend be cooped up in a wheelchair by herself. He barely managed to say before the door closed between them. Hiashi stepped behind his daughter, who was smiling towards the door. It appears you feel deeply for him. Am I right? He spoke quietly. Hinata blushed lightly and nodded. Hi father, in fact I think I may, love him, she whispered out the last few words, barely letting Hiashi hear them. Hiashi's eyes widened. That's a bit forward, he said carefully. I wish you luck in your pursuit then, Hinata, he mumbled as he opened the door to his office. Maybe there is a way to earn Naruto's favor and make my daughter happy at the same time. He thought. A branch member ran in and pushed Hinata's wheelchair out of the room while she blushed up a storm. Where would you like me to take you, Hinata-sama? The branch member asked as Hiashi closed his door and sighed. Hiashi sat at his desk and looked at a picture which had Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Sume Inuzuka and himself. He smiled. I'm glad he found me, Minato. I hope your boy wields my clan's jutsu properly, he said as he picked up a pen and continued his paperwork. Made it just in time, Jiraiya said as he and Naruto jumped into the clearing Team 7 used as their training grounds. Naruto nodded, smile still on his face as he held the book to his chest in one hand and the jutsu scroll in the other. Yep, who are you training next? Jiraiya giggled perversely. Your female teammate, she's gonna be a sprouter kid, trust me, he said as he continued giggling. A weight suddenly smashed into his chest, throwing him into the trees he just jumped down from. You do not talk about Sakura-chan like that. Sasuke ordered as he pulled his weapon back. Jiraiya crawled back into the clearing, his chest heaving. Yep, sure kid. He wheezed out as Sakura kissed Sasuke's cheek. Calm down, Sasuke-kun, he won't try anything, she said with a wink before walking over to Jiraiya. What's first, sensei? She asked as the two walked to the other training field. Sasuke had a light blush from the kiss Sakura gave him. He and Nikki and Nei-chan sitting in a tree. Naruto sung from his place next to Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled and caught the punch Sasuke threw at Naruto. You can't deny it, Sasuke, he is right. Now get back to your laps, he said. Sasuke grumbled and picked up a nearby tunic. He threw it on and started running around the outskirt of the clearing again. Naruto watched on, still coddling his items. And me, sensei? He asked. Kakashi glanced at what Naruto was holding. I'll hold your stuff for you, now grab the tunic Sakura was using and send chakra into it, he said as he received the book and scroll. Naruto did so and slouched immensely. Shit. Chakra weights? He asked. Kakashi shook his head. Nope, gravity seal emblazoned on the tunic. He explained. Naruto sighed and took a step forward. It felt like he was walking through mud. This is annoying, he said as he started running like Sasuke was. Kakashi smiled. That's the spirit, he yelled. Naruto's would be about twice the pressure of Sasuke's since he's stronger, but Sakura's pressure was almost as high as mine would be because of her speed. She really is unbelievably quick for a genin. I wonder what Jiraiya-sama is teaching her. Holy shit, Jiraiya yelled as Sakura appeared in front of him in a burst of speed. You really are insanely fast. I could barely track you. Sakura smirked and deactivated RGS. Yeah, but I have really low defense other than my earth wall. And I can't seem to be able to channel my earth chakra through my weapons. Think you can help? She asked while looking at the Sannin hopefully. He nodded. Yep, luckily you have the same elements as me. I may be more fire focused but I know about 40 jutsu of each kind. Let's start your defense then, I'll show you some tricks with elemental channeling, he said with a grin while forming hand seals. Earth style, stone essence. Suddenly his skin turned light brown and he seemed stockier. Sakura smirked. I already know that one, sensei, he said as she activated her own with twice as many hand seals. Jiraiya smiled and closed his eyes. So you do have a decent defense, but you must know you can't maintain your speed while, where the hell did you go? Jiraiya dropped his lecture voice when he realized she was no longer in front of him. Over here, sensei, she yelled from the opposite side of the clearing, her armor still active. Jiraiya smirked. Sunshine? He assumed. She smiled in return and activated her chakra skating ability. Nope, she said as she shot across the clearing at him. He gasped in shock, before being tackled into a tree, and threw it. He stood up and deactivated his jutsu. How are you doing that? He asked. She dropped both of her techniques and smiled at him. My chakra skating technique, it's like water walking except I burst the chakra from my feet with every step. It propels me forward and keeps me up to 5 centimeters off of the ground. I just need to master the stone essence, then the technique will be perfected, she said. He blinked in awe. Oh my log, this girl's control is amazing. He thought. Well. What other jutsu do you know? He asked. She smirked before his mouth suddenly appeared full. Mud flow river, she yelled as she spat a mud ball at her feet. Suddenly a small river of mud started flowing from where she stood and threw Jiraiya off balance. She stopped the jutsu as he fell on his ass. You good, sensei? She asked, smiling. He got to his feet. Yeah, anything else? He said, wiping mud from his hair. Sakura looked up in thought. Well, other than those two, my only earth jutsu are the ones Naruto taught me, and my last resort earth jutsu. The earth spears, she said with a smile. Jiraiya nodded. In that case, let's skip the earth jutsu. You seem to already have a good hold on earth chakra. She smiled at the praise. Sakura then frowned. But I can't seem to master my fire chakra like I have earth, it doesn't make sense. Fire is my main element, so why can't I get it? She asked. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. I have a theory, you see, earth takes control to use and you're a control freak. But fire is alive, it is wild. All fire jutsu are just the user conjuring it and guiding it. Fire and lightning are the only elements where control isn't the focus, but power. He explained. Sakura's eyes widened at the explanation. I get it, I need to increase my power, not my control, she said. Jiraiya nodded, giving her a leaf. Kakashi said you could already make decent progress with this. Show me where you're at. He ordered. She nodded and channeled her fire chakra. The leaf dried out. Jiraiya nodded. Yep, your control is perfect. You need to add power. How much though? She asked. Jiraiya smiled. For an exercise like this, use the same amount as a substitution. But instead of using all of your chakra, just the fire portion. Got it? He asked. She nodded and grabbed another leaf. She stood in silence for a moment concentrating. Then she began channeling the chakra. The leaf literally burst into flames, pushing Sakura back a few steps. Whoa, she said with a smile. Jiraiya smiled. Now we're talking. Let's get you on the second exercise, he yelled as Sakura grinned widely at him. Hash. Sasuke fell to his knees. Shit. I can't keep going, he said, frustrated at his weakness. Kakashi pulled him to his feet and pulled the gravity tunic off of him. You've done exactly 4 times more than what I expected of you, Sasuke. It's time for your break, you'll train with Jiraiya-sama soon, Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke nodded and stumbled over to a tree that Naruto was running up and down, on his hands. Atoto, how can you keep going? He asked. Naruto paused for a moment, panting hard. He said, Sakura may be faster, and you may be smarter, but physically I am stronger, he said, pulling himself up the tree again. Sasuke chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm. I'm proud of him, he thought as he leaned back against the trunk of the tree. Naruto got to the top again and turned to run down again when he noticed Kakashi standing next to him, keeping up easily. So Naruto, I was wondering. What is your plan to defeat Neji? He asked. Attack him with the same level I attacked Kankuro, because that's what he'll expect. It'll put him on the ropes and he'll start to second guess himself. Then I show off my long distance fighting to tire him out. I'll force him to surrender and suffer the embarrassment of losing to a nobody. I'm sure it'll knock him off of his fate pedestal, he said as he continued. Kakashi seems like a decent plan, but what if he was holding back as well when he fought Hinata? He may be faster or stronger. Or have a few jutsu that will tip the scales in his favor. Naruto frowned. You forget, sensei. When in doubt, shoot the motherfucker, he said cockily as he launched a bone bullet through the tree he was climbing down. Kakashi chuckled. Even so, I think you should consider this. Neji is a taijutsu master. Play with his mind, show him that you can stop all his taijutsu attempts. Then take him down with something unexpected. Kakashi offered as an alternative. Naruto hummed. Okay, that makes sense. I think I know what to do now, sensei. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile as he came within viewing distance of the ground. Kakashi, I smiled very well, I think you'll win, Naruto. Just don't do anything foolish, promise? Nope. Kakashi chuckled again and flipped onto his feet while simultaneously pulling out his book. Naruto walked to the very base of the tree, ending up on his back on the ground. He sighed happily. Alright, I'm good for now, he said, turning to Sasuke. When do you start with Uro-sensei? He asked. Sasuke shrugged. Right now, Jiraiya yelled as he and Sakura entered the clearing. Naruto looked up at Sakura. How'd it go? He asked. She smirked and took a breath before letting it out. It came out as fire. I'd say it went well. She replied with a smirk. Kakashi's eye widened. The final step? You already mastered it? He asked in shock. She nodded and grabbed the tunic from Kakashi's grasp. Yep, she said with a smile while pulling Sasuke to his feet. Your turn, Sasuke-kun, she said. Sasuke nodded and walked over to Jiraiya. Sasuke, the first part of your training will be a bit different to the others. For now, we'll focus on your seals. Sasuke nodded but asked, actually, I have a question, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya raised a brow as the two arrived at the second clearing. Shoot, kid, he said. Sasuke fell to his knees and bowed. Please allow me to sign the Toad summoning contract. He begged. Jiraiya stumbled in shock. Why, what the hell, kid? Get up, he said, pulling Sasuke to his feet. Well, I was planning to give it to Naruto. But he already said he needs a stealthy summons. Toads are combat and tracking, not stealth. Jiraiya thought for a moment, staring at Sasuke. Sasuke looked up hopefully from his still bowing form. Please say yes. He thought. Jiraiya nodded. All right. I'll let you sign the contract, he said. Sasuke straightened from his bow and gave a classic Uchiha smirk. Domo arigato, sensei, he said enthusiastically, for an Uchiha at least. The team's training progressed in this manner for the first week. Naruto managed to do the Kaiten partially, and with the help from Hinata, who visited the team's training twice, he now could channel the chakra through all his chakra points. Now he just has to do so all at once. Sakura could channel her fire chakra throughout her whole body now, heating up any liquid within her reach to the point of evaporation in moments. Her claws had an interesting reaction to the fire chakra. If she swiped with the fire chakra focused to the fingers of her gauntlets, a blue flame would extend her claws reach up to a foot. While if she sent the chakra to RGS, radical good speed, every place she stepped on becomes alight with fire, the same for every place she kicks. Sasuke was able to summon up to the second level of toads, them being the size of a small carriage, still taller than his sensei, and pretty wide too. He bonded with a toad called Gamatoki, a toad that Sasuke could easily ride on. Gamatoki was a dark blue, and wielded a spiked shield as a weapon. He was primarily defense and tracking, but he could spit a ball of oil over a mile. Sasuke's sealing abilities were increasing dramatically, now past the novice level and classified as a true seal user. The team was having a great time training and hanging out when Tsume came to visit the house one evening. Knock. Knock. Coming, Sakura yelled as she exited the dining room to answer the door. Opening it, she saw who had knocked. Tsume-sama, she declared in surprise. Tsume looked shocked at Sakura. Oh, hello there. I thought this was Sasuke's house. Hokage-sama said I would probably find Naruto here. She trailed off, unsure of what to say to the girl. Sakura pulled her elder inside. Yeah, he's doing the dishes. Our whole team lives here together, she said. Tsume's eyes widened in recognition. Oh right, it's that Sakura girl from Kiba's class. She thought as she remembered Sakura. The two entered the kitchen to see a grumbling Naruto rinsing the last of the clean dishes and Sasuke sitting in a chair reading Naruto's journal aloud. Huh? Hey Naruto, did you know your dad was a seal master? He asked in shock as he took a bite out of an apple. Ahem. The two boys turned and saw Sakura guiding Tsume into the kitchen. Naru-ni, Tsume-sama wants to talk to you, she said. Naruto put down the last plate and nodded. Okie dokie. Follow me, Tsume-sama, he said, walking past her and into the lounge room. She followed while looking around with a frown. Where's Akamaru? She thought. Naruto waved to the couch, offering it to Tsume. She sat. Finally seeing Akamaru on couch next to her, he looked weak. Are you here to help Akamaru? Naruto asked as he sat down in another seat. Tsume sighed. Unfortunately, there is nothing that can be done for him, she said sadly. Naruto sat straight in shock. What? He yelled. Sume looked at Naruto. Let me ask you, how long does the average dog live? Naruto looked confused at the question. I have no clue, he said. Sume looked back at Akamaru. The average dog lives 17 years. But the dogs of the Inuzuka clan can live as long as a human, she said, patting Akamaru's head. Naruto's eyes widened. That's amazing, how does it work? He asked. Sume turned to him. At the birth of the puppy, a young child fuses a part of their chakra with the newborn. This forces their life forces to become one. Meaning as long as one live, so does the other. It also means that if one dies. She trailed off sadly. The other dies as well, Naruto finished sadly, realizing that Akamaru was slowly dying. How do we stop it? He asked. A tear fell from Sume's eye. You can't stop his body from dying, which is why I need to ask you a favor, Naruto, she said seriously. Naruto blinked in shock. What could I do? I'm no medic, he said. Sume fell to her knees and bowed. Please, drain Akamaru's soul, help a piece of my son live on. She practically begged. Naruto looked at Sume in shock. Stop begging, please, he said as he fell to his knees as well and pulled Sume to her feet. I'll do it, but please stop crying, he said softly. Sume sat back on the couch. Thank you, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded before frowning. But how do you know about my technique? He asked. As the head of a ninja clan, I can access the file on any ninja below Jonin rank. All the clan heads should know about your use of the soul drain technique by now. She explained to a stunned Naruto. Naruto nodded and walked over to Akamaru, who barked up at him. Thanks, Naruto. He yipped out. Naruto swallowed and nodded. Sure thing, Akamaru. Now? He asked Akamaru and Sume. Akamaru nodded. Yes please, it hurts. While Sume nodded, tears in her eyes as she petted Akamaru for the last time. Naruto formed the one-hand seal he needed to activate the jutsu and placed a hand on Akamaru's head. Ninja art, soul drain. Akamaru howled one last time before being sucked into Naruto's mind. Naruto fell to his knees, clutching his head. Mindscape. Hello little Ninken, Zabuza said as Akamaru appeared in front of the trio inside Naruto's mind. Naruto landed next to them. This will be weird, he said as he walked over to Akamaru. Naruto pulled Akamaru's essence from his body, separating it into its two base forms. Naruto absorbed the first part while Akamaru's form appeared from the second part. He looked healthy again. Yip! He barked as he jumped onto Naruto and licked his face. Naomi jumped up and joined the hug. A puppy, she exclaimed happily. Akamaru jumped into her arms and licked her face happily. Naruto realized that Akamaru was talking as a dog again and that they couldn't communicate. Weird, he thought. Naruto picked up Akamaru's corpse as everyone was facing his spirit and threw it towards Kyubi, who ate him whole in respect of not chewing him to pieces. Kit, I think you should head back out to Tsume. We'll talk later tonight. The Kyubi said seriously. Naruto nodded. See you all later, he said before he faded back into his body. Naruto came back to consciousness with a smile. He's saved Tsume, happy too, he said as he looked at Tsume. Time seemed to have only moved a minute outside. Tsume smiled and picked up the collar left behind. Thank you, Naruto. The Inuzuka clan owe you a favor, she said as she stood. Naruto stood as well and shook his head. No, it doesn't. By absorbing Akamaru, I got his jutsu. You owe me nothing. If anything, I owe you for letting me help and helping me become better as a ninja, he said. Sume nodded. Still, I thank you for letting my son and his partner live on inside you, she said as she walked out. I'll show myself out, she said as tears started to pour from her eyes again. Naruto let her leave inside. Wow, that was something else. He muttered, seeing and smelling the world around him in a whole new light. Sasuke and Sakura entered and sat down next to him. You okay, Atoto? Sasuke asked. Naruto sighed again. Yeah. He muttered. Sakura hugged him and the three sat for a moment in silence. Knock. 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 Sasuke stood. I'll get it, he said walking towards the door. He opened it to see an Anbu officer. The Hokage requests Team 7 at a council meeting tonight at 9 o'clock. The Anbu said before disappearing in a sunshine. Sasuke blinked in shock. Really? Is now really the best time for this? He asked to the sky. Damn it. he muttered as he walked back into the house and towards the lounge room. He walked in as Sakura and Naruto got to their feet. "Who was it, Sasuke-kun?" she asked. Sasuke sighed, "An Anbu messenger. We have to attend a council meeting in 20 minutes. Naruto sighed as well. "Want to get going?" he said quietly. The other two nodded and the three of them began to head to the meeting. Welcome Team 7, Hiruzen, Sarutobi said as the three walked in. The three genin bowed to the council and the Hokage. "What is it you need from us, Hokage-sama?" Sasuke said. The three had elected him as the spokesperson of Team 7. The Hokage frowned. "As you all know, I addressed the three of you as you were training yesterday. Could you please tell us the reason why?" he asked. Sasuke nodded. "My teammate came across the knowledge of an impending invasion and we assume you oversaw the discovery being revealed to the rest of the team with the Hokage's viewing jutsu." Hiruzen nodded, hiding the pride he felt for Team 7. He was about to continue but he was interrupted. Sakumi Haruno stood up and shrieked, "Hokage-sama! The demon plans on attacking the village." Some of the civilian council yelled in agreement, while most of the room sat in silence. Iviki Morino, head of the village's criminology department, stood. "Sit down and shut up," he bellowed. All the civilians cowered in fear of the sadistic mind breaker and sat down muttering. "Thank you, Iviki-kun," the Hokage said while Iviki sat down himself. Sarutobi turned back to Team 7, who held different emotions on their faces. Sakura looked ashamed of her mother, Naruto looked sad at the accusation and Sasuke wasn't standing with his team anymore. Sarutobi blinked and heard a shriek. He turned to see Sasuke standing in front of Sakumi, who had fallen back from her chair. Sasuke glared at the pink-haired banshee, his Sharingan blazing. "You do not talk about my teammate that way," he ordered. Sakumi was shocked that the perfect Uchiha-sama would talk to her that way, so she just sat quietly. Sasuke turned and walked back to his team. "I apologize for my actions," he said with a bow towards the Hokage. Sarutobi nodded. They were justified. "Now, I would like Naruto to inform the council of how he learned of the coming invasion," he said. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Hokage-sama, it is an A-rank secret. I'm afraid I'm not allowed to talk about it while civilians are in the room." A fat civilian who didn't care much for ninja laws yelled, "What makes you think you have the right to keep secrets from us?" Sasuke didn't answer. The fat man took that as him winning the conversation. He was wrong. Sakura leaned around Sasuke. "It's the law, moron," she said as if she was lecturing a child. The fat man bristled and went to yell at her when he was interrupted. Inoki Yamanaka stood. "Excuse me, but I thought we were here to plan for a war?" he emphasized, reintroducing the seriousness of the situation. Sasuke was about to step forward when Naruto moved instead. "You are right, Inoki-sama," he said. "I discovered the information through a genin of the Sound Village. He attacked our team during the exams. I stopped him with the help of Rock Lee. Then I learned from him about the impeding attack. I did not learn any specifics, but I know that the Sand and Sound Villages plan to strike during the third part of the Chunin exams in the final round. The Hokage is confident that their secret weapon will be ready then. Unfortunately, I have no idea what this weapon is," Naruto said in a professional tone. Shikaku Nara frowned. "Well, this sucks. I think we should start preparing for this secret weapon. Odds are it is either a ninja or in possession of a ninja that will be somewhere in the stadium at the time of the final round. The question is, which ninja?" he said. Shibuya nodded alongside Shikaku's assessment. "Then it seems that the most logical course of action would be to capture all the higher-up ninja and those that are important to the Sand and Sound Villages," he said as many other clan heads nodded as well. Homura, one of the council's advisors and one of the two civilian council heads cut in. "I'm sorry, but how can we take the word of a boy that was known for pranks seriously on a subject such as this?" Danzo, the man who was a sit-in for the Uchiha clan's leader and member of the civilian council, smirked. "At last, a chance to reign in the QB. I was informed that he has a jutsu that absorbs a person's soul and memories, essentially eating his opponent and absorbing anything he needs." The whole council looked at Danzo in shock, the civilians in fear at his words and the ninjas in shock that he just revealed such a secret. The Hokage stood. "Danzo Himura, you have broken a law of information exchange concerning an A-rank secret. You are sentenced to life in prison," he ordered. Danzo stood as well, matching the Hokage's stare with his own. "I broke no law, I was sharing a rumor I've heard around the village. I had no idea it was true," he said, acting the part of the innocent civilian. Hiashi glared. All clan heads have access to such information. You would have known as you are currently in a stand-in for the Uchiha clan's head, he said. Danzo smirked. Alas, I am afraid as a stand-in I do not have those rights. As you all know, I've been busy organizing the Chunin exam finals setup, which is where I heard this rumor. The civilian stalls don't organize themselves, you know, he said, solidly covering up his deception. Sasuke cut in before anyone could respond. Excuse me, Hiashi-sama, did you just say this man was acting as the head of my clan? He asked. Everyone turned to Sasuke in shock, except for Danzo, who turned in anger. Yes, this is Danzo Himura. You act as though this is your first time meeting him. The Hokage said. Sasuke nodded. It is. How is it that this stranger represents my clan? He said. Kuza turned to Danzo with a confused look on his face. I thought you were seeing him every fortnight to help integrate Sasuke into village laws and clan laws? He asked. Danzo started to sweat. If I lose the seat of the Uchiha, my political power will drop immensely. What do I do? He thought. The Hokage glared at Danzo. You have been shunning your duties as a clan head. This may very well put the village itself in danger. Sasuke, it is within your power to elect whoever you want as the stand-in until you receive the status yourself. I request that you change who's in power right now. He all but ordered. Danzo glared at the Hokage. Bastard. He thought as he leaked a weak killing intent. Sasuke nodded. I apologize, Danzo-san, but I cannot trust someone I do not know. Then let us get to know each other, Sasuke-san, Danzo said, although it sounded like an order. Sasuke shook his head in the negative. I'm sorry, but by the sounds of it you've been brushing off your duties in favor of making a few bucks at the exams. Therefore, I request Dan Higurashi to hold the place of Uchiha clan head until I choose to take over the position, he said. Danzo bristled. No. I won't allow it, he said, as if someone would care. He was wrong. The Hokage smiled. Danzo, please remove yourself from the shinobi side of the council arena. Your seat on the civilian side is still available, he said. Danzo glowered at Hiruzen. Damn it. I was so close. He thought. The Hokage turned to Dan, who sat quietly near the back of the civilian side of the council room. Dan-san, would you please take your seat amongst the shinobi of this council room? He asked. Dan blinked. Sure thing, Sarutobi. I mean, Hokage-sama, he said as he got up and walked over to sit between Hiashi and Shikaku. Dan looked as if he felt really awkward, until Shikaku patted his shoulder. I haven't talking to you in a while, Dan-sensei, he mumbled before turning back to his sleep. Dan smiled and chuckled a little. It is nice to be back around those I can trust, he thought as he nodded to Hiashi, who nodded in return. The Hokage turned back to the genin. After the events I've witnessed tonight, I think this is a shinobi-only matter. Team 7, I ask that you write a full report and hand it to myself. I will make copies for the clan heads and we will discuss possibilities, he said, dismissing the hall of councilmen. All the clan heads in the room, including Dan, disappeared in a Konoha sunshine, showering the civilians with leaves. Sakumi huffed, damn ninjas. She muttered as the civilians walked out. Team 7 returned home tiredly. I'm going to bed, Sasuke said as he dragged himself upstairs. Sakura hummed in agreement and followed after him. Naruto was already asleep, curled up like a dog would be on a couch in the lounge room. Chapter 14, The Results of Training, Secret Mission. There was only 3 days until the end of the training month. Kakashi called Team 7 to meet at midday on their team's training field. Alright guys, I will test you 3 once more. And I expect you to pass, got it? He said with a smile. Team 7 sat in front of their sensei. The only visible change from the start of their training appeared to be that all of them packed on a bit more muscle. And Sasuke upgraded his ceiling emblem, showing that he progressed to the next level. What's the test, sensei? Sakura asked. Kakashi smiled and pulled out 2 bells, same as last time, but I will be playing for real. Jiraiya will be watching, so feel free to use what he taught you. You have 2 hours. Ready? He said as Team 7 stood to their feet. Naruto smiled. Ready, sensei, he said as he made a hand seal. Sakura stood. This'll be easy, she said. Sasuke just stood with a smirk. Hit it, Naruto. Kakashi chuckled. I'll take that as a yes then. Naruto activated his jutsu, hidden mist jutsu. He yelled as the field was covered in a thick mist. It dissipated to show the 3 genin gone without a trace. Kakashi pulled out a kunai and scanned the area. Very good. I couldn't trace them at all, though I probably could have with my Sharingan. He thought. Kakashi spun and blocked a swipe from Sakura, her gauntlets activated. "You've gotten faster," he said as he kicked at her. She used her skating ability to launch herself backwards and sunk underground. Kakashi smirked, hit and run tactic. Very smart against someone who is stronger, he thought. He suddenly ducked as a kunai flew where his head last was. Kakashi turned to the right to see Sasuke holding 3 more kunai. He ran to Kakashi's left and threw another knife. Kakashi dodged again. He's obviously trying to distract me. Or maybe lure me somewhere? He thought as he dodged a third kunai. Sasuke took a few more steps then stopped. Kakashi copied his movement and then frowned. "What's your game, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked. He scanned around him and noticed the other 2 genin weren't in view. Sasuke smirked and stabbed his last kunai into the ground in front of him. "Activate," he said. A seal lit up on each of the kunai, making Kakashi's eyes widen. "Shit," he thought as the seals activated. A red barrier appeared around the 4 sides of Kakashi. "Gotcha, sensei," he said as he put a hand on the barrier. "Fire," he yelled, causing small flames to be launched from the 4 corners of the barrier. Kakashi spent the next 5 minutes dodging. Impressive, Sasuke. This would have destroyed many chunin. Unfortunately, I'm faster than all of them. He taunted as the chakra in the seals ran out and Sasuke fell to a knee. Kakashi was panting lightly as he walked over to Sasuke. "That was exhausting. Such heat dehydrated me quickly and any hit from those flames would have surely crippled any movement." "Nice try, Sasuke," he said as he reached out to restrain Sasuke. Sasuke looked up smirking, his Sharingan blazing. "Ninja art, chameleon," he said in victory as he disappeared from Kakashi's sight. Kakashi stumbled in shock. That was pretty smart, he thought while releasing the genjutsu, Kai. He looked where Sasuke was, only to see he had used the distraction to escape. Very smart, Kakashi thought. Suddenly a light mist rolled in. "Guess it's Naruto's turn," Kakashi thought as he took a defensive stance. A few moments passed in silence. Kakashi rolled forward as a shuriken flew by, then back as another came from the opposite direction. How is he able to be at 2 places at once? Kakashi thought as he dodged another shuriken, this time from the front. Another? He thought in shock as he continued to dodge. The attack suddenly stopped. Is he done? Kakashi thought. The mist didn't lift. "I'm not liking this," Kakashi mumbled. Tsuga. Kakashi turned in shock just in time to be hit by a rotating flying Naruto and launched into the air. After the impact, the Naruto that hit Kakashi burst into water. Kakashi righted himself in the air. "That was shocking," he stated as he started to fall back into the mist calmly. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Earth style, Mud Ball Jutsu. Sealing art, Anti-Gravity Pulse. Kakashi looked around him to see something which honestly frightened him. "Oh my," he said. Looking down, there was a light blue field, suspending Kakashi in the air. This is new, he thought as the other 2 jutsu winded towards him, the dragon from his left and Mud Ball from his right. Kakashi threw 1 kunai out of the field of the sealing barrier. The seal was disrupted, causing Kakashi to fall through the air towards the 2A rank jutsu. Kakashi made another hand sign. "Haven't used this one in a while," he thought before clapping his hands above his head as he dove head first towards the gap in between the jutsu. Wind style, Motion Sickness, he simply stated. His jutsu cut the space in the air around him, causing a vacuum to suck him towards the ground, meaning that suddenly he sped up to extreme levels, barely dodging the jutsu as they clashed behind him in mid-air. Boom! The 2 jutsu clashed and the force propelled Kakashi downward, towards his students who were staring, shocked at Kakashi's maneuver. He landed amongst his students. "Well, ninjutsu and genjutsu don't seem to be working against me, although I must say, pushing me away from any items I could use to substitute with and then absolutely obliterating me, that tactic would have killed many jonin I know. Unfortunately, I've been in a situation similar to this before," Kakashi stated as he turned around, seeing that he was surrounded by his students. Kakashi stopped, facing Naruto. "And when did you learn Inuzuka techniques?" he asked. Naruto smirked. "Just before I learnt this one, Kaiden," Naruto yelled before spinning, the chakra expelling from his tenketsu. Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi were all hit by the jutsu. But Sasuke faded from existence, genjutsu. Kakashi thought in realization. Sakura turned to mud and was splattered, mud clone. Kakashi was spun round twice before being thrown back into the center of the clearing. "Wow, I did not expect that," Kakashi said as he got to his feet, holding his ribs in pain. Naruto stood straight and pulled out his blade. Since you say our jutsu won't be enough to beat you, how about taijutsu and kenjutsu? He said with a smirk, taking an offensive stance. Kakashi stood straight and winced. That's a little unfair, I can't fight properly with this injury, he said. Naruto smirked, oh what a shame, how about we make it more interesting? He said as Sasuke faded into existence next to him. We've won this time, sensei, he said as he activated his Sharingan and pulled out a seal. Placing it on his palm. Sakura appeared in a burst of speed and activated RGS. What do you say, sensei? Taijutsu? She asked. Kakashi chuckled and lifted his headband. Let's get serious, he said, opening his Sharingan eye and charging at the trio. Naruto stepped forward and swung his sword as Sasuke stepped back. Kakashi was forced to dodge the swing by jumping over Naruto, right into Sakura's foot. Shocking first bullet. Sakura's kick impacted the log Kakashi substituted with, shattering it into oblivion. Kakashi appeared behind the duo and threw a punch. Using his Sharingan, Sasuke threw his palm in front of Kakashi's fist, catching the punch activate, he yelled. 100 volts was sent through Kakashi, instantly knocking him unconscious. Team 7 looked in shock as Kakashi fell into his back, defeated. Naruto blinked, did we actually just beat a Jonin? He asked. Sakura activated her Mystic Palm technique and began healing the bruised muscles Kakashi earned from the kite, and not just any Jonin, an elite, she said in shock. The two looked to Sasuke, who was on his knees, praying in front of the destroyed log. He clapped and stood up. A moment's silence, he said. The three genin stood and bowed in respect for the fallen log. Amen. The three said in unison, ending their prayer. That was extremely amazing. The three turned to see Jiraiya walking towards them, although, the challenge was to get the bells. You guys overdid it a little, he said. The team smiled as a Naruto clone ran over and passed the bells to Naruto. He held the bells up in victory. You mean these? Jiraiya blinked in shock. When did you get those? He asked. Sakura smiled. When I first charged in, I grabbed one. He turned around as I was going for the second. Sasuke smirked. I grabbed the second when I activated my chameleon jutsu. Naruto grinned as he passed the bells to Jiraiya. They gave them to me cause I can hide from anyone in a second's notice. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys sure you're genin? This is ridiculous, he continued laughing. Sakura prodded Kakashi's arm. I think I'll take sensei to the hospital, she said as she waved Sasuke over. He pulled out a seal and placed it on Kakashi. That should do it. Sakura grabbed Kakashi's foot and lifted him easily. Anti-gravity seal? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded. Yep, go for it Sakura, he said. She nodded and activated her weapons. Meet you guys at Ichiraku's, she said as the two disappeared. Jiraiya grinned. Let's get going then, he said. Team 7. You are requested along with Jiraiya-sama for a mission. A bear-masked Anbu said from his crouch in front of the four. Naruto blinked in confusion before slurping up the last of the noodle in his bowl. Eh? But we have the exams. We can't leave on a mission, he said. Sakura nodded as she placed her bowl down. I guess we have been requested. Hopefully it's a short one, she said. Sasuke smirked. I think it will be, if it's the mission I'm thinking of at least. I think you're right, Jiraiya said as he placed down the payment for the noodles. We'll be at the tower in 5 Anbu-san. He answered the Anbu. The Anbu nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Let's go, Naruto said as he jumped to his feet and raced off. Sakura and Jiraiya followed after him, grins on their faces. Sasuke turned to Ayame. Ayame-chan, would you please come over to the house for dinner the night after the finals? I'm afraid Team 8 will be joining us, I hope you don't mind? He said with a small smirk. Ayame blushed. Sure Sasuke-kun, what time do you want me? She said. His smirk grew. I want you all the time. Her blush deepened, but dinner will be served around 7. See you there, he said. Sasuke turned and activated his Sharingan, pulling out a seal. Sealing jutsu, jutsu amplification, he said before following with an amplified long-distance shunshine, straight next to the door of the Hokage's office. Sakura jumped in shock at Sasuke's sudden appearance. Whoa, Sasuke? She asked. He just smirked as Naruto and Jiraiya arrived, lightly panting. Man, you two sure are fast, Jiraiya said as Naruto fell against the door. It fell open with his weight, dropping him to the floor. Ouch! The Hokage looked away from a frustrated Anko. Ah, here you are. Please come in. He welcomed. Anko frowned as Team 7 and Jiraiya took their seats. Look here, old man. This genin was lying. It is impossible to handle the curse seal, she said angrily. Say that to my face. Anko froze in shock at the dark chakra that suddenly overwhelmed her. She turned slowly to see Sasuke sitting perfectly calm, a smile on his face. And his curse mark covering his entire body. Anko whipped out a kunai. Stay away. You'll kill everyone. The seal will make you, she yelled. Sasuke raised a brow and the mark receded, showing his control. Really? I think I have control over such a novice seal array, he said. Anko dropped her kunai in shock. I am possible, she said as she leant against the Hokage's desk. Jiraiya spoke up, it is not. He explained what he can see to me and it makes perfect sense. In all honesty, I thought it was a single extremely complex seal. But looking at it as 3 different seals set up to work together, it's actually quite basic, he said. Anko stood in silence for a moment before dropping to her knees and bowing. Get it off me. Please, she whispered as tears poured from her eyes. The Hokage coughed, grasping everyone's attention. I have a room set up for this mission, although it will involve all of you. This news shocked everyone as they thought only Sasuke and Jiraiya would be needed. Sasuke, you will be the one to modify the seal and isolate the 3 components. This will be extremely painful, so Sakura, I hope you've mastered your 3 medical jutsu. Sakura nodded, I have one that can minimize the pain Anko-san will feel, she said. Sarutobi sighed, Jiraiya, Sasuke could perform this easily on himself because he could use the curse mark's power to override itself, therefore, I will need you to hold up a containment field around them to hold in the battling chakras. I know you can do it. Jiraiya scoffed, yeah I can easily, he said with a smirk. Sarutobi nodded and turned to Naruto, Naruto, after Sasuke isolates the 3 portions, I want you to absorb the portion of Orochimaru's soul that is within the seal, he said. Naruto's eyes widened, is that even possible? He asked. The Hokage nodded, in theory, it is definitely possible. The curse seal was Orochimaru's last act on his way from leaving Konoha. I'm hoping you'll be able to understand what his goal was at the time. Can you do it, Naruto? He asked seriously. Naruto nodded, once Sasuke tells me where to pull from, I can do it, he said determinedly. The Hokage nodded and stood, passing Jiraiya a scroll. He said, the room has been set up in accordance to Sasuke's design, it is the 2nd guest office downstairs. Good luck. Team 7 walked out of the office, followed by Atiri, Anko and Jiraiya. Hash. The team arrived at the prepared room and entered. Anko shivered at the coolness of the room. She scanned the room to see 3 small sealing arrays that were connected by a ring of seals. The whole setup was surrounded by a larger seal. Whoa, she whispered. Sit here and take off your shirt, Sasuke said. Anko sat in the center of the seal array and pulled off her jacket and shirt, letting the genin get a view of her assets. She looked up to notice the 2 male genin looking away and trying to focus on the seal work and Sakura looking at her form jealously. Anko sat under the scrutiny of the genin for a few moments in silence. It did not last long. Oi brats, when is this shit starting? She asked. Sasuke turned to Jiraiya and nodded. Jiraiya held the ram seal and sent a pulse of chakra into the outer array. A blue barrier formed around the group inside. Anko looked at the barrier in awe, not noticing Sasuke mold his chakra. Here we go, he said quietly. Anko felt his hand slam into the junction between her neck and shoulder. Her body burned in pain. Ah! She screamed. Sakura placed a hand on Anko's forehead, medical ninja art, numbing she said as the pain Anko felt dulled to a mere pinprick on her back. Anko frowned as she felt the chakra in the seal swirl. Ugh! She breathed. Sasuke took a deep breath and pulled out his seal's chakra, using it to attract Anko's seal to activation. It worked. Naruto looked on as Sasuke's arm disappeared in a funnel of black chakra. Shit. He heard him say. Aniki? Naruto asked. Sasuke watched Anko's seal with his Sharingan. Her seal is more primitive than mine. He put too much of his soul in and now the array is unbalanced. I've isolated it but I can't restrict it. Naruto, I need you to drain it now. He ordered. Naruto nodded and stepped closer. Where is it? He asked, trying to see the seal. Sasuke pulsed his chakra and the dark funnel appeared to only be coming from a smaller space now. At the base of the chakra, Sasuke said as he focused on holding the other two portions in place. Naruto nodded and pushed his hand over the bursting chakra. Ninja art, soul drain, he yelled. The dark chakra began swirling into Naruto's palm. The force of the sudden change knocked Sakura off, letting Anko feel the pain again. Ah hhhhhhhh. Her scream was blood-curdling and she was crying heavily. In a second, it was over. Anko fell onto her face, passed out from the pain. Sasuke fell onto his ass, his hands looked burned but otherwise he was fine. Sakura stood straight again. Let's get her home, she said as Jiraiya lowered the outer seal. He walked over as Sakura put Anko's cloak back on her. Everything good here? He asked. I think so? Jiraiya turned and looked at Naruto only for his jaw to drop in surprise. Naruto was looking at his arm which had a tattoo of a snake winding around it in black. What does this mean, Uro-sensei? He asked. Jiraiya blinked in shock. I'm about 90% sure that's the proof of the snake summoning contract, he mumbled. Naruto laughed and threw his fist into the air. Sweet. Sasuke stood and pulled out a seal, placing it on Anko. She suddenly became as light as a feather. Sakura, I think the hospital is the best place for her right now, would you do the honors? Jiraiya said. Sakura nodded and activated RGS. Sure, what we doing after? She queried. Sasuke was about to say something when Naruto suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Looks like we're done for the day, Sakura-chan. He couldn't suppress the jutsu apparently, he said. Sakura nodded, see you at home then. And she was gone. Sasuke pulled Naruto onto his back. Let's get you home, Atoto, he said as he walked out of the room. Jiraiya smiled as the team left. These kids are gonna be legends, I can feel it. He muttered as he left as well. Mindscape. Where is he? Naruto said as he appeared next to Zabuza, who was standing in front of Mizuki and Naomi who was holding Akamaru. Zabuza was scanning the room. I don't know, his body hasn't appeared yet, he said. Mizuki held Naomi defensively. He didn't have a body when you absorbed him. It was pure soul, he said worriedly. A dark chuckle was heard around the room. Kukukuku, well, this is unexpected, a user of the soul drain jutsu. And they sucked me from Anko-chan's seal, it said. Naomi shivered in Mizuki's hold. Zabuza yelled, show yourself, you snake. Akamaru barked and suddenly turned. Dark chakra appeared and swirled around a single point in front of Naruto and his souls where Akamaru was looking, forming Orochimaru's appearance. Well, little Mizuki, you've grown up. And I believe you are Zabuza of the Mist Village, correct? Orochimaru said. He was dressed as a Konoha Jonin but had his headband slashed, showing that he had abandoned the Leaf Village in favor of his own. It was as he appeared at the time he placed Anko's seal. Naruto's brow furrowed in concentration as a cage appeared around Orochimaru's soul. Gotcha, he said in victory. The soul glanced around his cage. Well, I didn't think the boy would be the user of this jutsu, should have paid more attention. He muttered. Naruto smirked as he walked up to the cage. Now to finish this, he said as he held the last sign. Ha, he yelled as he thrust his hand at the cage. Orochimaru fell to his knees and was yanked against the bars. Ah, he yelled in pain and frustration as he was being ripped apart. Suddenly, he was gone. Naruto gasped, as he gained partial memories of being Orochimaru, the creation of the curse mark, his 3 most used jutsu at the time, the beginning of the Sound Village. Damn. That's painful, Naruto said as he sat down on the couch within his mindscape. Zabuza stayed standing, staring at the cage. What just happened? He asked. Naruto grunted as he sat straight. I just absorbed my second soul. The first was Zaku, now part of Orochimaru. He answered. Mizuki frowned. What about us? Why are we here and not fully absorbed? He asked. Naruto looked at his feet in shame. I was lonely, he said quietly. I thought that if I had someone with me I wouldn't feel as lonely. He looked up and smiled at Naomi who had grabbed his hand. She smiled at him. You won't be lonely anymore, Naruto, we're here with you. And even if he doesn't say so, Q-chan is with you as well, she said. Naruto grinned at Naomi and picked her up. She squeaked in delight. Thanks Naomi-chan, he said happily. Zabuza grabbed Naruto's shoulder. Kid, you better be heading back now. The pink one is asking for you, he said gesturing to the TV, where Sakura's voice could be heard coming from faintly. Naruto nodded and placed Naomi on her feet. He clasped Mizuki's hand in a handshake, then fist bumped Zabuza. Thanks everyone, I'm off. Catch you later, he said as he ran from the room happily. The three sat on the couch and turned to the screen. Zabuza glanced at the cage to see it empty. I wonder where the fox went. He thought as Naruto regained consciousness. Hash. Naruto came back to consciousness with only one thought, his arm really hurt. He shot to a sitting position and started rubbing his arm, accidentally pushing Sakura away. Oh wow, ow. My arm. Why does it hurt? He asked as Sakura placed her hands on his wrists again, her healing chakra soothing the pain. She shushed him, it's okay Naruto, Sasuke already analyzed the seal on your arm. Since it was connected to Orochimaru's soul and chakra, it is trying to find a new source, it wants you to activate it. You just need to summon a snake, any snake, and the pain will go away. Got it? She asked. Naruto nodded and gritted his teeth, it really hurts. He thought, though the pain was dulling quickly thanks to Sakura. Sakura pulled Naruto to his feet. Sasuke is out the back, when you get out there follow his hand seals and swipe some blood on your tattoo. After that pump out as much chakra as you can and see what you summon, alright? He nodded at her explanation. She smiled, okay. 3, 2, 1. Go, she said as she let go of his hands. The pain crashed down on Naruto as her leapt out the window of his room and ran around the corner of the house to find Sasuke. He found him showing in the back gardens. The two boys made eye contact and Sasuke immediately ran to the open area of the yard, forming the hand signs for a summoning jutsu slowly so that Naruto could copy him. Naruto did so, and as the two arrived at the center of the backyard they both swiped a bleeding digit across their tattoo/palm and yelled. Summoning jutsu. The backyard was covered in smoke before it was slowly blown away. Kin and Sakura looked on in shock from their place in the garden patch. Naruto looked down from his place on top of the snake's head. Whoa, he exclaimed. The snake he summoned was a dark purple and had an odd pattern drawn on its head. So you are the boy who recently acquired the snake summoning tattoo? It asked. I am Manda, king of the snake clan, and each time I am summoned I require sacrifices. I see this will do for now. Manda finished as it glanced at Sasuke and the house-sized toad he stood on. Sasuke dismissed his toad quickly, not allowing Manda to try to harm it. Manda. I am the successor of the toad summoning contract as Naruto is the successor of the snake. I know the laws involving summoning rights. You must issue the challenge before you can demand anything, he yelled. Manda appeared to frown. You are correct. Fine, Naruto, is it? I have 2 challenges, choose one and we'll get started. He ordered. Naruto shouted sure thing. A few moments passed in silence before Naruto asked, so what are these challenges? Manda let out a chuckle, you will only know if you pass one of them, so choose. The first or second challenge? He answered. Naruto frowned, that's not fair, fine then I choose, the second challenge, he said. Manda let out another chuckle, combat it is, it said as he flung Naruto off of its head. Naruto landed on his feet, rules? He asked. Manda chuckled, you may choose up to 3 others to help you. I offered this choice to your predecessor, but he turned it down. Naruto smiled, we'll destroy you. Ne-chan. Aniki. Let's go, he yelled. Team 7 leapt into action. Naruto opened the fight by pulling out 2 giant shuriken. Take this, he said as he threw them as hard as he could at Manda, who thought he passed part 1, showing that he knows he needs help when fighting a stronger opponent. Overconfidence leads to death. They bounced off of his scales, barely scratching him. You'll have to do better than that. Earth style, swamp of the underground, Sakura yelled as she slammed her hand into the ground, immobilizing Manda's body in the massive swamp of oil. Manda blinked in shock, you've trapped me, but you cannot pierce my scales. So what will you do? Fire and wind style, flaming wind bullet. Sasuke and Naruto yelled in unison as Naruto threw an oversized wind bullet that Sasuke powered up with a fireball. The giant burning attack slammed into Manda and set it ablaze along with the oil. The 3 genin stood with a satisfied smile. Too easy, Naruto said. Manda burst from the ground away from Team 7, very good, you 3 are powerful. The 3 genin looked between Manda and the flame, seeing only a snakeskin being burnt. Damn. Naruto muttered. Manda scanned the 3 and thought, this boy and his team has already pushed me further than Orochimaru did. He definitely passed the attack portion. Which means I can't demand sacrifices anymore. How's his defense though? My turn, it said as it dove as Naruto. Naruto took a step back and smirked, pulling out his sword and deactivating his weights as Manda opened its mouth. Manda's mouth clamped down on Naruto's position. Only to not fully close. Naruto stood in Manda's mouth, his blade held above his head holding Manda's mouth open. Naruto panted at his exertion. You're stronger than I thought, Manda, he yelled as he made a single hand sign and blew at the roof of Manda's mouth. Wind style, great breakthrough, he yelled. The huge push of wind opened Manda's mouth fully and Naruto leapt out. Manda took a breath then leaned back, snake style, poisonous gas, it said as it spat a deadly purple mist at the now gathered Team 7. Sasuke pulled out a seal and stood in front of the trio, facing the gas head on. Sealing art, funnel sealing method, he yelled. The huge mist suddenly was sucked into a funnel of chakra and completely sealed inside the piece of paper. Sasuke dropped it to the ground as the paper became purple. Naruto took charge. Let's try our blind bird combo, he yelled. The other two nodded and Sakura activated radical good speed as Sasuke pulled out two seals. Let's go, he yelled as he sent chakra to the tubing in his legs, letting him fly into the air. Sakura used her extreme speed to appear under Manda, her gauntlets activated shocking first bullet, she yelled as her kick launched Manda into the air. Sasuke threw a seal at Manda which exploded in a flash of light, blinding him from Naruto's charge from above. Naruto nosedived at Manda and clapped his hands, wind style, motion sickness, he yelled. His fall increased to incredible speeds as he pulled out his blade, flipping onto its blunt side. Ballistic hammer, he yelled as the blunt side of his weapon impacted Manda's back, sending him plummeting to the ground where Sakura placed Sasuke's other seal. Sasuke sent out a pulse of chakra activating the seal as Sakura reappeared next to him. Gravity multiplication, he said. A gravity field encased Manda's falling form and his falling speed increased tenfold. Anyone else would have died from this combo, it thought as it plummeted to the ground. Unfortunately for them, I am a true Earthmaster. It thought. Manda impacted the ground and rose with no harm to its form, using the earth as cushioning sand. Nice try, now I have something to say. The three genin stood together, panting in exhaustion. You have passed my test, Naruto. You are now a snake summoner, it said before dispelling in a cloud of smoke. Naruto and the team stared at the area where Manda dispelled from. I passed? What was he testing then? Naruto asked out loud. Sakura shrugged, I dunno, maybe he just wanted to see if you were strong. Or maybe it had something to do with fighting with teammates instead of alone? She queried. Sasuke sighed, the point is, two members of this team now have two of the upper level summons. Now Sakura just needs to find Tsunade Senju and we'll have a complete set, he said. Sakura frowned. Slugs? I don't want to summon slugs, in case you didn't notice, I'm all about speed. Slugs are slow. She pointed out. Naruto blinked as Sasuke said back, well the only fast upper level summons are the monkeys, rabbits, and leopards. The monkeys are only used for the Sarutobi clan, the rabbits are in possession of the hidden grass village and the scroll for the leopards was stolen from the Hokage tower at the same time the second's lightning sword went missing. Naruto watched on confused as his two teammates fussed over the likelihood of their squad being the ones to discover a new summons that had speed. Kin walked up next to Naruto, it's almost like those two are married already, isn't it? She said. Naruto nodded before realizing who he was talking to, Kin-chan? What are you doing here? He asked. Kin smiled, after Sasuke turned me in, I applied to become a Konoha shinobi. I'm on probation right now but in 6 months, I might be put on a genin team, she said excited. Naruto returned her smile, that's great Kin-chan, he said. Kin laughed at Naruto's enthusiasm, gaining the attention of the other two. What's so funny? Sakura asked as she walked over to the duo. Naruto smiled, I'm just happy that Kin-chan will be safe with Konoha now. Isn't it great? He yelled. Sakura glanced at Kin, wondering if she was trustworthy. Sasuke stepped up and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder, she's good Sakura-chan. In fact, she expressed interest in joining the family, and my clan. What do you think? He asked. Sakura smiled at Kin, well, if you trust her I guess I can. Sakura realized what Sasuke was implying with his last line, what do I think? Why would that matter? She asked as she looked up at him in shock. Sasuke smirked and kissed her forehead, I'm pretty sure where my future is heading Sakura-chan. And I know that future starts with you, he said as he stepped away with a smirk. Sakura blushed bright red as Sasuke walked to the other two. Dinner time anyone? He said as he continued walking past. Naruto smiled. Ramen, he yelled as he jumped from his place next to Kin and flew at Sasuke, who was holding his arm up towards the sky. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's offered hand and lifted him as if he weighed nothing, which he did due to the anti-gravity seal he activated. The two flew off at an incredible speed as Sakura snapped out of her shock. Wait for us, she said as she activated radical good speed and shot after them, grabbing Kin in the process. Kin screamed as the four of them shot towards Ichiraku's at insane speeds. I'm gonna die. Ah. Hash. Chapter end. Hello everyone, smile. Firstly, I just wanted to thank you all for the feedback, especially those who gave positive feedback, hee. I was hoping you guys could help me out with a little decision concerning this story. Anko Mitarashi will become a part of Team 7's family. But I have a few ways to go about doing so. What do you think will fit best? And if you have another idea that you would like me to try, feel free to tell me. In appreciation of Sasuke removing the seal, she becomes one of his future wives. In appreciation of Naruto taking the piece of Orochimaru out of her, she joins Naruto's future clan as one of his wives. She becomes another parental figure to the family that is Team 7, acting as a big sister/mother role. Same as 3. But falls in love with Kakashi, who becomes a fatherly/uncle-like figure. PM me your answer, and if you have a reason behind your choice, please feel free to tell me. Chapter 15 Chunin Exam Finals Round 1. Mindscape. You ready, brat? Zabuza said to Naruto as all the souls in Naruto's being sat on the couch atop the building. Naruto nodded, as ready as I'll ever be. I made a promise, I have to show Neji how people are in control of their own fate. I will win, he said resolutely as he stood up. There's no question about that. I'd be more worried about this invasion and if you have to battle Gaara. Something about that boy seems familiar, Kyubi said with a nod of its massive head. Naomi hugged Naruto. You'll wipe the floor with those guys. Believe it, she said with a smile. Naruto laughed at her enthusiasm as Akamaru ran around the two, jumping and barking in excitement. Mizuki picked Naomi up off of Naruto. She's right, the only people who could actually hurt you in this exam is your own teammates as far as I'm concerned, he said as he patted Naruto's head. I have seen you grow, Naruto, and I must say you are simply amazing. He finished. Naruto stood happily at all the praise. Thanks guys. I'll see you tomorrow, he said as he leapt off of the building and towards the exit path. Hash. Naruto ran downstairs to see Sakura finishing her breakfast. Mornin' Nei-chan, he said as he sat next to her. Sakura smiled at Naruto. Good morning Naru-ni, you ready for today? She asked. He took a chomp of his breakfast. Yeah. We're gonna destroy the competition, he said with a piece of bacon hanging out of his mouth. Sakura grinned at his enthusiasm and handed him a napkin. Swallow before talking, Ni-kun, she said as she stood up and placed the dirty dishes in the sink. Sasuke walked in the door. You guys ready? He asked. Naruto engulfed the last of his food. Aren't you gonna eat, Aniki? He asked. Sasuke smirked. I already have. You're the one we're waiting on, Toto, he said as he turned and walked towards the door. Sakura wiped her hands and followed after him. Come on Nar-ni, she said in excitement. Naruto placed his things in the sink as well before following after them. What's the time, guys? He asked as he pulled his modified sandals on. Sasuke turned to him. We have 5 minutes to be at the stadium. We'll make it in 4, he said as he placed a seal on the bottom of each of his seals. Activate, he said. Sasuke was suddenly hovering about a foot off the ground, but it seemed he wasn't able to balance well. Ready, Naruto? He asked. Naruto flew into the air as Sasuke unwound his weapon and Sakura activated her skating ability. Let's go, Sakura said as Sasuke threw one end of the chain to Naruto and held the other tightly. Naruto flew forward, pulling Sasuke along behind him as if he was water skiing, while Sakura ran underneath Naruto. The three flew across Konoha. Sasuke would lean back and forth whilst adding in a few jumps to avoid hitting anything. Sakura lead the way, racing against Naruto who was flying almost horizontally while pulling Sasuke along. Sakura jumped onto a building and looked ahead. There's the stadium, she yelled. The boys looked up and saw the stadium. Ready, Sasuke? Naruto yelled. Sasuke smirked. Do it. Naruto picked up speed for a moment before flinging Sasuke forward. Sasuke moved as fast as Sakura was running and entered the stadium tunnel at the same time she did. Sakura deactivated her technique and skidded to a halt next to Ino, who was staring at her arrival in shock. Sasuke stopped channeling chakra into the seals and slid till he stopped between Shikamaru and Lee, who both sighed and cheered at Sasuke's troublesome youth. The other contestants expected to see Naruto come in after them at the same incredible speed. They were wrong. The clap of a sonic boom sounded above the contestants, causing them to look up to see Naruto plummeting at them at Mach speeds. Naruto smirked as he dove towards the ground. He flipped and landed on his feet, kicking up a huge dust cloud. He looked up from his crouched position to come face to face with Neji, who was looking on in shock. "We're not late, are we, Proctor?" he asked casually. Genma stood in shock at Team 7's entrance. "What in the name of log is going on?" he thought. Sakura poked Genma's side. "Proctor-san?" she asked. He snapped out of his stupor as the bell rung. "You all just made it," he said. The genin smirked at Genma. Genma cleared his throat. "All right, get in line. You are all representing your villages here, so show your pride and power," he ordered. The genin fell in line, all standing tall and confident as the Hokage stood. "Welcome everyone to the finals of this year's Chunin exams in Konoha," he yelled. The crowd roared in approval and excitement. "I would first like to thank the Kazekage and the Tsuchikage for attending to watch their finalists. This year's candidates are all amazing in their own rights, mere genin that are powerful enough to take down an elite when they work together. From varying villages, all can come together to show their likeness and will to move forward. Give them a hand. Let round 1 begin." The crowd screamed at the Hokage's speech. Genma took a step forward and spoke into his earpiece. "Open it up," he ordered. On the wall opposite the Hokage's booth opened up, revealing a screen similar to what was used in the prelims, except it showed the tournament in stage format. Round 1 will consist of 5 fights: Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka, then Sasuke Uchiha vs Temari Sabaku, then Lee Rock vs Gaara Sabaku, then Shikamaru Nara vs Paikon Nakatomi, and finally Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. "Let's begin round 1, stage 1, Genma yelled, projecting his voice throughout the whole stadium. The crowd cheered at the beginning of the battles as most of the genin began to leave the arena, leaving behind Sakura and Ino. As Naruto walked past Sakura, he whispered, "Remember, hold back but end it without any risk to yourself. Okay?" Sakura smiled and nodded. He left to catch up with the other vacating attendants as she turned back to face Ino. Ino smirked. "I know you may have gotten faster forehead, but I will still win this easily. So why don't you just give up?" she said cockily. Sakura couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. "Bah ha 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 ha, are you kidding? Ha ha ha." She continued laughing and fell onto her back, pissing Ino off intensely. Ino screeched, "Shut up, forehead." Sakura quietened her, chuckling. "Ino, my team spent our last couple of days watching the other team's training methods, and after watching your team for 2 hours and not even being noticed, I can easily say, a battle between you and me will be like a spider versus a flea," she said with a confident smirk. Genma interrupted the two. I guess I'll start the match now. Sakura of the Leaf versus Ino of the Leaf, begin," he said before leaping back. Ino yelled and ran forward, intending on ending the fight with a single punch. "Ha!" she yelled as she swung her fist. Sakura smirked and easily kicked upwards, deflecting the punch and spinning Ino around. She then hopped onto Ino's head and pushed off. Sakura landed with a twirl as Ino's face collided with the ground painfully. Crack! The crowd let out an audible ooh at the hit. Ino pushed herself to her knees and noticed the blood dripping from her near-broken nose. She glared at Sakura with tears in her eyes. "Do you know how hard it is to look this good, forehead? You could have really hurt me," she said. Sakura raised a brow. Ino, we're meant to be fighting each other. Of course I'm trying to hurt you. You should be doing the same to me," she said as if she was explaining to a child. Ino angered as the crowd laughed at her expense. "I'll show you," she said as she pulled out a kunai and charged at Sakura. "I probably should play it safe," Sakura thought as Ino approached. Sakura deactivated her weights with an unnoticeable pulse of chakra. Ino swung at Sakura murderously, but Sakura easily sidestepped each attack. "So, what exactly are you showing me, Ino? That you thought your looks were more important than your ninja skills?" Sakura taunted as she continued dodging. Ino leapt back and threw her kunai at Sakura, an explosive note hanging from the end. "I win," she proclaimed. Sakura smirked as the explosion engulfed where she stood. Ino smirked. "Teach you to look down on me, forehead. she said while panting. Ino turned in shock as she heard laughing. Really? You thought that would decide this match? Sakura said as she stood on the very tips of the grass, her skating technique visible. Ino stared. How? She asked. Sakura smirked and skated quickly to appear an inch from Ino, who fell over in shock. Simple, I'm fast, Sakura said as she skated back again. Ino pushed herself to her feet and grimaced, bitch. You're just trying to act tough so that Sasuke-kun will like you. Sakura dropped her technique in shock. Seriously? You're still going on about that? She asked. Ino looked confused. About what? You can't deny it, Sakura, you're trying to steal him from me. Ino accused. Sakura's jaw dropped. Are you fucking serious, Ino? Steal Sasuke from you? We've been practically dating for a while now, I think he's made his decision, Sakura said quietly, trying to help Ino keep some dignity. The crowd laughed at the comedy they were watching. Ino snarled and pulled out a kunai in each hand. I will show Sasuke-kun that I'm stronger, she yelled as she charged at Sakura as fast as she could. Sakura sighed. Guess I'll finish this now, she said as she activated her claws. Ino swung her kunai in an X, trying to bisect Sakura. Slash. Ino fell forward, past Sakura as her kunai were slashed into pieces thanks to Sakura's claws. Ino looked at the two handles she now held in shock. She can cut through kunai? She thought as she turned around. Slam. Sakura's earth chakra-powered punch slammed into Ino's stomach, flinging her back and into the wall of the arena. Ino collided with the concrete, knocking her out and leaving cracks in the wall. Genma nodded. Winner, Sakura of the Leaf, he said as medics came to pick up Ino. Sakura turned and bowed to the crowd, who erupted in cheers. She then bowed towards the cage booth, and exited the arena to the waiting area. Hash. The Kazekage turned to the Hokage. I must say, that was an interesting match, he said. Sarutobi sighed. I'm embarrassed that the heir to such an amazing clan acted as such, but I guess some of the genin got lucky during these exams, he said. Anaki, that Tsuchikage groaned. What's with Konoha and their speed demons? I could follow the girl but I know some of my jonin would have had such difficulty doing so, he said. Sarutobi chuckled. I guess she just practiced a lot. I am very proud of her. Did you know she was civilian born? Anaki's eyes widened. No, I did not. That is quite amazing then, he said as the three turned back to the field. Hash. Genma waved his arm. Next fight of round 1, Sasuke of the Leaf versus Temari of the Sand. The two mentioned shinobi entered the arena. Sasuke leapt from the balcony and ran down the wall to meet up with Genma, while Temari leapt into the air and whipped out her fan, floating down on it smoothly. The two landed in front of Genma and he nodded. Begin. Temari didn't hesitate and pulled her fan to its first moon, Kamitachi, she yelled as she swung, sending blades of wind at Sasuke, who dodged with what appeared to be a shunshine. Temari looked around the clearing, not seeing Sasuke anywhere. She assumed he was hiding amongst the trees. Ha, she yelled as she swung. Everyone watching did so in confusion as Temari suddenly turned away from Sasuke and attacked the trees. Sasuke stood, smirking while holding a one-handed seal. Chameleon jutsu is working perfectly, he thought as he walked closer. Temari stopped attacking the trees and stood in concentration, watching the trees. She heard something to her left and turned with a kunai to see. Nothing. The crowd saw she suddenly turned and faced directly at Sasuke as her kunai stopped inches from his head. Sasuke froze as he looked at Temari, who was looking right at him, but didn't see him. She frowned and her eyes widened in realization. Genjutsu? She whispered. Sasuke frowned and dropped low to the ground, just as Temari pulsed her chakra to release the genjutsu. Temari looked down in shock as Sasuke's foot flew at her face, kicking her into the air. She grunted as she righted herself in midair and pulled open her fan. Wind wall, she yelled as she swung her fan, blowing her away from Sasuke and sending a wall of wind at him. Sasuke frowned and whipped out his kusarigama, weapon style. Cutting edge, he responded, swiping the blade at the wall. The attack cut a slit in the wall which Sasuke dove through, avoiding the attack. Sasuke rolled to his feet and pulled his weapon to him, wrapping the weighted end around one arm and holding the blade in the other. He faced Temari, who stood at the ready with her fan, about to swing. The two paused for a moment, the tension in the arena rising at the sudden silence. Sasuke blinked and activated his Sharingan, visual jutsu, systematic rewind, he said. Temari made eye contact with him and the world blurred. It unblurred to show the two genin at the start of the match. Begin, Genma said as he jumped back. Temari looked on in confusion as Sasuke took his first stance again. Did I imagine that part of the match? Or something else? She thought before quickly flinging her fan. Kamitachi, she yelled. Suddenly the world blurred again and she was back where they were before Sasuke casted his visual genjutsu. What was the point of that? She asked Sasuke as he stood in the same position, his Sharingan whirling. He smirked. The point of what? He asked as he moved on the attack. Temari leapt back only for the world to blur again. She was at the point where she leapt back from Sasuke when he kicked her. Wind wall, she yelled as she shot the attack at Sasuke. The world blurred again and the two were back at the original timeline. What's happening? She yelled in frustration. Sasuke smirked. Nothing much, he said before throwing the weight of his weapon at her. She ducked and the world began to blur. Okay, where did he attack from last time I ducked? She thought as the world started to unblur. She was shocked to see them back at the point in time where Sasuke just rolled to his feet and took his stance. Visual jutsu, systematic rewind, he yelled. The timelines blurred together in her mind and she lost focus. That's it. I've had enough. She thought. Wind style, tornado drop, she yelled in frustration. She span around, whipping her fan with her creating a massive whirlwind. Sasuke smirked. Good, her strongest move. He thought as he deactivated his visual jutsu. The world blurred and suddenly they were back at the point where Sasuke activated his jutsu. Now I know your jutsu arsenal, he said. Temari stared in shock. What? Just happened? She asked. Sasuke smirked. My visual jutsu just showed me the different ways you'd react to different maneuvers and jutsu I've done during this battle as well as other things. I've even gotten you to exhaust the majority of your chakra, he said. Temari lifted her fan and swung it again, feeling the strain on her chakra. She still attacked Kamitachi, she yelled. The attack was noticeably smaller as it flew at Sasuke. With his Sharingan, he could actually see the chakra-infused wind blades. He smirked. Perfect. He thought as he charged the attack head-on, dodging the wind blades with ease. Temari fell to her knee. Shit, she yelled as Sasuke dodged the last blade and started to attack with his Kusarigama. Temari feebly lifted her fan to block the first few swings of his weapon when he spanned the chain of his weapon, causing the chain to wrap around her fan. He wrenched the fan from her grasp and twirled, flinging the fan away and slamming the weight of his weapon next to her head. It cracked the ground and made a noticeable dent. Temari looked up in shock at Sasuke's crimson eyes. Do you concede? He asked as he pulled the blade into his hand, resting it against her jugular. She blinked and swallowed. P. Proctor? I forfeit, she said. Sasuke stepped away and resealed the components of his weapon, wrapping the chain around his chest. Winner, Sasuke of the Leaf. Genma announced to the cheering crowd. Sasuke offered a hand to the still shocked Temari. She took it and he pulled her to her feet. She landed upright with a small frown. Good match, Sasuke, she said as she walked over to pick up her fan. Sasuke smirked at his victory and bowed to the audience. The cheering multiplied. Then Sasuke bowed to the cage booth and made his exit behind Temari. Now that was a battle, Aniki said with an excited voice. The Kazekage nodded. Indeed it was. I honestly thought Temari would put up more of a fight though. One visual jutsu and she started pushing out unnecessary chakra waste, he said. Sarutobi smiled. I am glad you do not have any hard feelings towards Sasuke. He is 1 in a million, he said with a smile. Aniki nodded. Yeah, that's cause the other million was killed. He muttered. Excuse me, Temari-san? Sasuke asked from behind Temari as the two walked through the hidden corridor back towards the examinee's box. She turned with a scowl. What? Sasuke smirked. Your part in the invasion is now obsolete. He spoke. Temari gasped as she turned to run, only to come face to face with Sakura's claws as they dripped with an extremely potent paralysis agent. Round 1, Stage 3. Lee of the Leaf against Gaara of the Sand. Genma announced. Lee leapt to the center of the arena as Gaara-san shunshined down. Let us have a youthful battle, Lee said as he got in his stance. Gaara just smiled insanely. Your youth will end here. He snarled. Genma waved his hand. Begin, he said before jumping away. Gaara immediately sent a wave of sand at Lee who started dodging as fast as he could. Your sand is very fast, Gaara-san, but I am faster, he said as he dodged to the left and ran directly at Gaara. Gaara stood still as his sand shield blocked all of Lee's attacks. "You cannot get past my ultimate defense," he said simply with a dead look on his face. Lee spent the next few minutes attacking with all that he was, yet he still couldn't get past Gaara's defense. Lee yelled as he put as much power into a punch as he could, "Youth!" The punch managed to punch the shield away, but it returned before he could land his next hit. He kicked off of the sand wall and landed near the arena wall. Guy stood from his place in the stands and yelled, "Lee! Let your youth explode. Take them off." Lee looked up at his sensei and nodded, lifting his leg warmers and pulled out the weights hidden underneath. "Youth!" he yelled as he threw the weights at Gaara. Gaara's sand moved to catch the weights. It failed. The first weight blew the sand shield away and the second hit true, impacting Gaara's chest and launching him a fair distance away. Temari's eyes widened in shock. "He managed to hit Gaara?" she asked, stunned at another mere genin hurting her undefeated brother. Gaara was caught by his sand and lowered onto his feet. He looked up with an insane smile. "Your blood is strong. Mother will have your blood," he yelled crazily as the sand armor on his chest resealed itself shut. Lee frowned. "A secondary defense?" he thought as he crouched in a sprinting position. "Let us begin," he said as he disappeared in a burst of pure speed, slightly faster than Sakura's skating ability. Team 7's eyes widened in shock. "He's fast," they thought. Gaara's sand rose and blocked invisible attacks, barely in time to catch them. Gaara looked around in shock as his sand barely managed to defend him from the impossibly fast genin. The attacks seemed to impact within the same second of each other until Lee appeared mid-spin above Gaara's head. "Youth!" he screamed as he swung his feet down. Lee's feet impacted the top of Gaara's head, sending him face down into the ground and dispersing the sand from the impact. "Yuke!" Gaara let out as he smashed into the ground. All the people of the Sand Village stared in shock at a mere genin getting past their ultimate weapon. Lee leapt back and stared as Gaara crawled back to his feet. "Ha ha 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 ha." Gaara laughed insanely as he grinned at Lee. "Finally. Someone who is worth their blood," he yelled as he attacked Lee with more sand. Lee dodged the best he could and managed to stay out of Gaara's firing range. Lee looked up at his sensei hopefully. In return, Guy smiled and did the knee sky pose. "Go for it, Lee," he yelled. Lee nodded and stood with his arms crossed. "The 8 gates," he yelled as green chakra bled around him. All the ninja in the stadium's eyes widened. "First gate. Open," Lee yelled and disappeared in a burst of speed, kicking Gaara up into the air. "Second gate. Open." His speed increased again and he punched Gaara in the face, sending him plummeting towards the ground with Lee's bandages wrapped around his chest. Lee yanked Gaara back towards him as he unleashed a dual kick punch or a renge, he yelled as he unleashed the hit. Boom! A sonic boom washed over the whole stadium as Lee's attack impacted Gaara, sending him plummeting to the ground. Boom! A second sonic boom occurred with Gaara's impact. Lee landed near Gaara and fell to one knee, almost done, he thought. Everyone was shocked when Gaara rose to his feet like a ghoul, lifted by his sand. "Mother wants your blood," he screamed. Lee leapt away in shock and was about to open the third and fourth gates to use his Emoto Renge when Gaara's sand did something unexpected. Lee dodged leaping backwards, where Gaara had just rose a wall of sand. "Behind you," Naruto yelled a second too late. Lee turned as the wall curled around him and encased him in sand. "Sand coffin," Gaara yelled as the sand picked Lee up into the air. Gaara smiled insanely. "Sandbird dynamic entry." Guy interrupted the attack and kicked through the solid sand, launching an unconscious Lee out the opposite side. Genma stepped forward. Lee forfeits the match due to his sensei's interference. "Winner, Gaara of the Sand," he said. The crowd cheered politely for the victory, though most of them were scared of the sand user and sad about a Leaf contestant losing. Gaara threw his sand forward, attempting to kill Lee. Guy kicked the sand away. "Stop now or you will be disqualified," Genma ordered. Gaara was about to continue attacking when he fell to his knees, clutching his head. Why do you protect him?" Gaara asked. Guy looked at Gaara, confused at his question. "I protect him because he is precious to me," he said as if it was the simplest concept in the world. Gaara stared, stunned into silence as memories flooded his head. Gaara's sand picked him up and moved him to the waiting stands. Precious? He protected him out of love? Gaara thought as he was set down. Hash. Sarutobi frowned. "I do not like your son's attitude, Kazekage Dono. He is obviously unstable," he said. Anaki nodded. Yeah, that kid is twisted. I wonder why that Jonin's words bothered him so much? Anaki inquired. The Kazekage sat silent. Not much longer now, just have to wait until the final round. He thought as Genma called for the next battle. Shikamaru of the Leaf and Paikon of Stone, begin, Genma said as he leapt back. Paikon pulled out his blades and stood in a defensive stance. Shikamaru did nothing. Paikon focused and held his defensive stance. What's this kid's game? He thought. Shikamaru, still just stood still, staring at Paikon. Paikon grimaced. All I can deduce from his match in the preliminaries is that he uses shadows and he's a pretty good tactician, he thought as he gripped his stance tighter. Shikamaru stood still, staring at Paikon. Well? Aren't you gonna do something? Shikamaru asked. Paikon stumbled before moving back into his stance. I was gonna ask you the same thing. Paikon started before Shikamaru finished the sentence with him. Paikon was a little freaked out. Is he reading my mind? He thought. Shika smirked. Hey, you're thinking it, not me, he said. Paikon's eyes widened. What? How are you doing this? Shika smirked. Just know that I am doing it, he said confidently. Paikon's stance lowered the tiniest bit as he tried to think about, not thinking. Arg. This is frustrating. He'll know all my maneuvers before I do them. He thought. Shikamaru smirked. Wow, this guy is gullible. All I had to do was take a few good guesses and he's losing it. He thought. Paikon shook his head. Fuck it. I'm gonna let loose. He thought, tightening his stance. Shikamaru noticed the sudden tension in Paikon's stance. You sure that's a good idea? He asked. Paikon gritted his teeth and activated a jutsu, setting his swords ablaze with flames. Not at all. But sometimes you have to take risks to be able to survive, he said before charging at Shika. Shikamaru used his shadow jutsu to try and trap Paikon, but his plan with the swords worked. The light from the swords dissipated Shikamaru's shadow just before it could reach Paikon. Paikon laughed in victory. Ha, he yelled as he started swinging his swords at a decent speed. Shikamaru was reduced to dodging, but due to his slow nature, he had to constantly focus chakra so that he wasn't hit. This is so troublesome. He thought as he used a substitution to get away from the close combat. Paikon turned to where Shikamaru appeared and stabbed his swords into the ground, earth style, flying blade, he yelled. From the ground in front of Paikon, multiple huge blades of stone flew at Shikamaru. Shikamaru used 3 consecutive substitutions to dodge the attack. Low on chakra, looks like I should finish it now. Shikamaru leapt atop the nearest earth blade and said, Paikon, I already know your plan. Get in close with your fire sword so that my shadow can't get you, then attack from afar with these earth jutsu of yours. What Shikamaru said stunned Paikon. He knows all that so quickly? He really can read minds. Paikon thought. Yep, Shikamaru said. Paikon sheathed one sword, formed a one-handed seal and swung the other at the ground. Earth style, stone tsunami, he yelled as he activated the Jonin level jutsu. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Shit, he yelled, dropping his act a bit too noticeably. Huge stones grew from the ground and began rolling towards Shikamaru, who panicked before half a second before coming up with a plan. Simple is the best way to go, I guess. He thought. Shikamaru focused on the sword Paikon sheathed and activated a substitution jutsu, swapping places with it. Paikon was knocked forward by the sudden weight on his back. Dropping his sword, he turned to punch Shikamaru, only to be caught by his shadow. The giant wave of stones impacted the ground and flattened half of the arena. Shikamaru smirked and picked up Paikon's weapon from the floor. Paikon mimicked his movement, but there was nothing to grab. Shikamaru walked until the two were in front of each other, Shika holding the blade at the neck of Paikon. Proctor, I forfeit, Shikamaru said. There was a moment of silence before the crowd broke out in a frenzy of what the hell, boo and a what the fuck Shikamaru, you're so grounded. Shikamaru's jutsu dropped. I'm out of chakra, so I don't feel like going on to the next round. Good luck against Gaara, he said as he dropped the sword and left. Paikon stood in shock. Defuke? He muttered. Genma patted the confused Genin's shoulder. Winner, Paikon of Stone. The audience cheered for the boy, who slowly exited the arena, still in shock at his win. That's our boy. Anaki cheered. Genma declared Paikon the winner. The Kazekage frowned. I do not understand why your Genin gave up. Hokage dono. Sarutobi sheepishly smiled. Well, he is a lazy one, probably saw winning to be too troublesome, he said. The Tsuchikage nodded, I don't care. Paikon got to show off the strength of the Stone Village. I'm proud of him, he said over enthusiastically. Sarutobi smiled again, I am looking forward to this match, he said as Genma called the next two combatants down. Would Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga please come down to the arena, Genma said. Naruto jumped down to the arena alongside Neji, the two landed and faced each other. Neji took the opportunity to speak, Fate has already declared me the winner of this match, it doesn't matter how good you are at intimidation, I will be the victor, he said while glaring at Naruto, trying to analyze Naruto and intimidate him. Naruto just stood in silence for a moment. He slowly raised his arm and wiped it down his face before holding it in a fist towards Neji. He recalled Hinata's blood flowing down his face and wrist, he glared at Neji with hatred, I vow to win. He spoke with certainty. Neji scoffed, so you won't forfeit? Fine, I will end your existence here today. Genma waved his hand and yelled, begin. Before jumping backwards. Neji got into his gentle fist stance as Naruto pulled out a shuriken in each hand. You think fate decides everything? He asked, tell me Neji, what is the role of the branch family in the Hyuga household? Neji's brow furrowed as he charged, I don't need to tell you anything trash, he said as he swung his first strike. Naruto blocked the first strike and all the follow-ups with his shuriken, wielding them as shields. Naruto smirked, the role of the branch house is to above all, protect the main house of the clan. Isn't that right? Naruto finished his sentence with a wide sweep of one shuriken, forcing Neji to leap back or lose his head. Neji scowled at Naruto, of course it is, don't think you're smart. That is common knowledge, he said. Naruto smirked, so would you say that it's the branch house's fate to follow the main house? He asked mockingly. Neji's scowl deepened, it is our fate, he said angrily. Naruto resealed his shuriken, shocking Neji with his actions, then tell me one thing, what category of protecting the main house does trying to kill Hinata fall under? He said as his smirk turned to a dark glare. Neji faltered in his stance, what are you talking about? He asked. Naruto's glare intensified, don't think you can fool me with this fate shit. If it was your fate to see that the main house had proper protection, don't you think you would have done so? He asked completely serious. Neji stood in shock as he thought over the situation, no, it was her fate to lose. She is weak. He straightened his stance and held firm, she was a failure at the academy, she will always be a failure. Fate wanted me to knock her out of the running for clan era so that Hanabi has the position. Neji spoke, although it sounded scripted. Naruto frowned at Neji's speech. Lord Hyuga was right after all, he said so only Neji would hear him. Neji scowled and leapt to attack head-on, got you, he yelled, thinking he caught Naruto off guard. Naruto smirked before holding the snake hand seal and activating one of the jutsu given to him from Orochimaru, ninja art, Python strike, he said. Neji was only about to be hitting Naruto when suddenly Naruto's neck elongated and he head-butted Neji in the face, from a meter away. Neji fell on his ass in shock, his nose bleeding. Naruto smirked, you said earlier, Hinata was a failure and that she always will be. That's kinda negative of you ain't it Neji? He said. Neji stood to his feet confused, did your neck just grow? And bend? He asked. Naruto frowned, you're not even listening to what I'm saying, he yelled as he leapt at Neji, unarmed. Neji went on the defensive, blocking and evading all of Naruto's strikes. Just like Hinata. You are a failure, Neji said as he countered, landing a deadly blow directly to his heart. Naruto smirked as he dissipated into a puddle of water. Neji frowned a water clone. I admit, that was as unexpected as your first strike was, he said as he turned to look for Naruto. Naruto's voice echoed around the arena, you call me a failure, I assume you're talking about my dead last status at the academy. Naruto paused as he glared at Neji from his hiding spot, after this match, I want you to remember this moment. He finished. Neji got tired of searching for Naruto and decided to finish it. Byakugan, he said as his family's jutsu activated. Neji could see Naruto sitting in a tree, smirking and waving. About time, he said as he leapt over to Neji, landing much lighter on his feet now that his weights were no longer active. Neji smirked, what is so important about you being able to make a clone, dead last, Neji said, trying to anger Naruto into making a mistake. Naruto returned the smirk. Not much really, enough talk now. Slave. Naruto taunted back. Neji was infuriated and attacked Naruto, 8 trigrams 64 palms, he yelled as he launched his attack. Naruto went to move, only to find his legs were locked in place. Neji's attack struck, hitting Naruto's wrists to stop chakra flowing through his hands. 2 palms. Naruto took a deep breath and launched, wind style, great breakthrough. Point blank at Neji's face. Neji was thrown back but managed to recover, his headband flew off along with bandages he wore on his forehead, revealing the caged bird seal. Neji stood tall and started his speech. Do you know what this is, Naruto? It is the caged bird seal, Naruto said, cutting him off. Neji glared. Do you know what it's like to be marked for your whole life? Do you know the suffering off the branch family? Neji started to get really pissed. Neji pulled a kunai and launched himself at the still glaring Naruto, who whipped out a shuriken and began to parry the attacks. Sparks flurried as the battle grew, the two genin moved in a dance around each other. Neji attacking fiercely and Naruto dancing and defending from the strikes. Naruto spun, knocking Neji's strike aside and lifted his knee. Neji blocked the blow with a juken strike, disabling Naruto's leg temporarily. Naruto followed the momentum of the strike and brought his shuriken back around. Neji had to bend backwards to dodge the blow. Naruto used the dodge to fling his limp leg at Neji, it collected his ribs and knocked him aside, giving the two a breather. Naruto stood on his good leg and used his shuriken to balance his weight. Neji, do you truly know suffering? Naruto asked. Neji scowled and threw his kunai at Naruto, who knocked it aside with his weapon. Suffering, it's an interesting word, don't you think? I know the branch family has suffered as a whole. I know that some individuals of the family has suffered as well. But there are people who go through everything you have and more in only one day, Naruto said, still glaring at Neji. Neji scoffed, and you'd know what that is like, dead last? Neji asked sarcastically. Naruto's glare turned thoughtful. You asked me if I knew the suffering of the branch family. Tell me, do you know the suffering of no family? He asked. Neji faltered in his stance and whipped a kunai, getting into a defensive position. No one has no family. They wouldn't survive in this world without one, Neji said, imagining his life. There was always the clan. The family of Hyugas. There was always someone there. Naruto smirked. Another thing you are wrong about. Now answer me this, do you know the suffering of a prison? He said. Neji frowned in confusion, as did most of the crowd. A building cannot suffer dead last, Neji said as he prepared to launch himself at Naruto. Naruto saw Neji preparing to attack and quickly threw his shuriken, forcing Neji to leap away. A prison is a dirty place, home of the scum that inhabits it. That about right? Naruto asked. Neji landed and moved to the side of Naruto. It is right, a prison is what it is. A home for the criminals, he said, focusing on hitting Naruto's weakened side. Naruto stayed still, letting Neji move freely. What was the prison beforehand though? He asked. Neji frowned as he tried to figure out the riddles Naruto was telling him. It would have been a blank building. Naruto smiled softly, a blank building, a blank slate. Capable of being any type of building it could have wanted. Naruto's smile turned dark. I didn't get that opportunity, Naruto said as his red eyes met Neji's. Genma took a step forward, intent on jumping in if Naruto used too much of the fox's chakra, it's so powerful. He thought as a wave of chakra flowed past him. Neji stumbled back in fear, being the only one feeling Naruto's concentrated killing intent. What does he mean? Why is he telling me all this? Neji thought. Naruto stopped channeling the fox's chakra, showing everyone the control he has over it. Neji, I'm going to attack you now, I'll show you how to defy fate, Naruto yelled as he stood on his feet, perfectly fine after healing with the fox's chakra. Neji stood defensively with a smirk. I'll blow away anything he launched at me. Neji thought with confidence. Naruto formed 21 hand signs, ultimate water combination, Naruto yelled. Water style, water wall. A huge tornado of water appeared from the water in Naruto's blade as well as water from the ground and surrounded Naruto. Water style, water dragon. The huge wall turned into an oversized dragon with water dripping from its entire body, which was still swirling due to Naruto's water wall jutsu. Water clones, Naruto yelled. All the oversized droplets that fell from the dragon's body became clones of Naruto, each holding a giant shuriken, which gripped to the swirling dragon with their chakra. The final product was an oversized water dragon typhoon that had hundreds of rings of metal spinning around its form. It loomed over Naruto as he stood with a smirk. Neji looked up in fear before shaking his head. No matter, my ultimate defense attacks the chakra in the jutsu as well, so the hole will dissipate after contact. I hope. Neji muttered to himself. Naruto smirked, go. He simply stated. The water dragon lunged over Neji, shocking the Hyuga with its maneuver. Until he saw all of the swirling shuriken being flung at him. Being the genius he was, he made a quick substitution with one of the water clones on top of the dragon. It was destroyed as he was flung into the air. Neji saw his chance. As he fell towards Naruto, who was concentrating on maintaining the jutsu, he began to spin. Kaiten. Neji's attack landed directly on the base of the water dragon, which had flung itself in the way of the attack. Water was splashed over the whole field as Neji and Naruto pushed themselves to their feet. Both of them wielding wounds. Neji was soaked through and felt nauseous, so that is why I shouldn't do that in the air. Neji thought as the vertigo of the sped-up drop hit him. Naruto's left sleeve and the left side of his shirt was ripped off from the force of Neji's spin. He sported many bruises and a broken rib. Luckily, both were healing incredibly fast. The dragon fell to the ground as water and soaked the whole stadium, leaving both combatants ankle-deep in the man-made lake. Neji glared at Naruto. That should have killed you, he yelled angrily. Naruto smirked. A prison always has a strong foundation, he said, confusing and infuriating Neji even more. Naruto stood in a low animalistic stance, challenging Neji to a final standoff. Neji's glare intensified as he stood in a defensive position and welcomed Naruto's attack with a wave of his hand. Naruto barreled forward, looking eerily similar to an Inuzuka charging alongside his Ninken as Neji started to spin. The two clashed. Kaiten. Tsuuga. Shri. The two swirling attacks grinded into each other, spinning in opposite directions causing sparks of chakra to shoot off. The two attacks seemed pretty even, but eventually they both started to slow in their spinning. Neji leaned to the side, pushing Naruto's drilling form away. The two spun away from each other and turned to face the other. Neji and Naruto both glaring intently. Neji leant low as Naruto's legs suddenly became immobile. 8 trigrams 64 palms, he yelled as he launched himself at Naruto. 2 palms. They hit Naruto's lungs this time, preventing Naruto from blowing him away. 4 palms. These hit up Naruto's arms, preventing him from molding hand seals. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palm. Neji lowered his stance for the final combination, 64 PA slam. Neji was blindsided by a water clone of Naruto that materialized from the water below the two. He was hit with an uppercut, followed by a clothesline from another clone. Then the first clone threw the chakra disabled Naruto above Neji as another grabbed Neji in a bear hug. Naruto pulled out his sword and swung the blunt side at Neji's unprotected stomach. Ballistic hammer, he yelled. His blow was hard enough to launch Neji back at the ground with enough force to make a crater, making most of the water flow into it. Naruto landed next to the defeated Neji, who was floating on his back. How? Neji spluttered out. Naruto smirked, ignoring Neji's question. The reason I was the dead last at the academy was because I am unable to perform the basic clone jutsu and my ninja tool skills were subpar, Naruto said, shocking Neji to his core. Naruto resheathed his blade and turned away. I'm the idiot that changed his fate. If I can, I know you can too. Because unlike me, you're a genius, he said as he glanced at Neji one last time. Neji's eyes were wide in shock as Genma yelled, "Winner Naruto of the Leaf." The crowd erupted into applause, congratulating the two on the amazing battle. Naruto turned to them in shock. They were applauding? For me? He thought. Naruto. 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 The crowd chanted his name. Naruto bowed deeply and, thanks to the audience, who broke into wild screams again. He then bowed to the cage booth in respect before leaving to the waiting area, his face in a giant grin. Hash. The Tsuchikage turned to the Hokage, "Holy rock. Do you put steroids in the water here, Sarutobi? That was ridiculous. 2 preteens capable of using Jonin and above-level jutsu?" Anaki stumbled over his words in shock. Sarutobi chuckled, "This year's batch of Genin are truly remarkable, and to believe Naruto only left the academy earlier this year." He mused. Anaki's eyes bulged out of his head. "That kid is a rookie?" He yelled in shock before falling into his seat. "Ooh, my back," he said as his back cracked loudly. The Kazekage watched the two aged Kages interact before frowning. That was ridiculous. Those techniques, the water dragon, water wall and the Kaiten are all Jonin level skills. Sarutobi chuckled and turned back to the field. observing Genma, who spoke up. Genma projected his voice throughout the whole stadium. Attention, we will now have a half-hour intermission before continuing the Chunin exams. There will be a 5-minute pre-announcement before we start up again. Have a nice break. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.